Good morning and welcome back to the beautiful sunny Welsh countryside here in Pembrey, the home of Welsh motorsport. Today headlining once again is the British Truck Racing Championship. 3 races for the big rigs to enjoy. We've also got the Junior Saloons where Dara Flock and Oscar Dix are battling out at the top of the championship. Also, if you saw yesterday, the thrilling 2CV racing, they've got a 100-minute enduro race to end the day. That will be absolutely fantastic. I know Dave Goddard is looking forward to that. As well as that, we've got the Track Attack and we've got the Welsh Saloon Car Championship as well. So an absolutely packed day to enjoy, so don't go anywhere. We're going to kick off with the Junior Saloons, and I spoke to a few of the drivers before we go racing this morning in Wales. Here we are then. I found Jonathan Moore, car number 12, who's having a very, very good season in your second season in the JSCC. But you've pulled out the bag. You've got a triple second, so a triple front row this weekend. How did you do that at Pembrey?
I think this track's always been strong for us, to be fair. Cardo I hadn't driven last season, so I missed out on it. And I felt a little on the back foot compared to my teammates. They were finding 2 or 3 extra tanks. Okay. And I was kind of wondering where that came. But last season I was quick here, and this season it just seems to be a track that suits me. And to be not only P2 overall, but quickest, a team that's full of, such strong drivers means a lot.
You've not yet had a podium. You just told me you've not yet had a top 10 either. So yesterday was a success. 4th place yesterday from 2nd on the grid. 2 more second places to kick off today. What's that little difference we can get today so I can speak to you as one of our top 3 drivers later?
I think it was 6th in the end yesterday because we got a track limits penalty. But I think I'm going to go for a wing 100%. I got him off the line both times in T1. Obviously the first start got red flagged halfway through the lap, so we got reset to P2. Yeah. Managed to get him again on the second restart for P1. But then coming out of the top corner, got run a little bit wide and just lost a bit of momentum, so Dara managed to get me to P3 as well. But yeah, I'm going to go for a wing 100%. Okay, but if it gets to a point where I feel like I'm risking too much, I'll happily take the podium.
Fighting talk, good luck. Thanks. Cheers mate, thank you. Jonathan Moore, one to watch on the front row this afternoon. Let's go and see who else we can find in the Junior Saloon paddock. And staying within the Westbourne Motorsport paddock here, I found Dara Flock. After yesterday's win, after Cameron's, who crossed the line first, his penalty gave you the 2nd win of the season, only your 3rd ever win in JSCC, but also put you on top of the championship. That's exactly where you want to be, I imagine.
Yeah, it's good to be on top of the championship. It's the first time I've been on top of the championship, and I'm looking forward to see what I can do today.
And you're starting in 4th in our 2nd race and the 3rd race. Your early season competitor, Oscar Dix, is directly behind you. Again, that's really positive for yourself as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to be ahead of the championship rival, and I just got to get a good start and see what I can do from there.
And you're clearly taken well to Pembrey with the win yesterday and fairly good qualifying. What's it like as a track?
It's a fun track, but it doesn't suit my driving style the best. Like there's other tracks I do, but to be able to get a win at a track that I don't really like it's still really good.
Enjoying Wales, because your first ever win was in Anglesey too. Now, when you say it doesn't suit your driving style, what do you mean by that? What tracks suit you and why doesn't Pembrey?
I don't really know why Pembrey doesn't, but the ones that do is like Cadwell, probably Autumn Park and tracks like Anglesey, like tight technical tracks kind of.
Now, starting 4th on the grid, you've just told me you're going to go full send into the first corner, is that right?
Yeah, hope so, but yeah, not too aggressive, but see what I can do.
Right, Dara, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Championship leader starting on the 2nd row of the grid. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
Well, thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to sunny South Wales, the home of motorsport in Wales, here at the Pembrey Circuit for Day 2 on BARC TV, presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. Let's see what we've got coming up today. Well, we kick off shortly with the 2nd of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship in their identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. Just heard from Dara Flock, the Irishman, yesterday's winner. That's followed by the third of 5 races this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The headline act at this event, Convoy Cymru, here in South Wales. Everything trucking being celebrated here this weekend. There's a big truck show in the paddock and much more. That's the second race of the weekend for the Track Attack Race Club at 11:30. There's a short break after the truck race for qualifying for our mini endurance race for the 2 CVs later on. Then we'll have the second race of the Track Attack Race Club in their various French saloon cars they've got here this weekend. And then we're followed by something different, the Welsh Sports and Saloons. It's a mixture of different cars we've got for that one. They've just had their qualifying session. That's the locally based championship here at Pembrey. After that, there's another race for the trucks before we go into our lunch break. Then the third race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars. Then hopefully we will see our truck drifting display. I've got no idea what's going to happen there. We didn't see the drift truck out yesterday, unfortunately. Hopefully we will today. Second race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon cars, and then the British Truck Racing Championship, and then finally the 100-minute race for our Citroën 2CVs, the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. We may have 1 or 2 minis as a guest class on the grid in that one as well. So that's something certainly different coming up later on, as we get ready to go racing in the sunshine of South Wales. Marshals out on the grid. We say thank you to all our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them. We heard from 1 or 2 of them in the pit lane yesterday. If you were with us on BARC TV, spoke to the chief start line marshal, also to the safety car driver, Rodri Jenkins. I believe we've got a different safety car driver today. Confirm who that is shortly. Awaiting the junior saloon cars then. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a shunt at the start of yesterday's race involving Will Crewsden and a couple of others. Joel Daniels and Will Fallon were involved there as well. Will Fallon, the scholarship winner over the winter. This is one of the first steps into car racing for young racers that we're going to see coming up here. Drivers aged 14 to 17 years of age in their identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. We've already seen that drivers move up into the higher echelons of racing. Last year it was Max Hall and Harry Hickton who dominated the series. They both moved up into the Mini Challenge in BMW Minis this year. Second meeting of the season for this category. They opened their season at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, where Oscar Dix and Dara Flock took a win each. And yesterday it was Cameron Pratt-Thompson who was on pole position. He is again for today's race. Second fastest time for each driver from qualifying yesterday sets the grid for race 2. Cameron Pratt-Thompson came home in front of yesterday's race. Unfortunately got a penalty for exceeding track limits. He got a 5-second penalty, dropped behind Dara Flock in the results. So we'll see if he can make up for it this time around. The cars will be out on the grid shortly for what will be a 15-minute race. Here they come out from the assembly area. So number 37, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, is on pole in the Vinnersport run car alongside number 12, Jonathan Moore. I know he's got a lot of fans we've seen in our comments on YouTube watching this weekend. Thank you to all of you for your comments. Let us know if you're watching. So it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jonathan Moore on the front row. Second row, number 53, Jack James, the 2022 scholarship winner, starts alongside Dara Flock, yesterday's winner in the 22. Row 3, number 59, CJ Morgan, alongside number 11, Oscar Dix, race winner at Cadwell Park. Row 4 is number treble 3 of Zach Palmer, dropped out on the last lap of yesterday's race, starts alongside 78 of Kieran Roberts, completing the top 10. Number 6, Charlie Constable, alongside the 10 of Harry Smith. They had a good battle in yesterday's race. Moving back to the 6th row, we have number 7, which is Elliot Fuster. He got a penalty for a false start in yesterday's race, so looking to make up for it here, alongside number 30 of Will Fallon. Hopefully his car has been repaired after a shunt on the first lap yesterday. 77, Oliver Law, was an early retirement on the restart in yesterday's race. He starts on row 7 alongside Josh Salvadori in car 110. Row 8 is number 40, James Sherrington, and 353, the leading lady racer, Cole Lynch. Row 9 is Harvey Kersley, one of our newcomers this year in car number 88, the son of Alex Kersley of Hyundai Coupe Cup fame. Starts alongside Francisco Howitt, number 50. Row 10, hopefully number 36, Joel Daniels, is there, alongside 52 of Noah Checkley. Moving on back onto row 11, number 70, Wilf Butler, and 33, Jacob Baldry. Then on the 12th row behind them, 17, Will Crewsden, Not sure we'll see him there. His car got a lot of front-end damage yesterday. It starts alongside number 4, Jude Cooper, if he is there. 38, Caleb McDuff on row 13, alongside 317, Jack Harrison. Row 14, Oliver Kerr in treble 2, and 888, Alexander Mosthav completing the grid. Let's have a look down the grid. It looks like Joel Daniels' car is there. That's good to see. Not sure if Will Crewsden was there or not. One of the black and orange liveried cars from the Orex competition team. Pick that up as we go on. Looks like Will Fallon is there though. Double and triple check as the race goes on. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson leads them round out of Hatchett's hairpin through the right-hander at Spitfire, the left at Dibeni, then it's over the crossing. Nice to see the barriers there painted in the colours of the Welsh flag. Circuit manager Phil Davies very proud of his venue here. They head out to the crossing, then up towards the Senna S's. Well, it's more of a right-hander than an S-bend. Look further back down the order here as they head through Senna. There's Joel Daniels, the 36 car. Don't think Will Crewsden is there. Back of the field there, Alexander Mosthav. Watch for him coming through the Chandler Motorsports number 888's car. They head up towards the right at Brooklands, then out of there it's along Speedway Straights. That's where the Rallycross course turns off onto the infield, through Carter's Curve, then up towards the final corner at Honda. One of our commenters said they're watching from Honda Curve. Who was that? That was Jake. Plenty of fans for Jonathan Moore in our comments section, I notice. He's got all his friends cheering for him. The Lynch family are watching as well, supporting Cole Lynch in 353. Zoe Fuller says, come on, Oscar Dix. Will Stewart says, good luck, Jack Harrison. Try and read out some of your comments when we get chance a little later on, but the cars are coming to the grid then for what will be a 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Cameron Thompson in the white and black Vinna Sport car lines up on the pole. Jonathan Moore in the black car with the Dayglow yellow flashes down the bonnet. Turquoise car is number 53 of Jack James. Alongside him, Dara Flock, the blue and red car, the championship leader, coming into this round. Here's your leading contenders. Then watch for the starting marshal there on the left. Display the 5-second board. After that, the red lights will come on, and when they go out, it will be time to go racing here on the Pembrey Circuit. We're just waiting the all clear from the marshal at the back of the grid. There's the green flag. 5-second board is displayed. Now we wait for the red lights to come on. Revs start to rise in these 1600cc engines, and off they go. We are racing at Pembrey down towards the first corner. Bit of a slow getaway for Kieran Roberts there, the green number 78 car, but it is Cameron Pratt-Thompson who's got the lead. Dara Flock trying to get down the outside, and Jack James up the inside. Dara Flock is going to send it all the way around the outside of everybody. What a start by Dara Flock, the championship leader, and he's going to take the lead coming out of Hatchett's hairpin. Looks like everybody's got round behind. That was a start of the weekend so far by Dara Flock, straight down the outside of everybody into the hairpin, and he's got the lead ahead of a rather surprised looking Cameron Pratt-Thompson. They go towards the crossing for the first time through the left-hander up on the curb. Third place is Jonathan Moore, fourth is Jack James. The first two are already going clear as they head towards Senna for the first time. It's Oscar Dix in the black and red car in fifth position. Then on the outside there's CJ Morgan, the 59, Charlie Constable in number 6 coming through on the inside. Looks like Zach Palmer behind them in the second of the Vinna Sport cars. It's number 22, Dara Flock for Westbourne Motorsport, the reactive welding sponsored car. He's got somebody off on the grass. He's got a tangle towards the back there. We'll try and identify who that is in a moment. Jonathan Moore has got ahead of Jack James up into second place. I think it was Cameron Pratt-Thompson who went wide there, yes, and several more cars running wide onto the grass. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson is down into fifth position. Now we'll see which cars don't come through on this lap. There was certainly a tangle there on the exit of Brooklands. Saw one or two cars running wide. Cameron Pratt-Thompson is down to fifth. It's Flock from Moore, James and Oscar Dix at the front of the field. Kieran Roberts there, a bit of rubbing with Charlie Constable. Harry Smith in car number 10 is behind them. Now who hasn't come through? Francisco Howitt, number 50, was involved there. Joel Daniels again in the number 36 is not there, and Wilf Butler, number 70, involved. There's one car missing its front bumper I saw in there as well. That's CJ Morgan, number 59. So a typically fraught first lap then for our Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've lost a couple of cars. Wilf Butler has come through now at the back of the field along with Jack Harrison, but there's yellow flags out. There's Francisco Howitt's car. There's that missing bumper in the middle of the track as well. There's yellow flags waving at Brooklands, and we might see a safety car. Yes, the safety car is being deployed. Hadn't come up on the timing screen initially there. Yellow flags around the circuit. The safety car is being deployed. Damage on Harry Smith's car there as well. And there is Francisco Howitt, number 50. That's the end of his race. By the look of it, the marshal's trying to push start him, and so the Ford safety car is going to come out onto circuits. Driven today, I believe, by Roger Dowden, the former chairman of the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. We've seen him racing in his little Hillman Imp engine Davrian sports car. So let's have a look what's happened there. It was Cameron Pratt-Thompson trying to go for the lead, and then Dara Flock moving across. Cameron Pratt-Thompson just seemed to suddenly slow there down the straight, and then further back there was chaos with the cars going everywhere as Francisco Howitt spun out. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Cameron Pratt-Thompson there, whether he missed a gear, but he suddenly slowed coming down the straight. And I think CJ Morgan hit the back of him. That's why he lost the bumper. It was tricky to see there, looking face on as they came down the straights. So the safety car is out, while Francisco Howitt's car is cleared away. Thanks for all of your comments so far. Plenty of supporters for Jonathan Moore, as we said, for Jack James as well. There's damage on Jack Harrison's car. He was involved in that schmozzle through at Brooklands Corner in the Morris Lubricant-sponsored car. And for some of these drivers as young as 14, a lot of them just making the move up from karting or from short oval racing as well. There's Howitt's car. It's been moved out of the way by the marshals. That's the end of his race. Harvey Kersley being supported by Scott Bugner. We saw him on our last live stream from Snetterton, a race winner in the MG Owners Club Championship with his ZR. He's had 3 wins this season. Keeping an eye on the up-and-coming racing talent. To see if we're going to get back underway with this first race of the day. The clock's still counting. I'll do another lap behind the safety car. It is Dara Flock who leads the way, the man from Dublin. Made his debut in the series last year, finished 6th in the championship, one of the favourites for honours this year. Jonathan Moore in 2nd place. Competed with the Jeekins race preparation team last year at a few rounds. Full season with Westbourne Motorsport this year. Jack James won the 2022 scholarship. He's in 3rd position. And in 4th place we've got Oscar Dix, who led the championship after the opening couple of races at Cadwell Park. He competed last year as well, so it's Westbourne Motorsport cars all the way at the front at the moment. Cameron Pratt-Thompson for Vinner from the IAMA karting series. He's come up, finished 8th in the British Championship for them in 2022 in the Junior X30 class. CJ Morgan in his 3rd year in the championship, driving for the Chandler Motorsport team this year, has karted since the age of 6. So despite their young age, there's some very experienced racers out there. Some of them have come up through the world of short oval racing. Zach Palmer began his career in Ninja Karts and Junior Hot Rods on the short oval tracks. Harvey Kersley, I know, has got a lot of fans watching this weekend. Looking to follow his father Alex into saloon car racing someday. Lights are out atop the safety car then, so we're about to go racing once again. We'll be at about half distance when the safety car pulls in. Dara Flock just controlling the pace there, weaving to keep their tyres warm. Let's see if Cameron Pratt-Thompson can recover after dropping back from 2nd to 5th. I think he missed a gear coming down Speedway Straights. There's only one car we've lost there, that of Francisco Howitt. Disco, as he's nicknamed, unfortunately, is out of the race. As we get ready to go racing once again, we are back underway. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin they go. Dara Flock has the lead from Jonathan Moore. Having a look up the inside is Oscar Dix. He's going to try and go through for 3rd, under braking for the hairpin, and he's done it. Oscar goes up into 3rd ahead of James. 5th, it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson. 6th, missing a front bumper, is CJ Morgan. I think he clipped the back of Cameron Pratt-Thompson as he slowed down Speedway Straights. Next in the order it is Zach Palmer, the 333. 8th is Kieran Roberts in the lime green car. Charlie Constable and Harry Smith rounding out to the top 10. Jack James trying to fight back as they come through the crossing up towards the Senna S. So it's not really an S bend, more of a right-hander. As they come out of there, it's up towards Brooklands. This is where the tangle happened first time around. The 5th lap of this race, with the first part having been delayed by the safety car, and Oscar Dix runs very wide there coming out of Brooklands. Very easy to go onto the grass there, as we saw a couple of drivers do first time around. Jack James has got the momentum here to try and go round the outside. Also in there is our recovering pole sitter Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James is on the outside line, though he could lose out here, and Pratt-Thompson sideways bounces off the 53 car slightly there. CJ Morgan is next in the order, then it's Zach Palmer. Over the line they go. Terrific battle developing for 3rd place. This is allowing the first two, Flock and Moore, to get away. Jonathan Moore's done the fastest lap, 1:11.290, as Cameron Pratt-Thompson down the inside on the hairpin. Side by side with Jack James, and Jack's got the inside line for the next section if he can stay alongside it. Spitfires will have the inside for the left at Debeni. Just about hold the place, I think, up to the crossing. Over into the truck paddock. Jack James does hold the place. CJ Morgan's been able to close up in the car with the yellow wheels, the Chandler Motorsport machine, missing the front bumper. Behind him, Zach Palmer, the 2nd of the Vinnersport cars, and it's Kieran Roberts in the green, number 78. Charlie Constable in number 6 for Orex Competition. Harry Smith is next, then we've got the number 40, which is Sherrington. Jack James ran a bit wide there. There's a few cars running wide at the back, and CJ Morgan up the inside. Again, Cameron Pratt-Thompson is slow down the straight. There's something amiss with that car, I think. He's lost out to CJ Morgan, Zach Palmer. Kieran Roberts has got through as well. Whether he's got a gearbox problem and is or struggling with the gear change, I'm not sure, but there is something amiss, I think, with Cameron Pratt-Thompson's car. It just doesn't seem to be able to get the straight line speed. CJ Morgan under fire. Zach Palmer and Kieran Roberts side by side into the hairpin behind Jack James. There's Cameron Pratt-Thompson, but he's been shuffled back to 8th place now. Here's your leaders. Dara Flock out in front, the man from Dublin. The damage to the driver's door of his car. Beats Jonathan Moore, who's still got the fastest lap. Trying to go after them is Oscar Dix in the number 11. He wants a 2nd win of the season in the number 11. Jack James in 4th place. This group for 5th position. CJ Morgan for Chandler Motorsport. Cameron Pratt-Thompson fighting back up on the inside there and forces Kieran Roberts to go wide there in the 78. Kieran Roberts in his lime green machine loses out to Pratt-Thompson and also to Charlie Constable in the Orex Competition car, the number 6, the man from Essex. Roberts drops back. Next in the order, it is the number 40 of James Sherrington. Over the line they go. 4 minutes to go. The lead gap is 0.6 of a second. Jack James just done a new fastest lap, 1:11.030. And Zach Palmer up the inside on the hairpin, trying for 5th place. Goes through. His teammate in line behind him. Out onto the grass goes Morgan. He'll lose out to the 37 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Charlie Constable in there too. Roberts and Sherrington completing the top 10 behind. Then Harry Smith, 3 wide through the crossing. This is never going to work. Look at Charlie Constable up there on the inside. He's going to go past both of them. Excellent move by Charlie Constable in the number 6. That was a determined bit of driving through the crossover there. You don't very often get 3 wide through there. And CJ Morgan's been shuffled right back because Pratt Thompson and Roberts have come through. Here comes James Sherrington as well in the number 40. Constable up on the curb on the inside again. Kieran Roberts goes wide. We're not rallycrossing today, Kieran. Pembrey is a well-known venue for various rallycross championships using the infield circuit. Side by side with James Sherrington now. Morgan trying to fight back. Harry Smith in the number 10 is in behind them. Still Dara Flock who has the lead, looking for win number 2 of the weekend, win number 4 of his season. Over the line they go. The lead gap just over half a second. Jack James another fastest lap in the 53, 1:11.024. CJ Morgan has lost out to James Sherrington. He's running well in the number 40 car. He's 14 years of age. Getting some dust being kicked up there. Sherrington, the former Rotax kart racer, has competed in the Kart Masters Grand Prix as well. As a yellow flag out, that's Josh Salvadore, and he's been collected by a couple of passing cars there. The 38 was one of them. That was Caleb McDuff. Chaos on the exit of the hairpin. Now hopefully those cars can get moving again and racing can continue. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock. There's Josh Salvadore trying to move away. He was 12th. Quite a bit of bodywork damage to his car, but I don't think he's going much further. Caleb McDuff certainly isn't either. He was down towards the rear end of the field, and as I expected, the red flag is coming out. The red flag is out, the race is being stopped. There are only 2 minutes left on the clock, so that will be almost certainly result declared. There's the reason. Josh Salvadore in car number 110, stranded on the exit of the hairpin. Marshall's just checking on him. Josh Salvadore, the 14-year-old, the 2020 Honda Cadet Kent Cup champion. He's won the Rotax Minimax Championship as well, and the WMKC Rotax Minimax Championship as well. So 3 karting championships in 3 years. Very talented young racer is Josh, but that's the end of his race. It is end of race, surely. The red flag coming out with just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if we can see what happened there. Well, Salvadore had been involved in a collision already on the hairpin in the Chandler Motorsport car. He was stuck there, very little room on the inside, and Caleb McDuff came in and clipped the side of Josh's car. Another car getting involved there in behind. That's the 88 of, it's Harvey Kersley into the back of Caleb McDuff. Nowhere for him to go there. Chaos at the hairpin, and the race being brought to what is almost certainly an early end. Caleb McDuff, one of our newcomers this year, out of his car. He's okay. And racing in Bambino karts in 2014, was in Rotax Minimax over the last 3 years, and a lot of damage to his car. You can see there after a double impact. The medic's just going to check that he's okay. He'll be just given a checkup. Cars will be brought into the paddock. So that will be a win for Dara Flock ahead of Jonathan Moore. That's his first podium, so well done to him. And Oscar Dix in 3rd place. That'll extend Dara Flock's championship lead. Thank you everybody for your comments. Once again, lots of supporters, especially for Jonathan Moore. He's got all his mates watching. I'll be pleased to see that he's got provisionally 2nd place there. We're just waiting for confirmation that's end of race. Yeah, the checkered flag has come up on the timing screen. I'm fairly certain that will be end of race. There was only 2 minutes left on the clock. Okay, so clear up needed for our excellent marshalling team here at Pembrey. Look at the state of Caleb McDuff's car. Thankfully he appears to be okay. I'll have the provisional result for you in just a moment. There is Caleb, he's out of the car. The provisional results of Junior Saloon Cars Race 2, then Dara Flock the winner ahead of Jonathan Moore. Result being taken back to the end of lap 7, 0.65 the winning margin. First ever podium for Jonathan Moore in second place. Oscar Dix in third ahead of Jack James. He got the fastest lap of the race. CJ Morgan completes the top 5. Zach Palmer in 6th ahead of Cameron Pratt Thompson, the pole sitter, dropping to 7th. And Charlie Constable, Kieran Robertson, James Sherrington completing the top 10. Harry Smith is next ahead of Josh Salvadori, though I don't know if he will be classified because he was part of the incident that brought out the red flags. Cole Lynch behind him, then Will Fallon, justifying his team's efforts to get him back out after a shunt yesterday. Oliver Law was behind him in the 77, ahead of Elliot Fuster in number 7. 36 of Joel Daniels, another car repaired from yesterday. Next was Jacob Baldry, Noah Checkley. Oliver Kerr from the back of the grid was 20th. Caleb McDuff next in the order, but he was part of the red flag incident, so I suspect he will not be classified. Alexander Mostav is next, then Harvey Kersley, Jack Harrison, Jude Cooper and Will Butler. One non-finisher there, Francisco Howitt, who was involved in the incident at Brooklands on the first lap. There's one car that didn't take the start, of course. Number 17, Will Crewsden, his car beyond repair, I think, after yesterday. Well, an early end to our first race of the day, then a bit of a clear-up needed for Pembrey's marshalling team. Junior Saloon Cars will be back out for race 3. A few teams with some repairs to make. Hopefully Ewan Dunlop will be down in the paddock shortly to talk to some of the drivers. Thanks to everybody who got in touch during that race. Hello to Andrew Spates. Hello to Zoe Fuller. Certainly pleased with Oscar Dix on taking a podium there. Joanne Harding, SK Auto, Joseph Hadley, he was cheering on Harvey Kersley. Joanne Harding also says, amazing move, Charlie Constable. Yes, it certainly was at the crossing, going 3 wide. Hi to Matt Stone, Beachy 07. And everybody else as well. Not quite time to read out all your comments there, sadly. To Beverly Pratt Thompson as well, says Cameron doing great in his rookie year. He certainly is, Beverly. And seem to have some problems there, though, dropping back through the order. Okay, I think they're ready down there in Park Ferme, so we can hand down to Ewan Dunlop to talk to our podium finishers.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race winner. Strange end to that one, but regardless, winner. Fantastic, well done, Dara Flock.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to the team and honour this win to my granddad, who passed away a few weeks ago, a year ago. But yeah, it was a great race. Me and Johnny kept me honest for the whole race. Yeah, it was really fun.
You told us you were going to go full send into the first corner. My goodness, did you go full send?
Yeah, Johnny didn't get the best of starts, and the gap he pulled over to cover Jack, and it just left. It's like just part of the sea, just let me go, and yeah, just decided Cameron braked a bit early, so I just went around the outside of him.
Now, you've got the #1 cap, you've got the fizzy water, you're going to get a trophy. I also hear you've just won 20 chicken nuggets as well. Yeah,
one of the mechanics bet me yesterday if I full send in that race from 5th, I'll get 20 nuggets. And if I do it the same this race, I'd get another 20 and a McFlurry. So yeah, get 40 nuggets and a McFlurry and chips. So can't ask for anything better.
Dara, well done, mate. Absolutely brilliant, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's get Jonathan Moore in here. Don't think we can beat that. Jonathan, congratulations, podium, brilliant stuff, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I do think had the race carried on, I might have had the pace to challenge the first a bit more, but to be fair to Dara, he did a great job to come where he did from the grid to win it. And I mean, we were side by side a lot through pretty much the first half of the lap, and he was so respectful and gave me enough room, and I think that's what racing's about, really.
It is. It's a great paddock, and he said it himself. You kept him incredibly honest. You're just waiting for that one mistake that he didn't make in the end.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes from Dara are very rare. He's very consistent, consistently quick, and the way he can just get his head down and go is admirable, to be fair. But,
one more step to go later on, maybe.
Wing it.
Well done, mate. Good luck. Cheers, buddy. And Oscar down here. We spoke to Oscar yesterday before our first race of the weekend. Mate, that's really important for the championship. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was important to make it quite a strong recovery drive. You know, starting 6th is not really where I'd want to be, so I just knew I just had to get some good points, and it was good to do that.
And because of that battle between 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, the front two just got away a little bit as well, didn't they? But 3rd, almost like the best you could do after those two moved on.
Yeah, I was trying to keep up. They're both in tow together, and I was just not close enough for it, so I was trying my best to just get as close as I could, but at the end of the day, a third's a third, so I'm still happy.
And 1 or 2 steps better later on this afternoon, possibly?
Hopefully, you never know. Yeah, I mean, we're going full attack for the win, so see what happens.
Mate, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. There we go. What a race to start the day here down in Pembrey. Coming up next, it's the first of 3 races today for our headline at the British Truck Racing Championship. It is over to Pointy and Dave for that one.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan. Well done there to our junior saloon car racers. But now it is time for the big rigs, the headline actors, you say, here at Convoy Cymru. They had 2 races yesterday for the British Truck Racing Championship, 2 wins for the 7-time champion flying Ryan Smith in his fantastic Daimler Freightliner, passing Stuart Oliver at the crossing to take race 2. There's partially reversed grids today as well. Race 1 determines the grid for race 3. The top 8 in each division reversed. It was Adam Bint in his Volvo who took the 2 wins in quite dominant fashion in Division 2 yesterday. First of all, though, we're going to hand down to get some input from in the paddock, and our man on the ground caught up with some of the drivers earlier. So it's down to the paddock. Here's Pointy. Well, it appears Pointy's lost his voice. Sorry about that. Did say he was struggling a bit yesterday, so I'll have to send him my packet of throat sweets, I think, that I've got here in the commentary box. So hopefully we'll hear from Pointy down with the drivers shortly then. But looking back at the results from yesterday for the moment, Ryan Smith took the opening race ahead of Stuart Oliver, but he did slide off on a patch of diesel, Ryan Smith, at one point, and dropped back into the clutches of the 10 times champion. Stephen Powell held off David Jenkins to complete the podium, while in Division 2, Adam Bint was at one point taking on the Division 1 trucks as he headed home Paul Rivett and John Powell in Division 2. In the second race yesterday, Ryan Smith passed Stuart Oliver at the crossing to take his second win. Again, Stephen Powell was third. David Jenkins got some damage in a collision with Simon Reed and dropped back to 9th place, while Adam Bint again beat Paul Rivett in Division 2. John Powell had some problems on the last lap and dropped back to 4th place. One truck that has been having problems this weekend is John Bowler with his new MAN for this season. He's been having clutch problems. We also saw Simon Cole and Tom O'Rourke in their MANs have some mechanical troubles yesterday as well. They missed the second race, so hopefully we'll see them back out in this one. So we're waiting to hopefully hear from Pointy shortly while we have this short pause in the action to clear up after the junior saloon car races. Got viewers from Queensland, Australia, and also from New Zealand at the moment. So hello to those down under, keeping an eye on the action. Hope you're enjoying BARC TV. As we said, the grid for race 3 is based on the results of race 1, but the top 8 are reversed in each division. So if you finish in 8th place, you'll start from pole. There's 5 Division 2 trucks here, so they're all flipped around, with the exception of one, Jim Bennett in his Seddon Atkinson. The venerable machine is, by Gentleman Jim's own admission, is rather slow compared to his rivals, and he has requested to start from the back. It is good to have gentleman Jim Bennett back in the championship this year, the oldest man in the series, now in his 70s. And he's out there purely for enjoyment. He's a great character in truck racing, but he has requested to start his Seddon Atkinson from the back of the grid for the races today. Bringing the grid fairly shortly on the British Truck Racing Championship, but as we say, there's all sorts going on in the paddock as well at Convoy Cymru, Convoy Wales. There's a big truck show on the infield in the paddock, some fantastic machinery on show there. It'd be nice if we could see a few of them do a lap of the circuit. We used to see that a few years ago. We don't know if it's going to happen today, unfortunately. Then we've got some live music we had last night. We've also had fairground rides, all sorts of other attractions and sideshows. Hopefully we will have the drift truck in action later on as well. We didn't see it yesterday, unfortunately. There's monster truck rides as well in the back of the Red Dragon, very appropriate for Wales, the Red Dragon monster truck. Plenty more besides here at Pembrey as well. A terrific family weekend celebrating everything to do with trucks and beyond. Well, I think we can now go down to Pointy. He's found his voice again, and let's see who he's found to talk to.
You join me down here just outside of Parc Fermé. All the drivers have been scrutinised for the first race here on Pembrey Circuit on Sunday. It's a beautiful day still. The weather is looking fantastic. As you can see behind me, all the teams now rushing across to the infield with all their mechanics gear. We've got Brad Smith there making his way through, young Bradley, and followed by Steve Thomas. Trucks have all had a bit of work done on them last night. Of course, let's talk about Tom O'Rourke, who was up as well. Tom O'Rourke's team was up until about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock last night or this morning, working on the rear axle and rebuilding the diff, which of course is not a small feat at all. Dave Jenkins as well, sustaining a bit of rear tyre damage yesterday, back out. All the trucks looking absolutely fantastic to what is going to be a wonderful day here at Pembrey again. Spectators already lining the circuit. Stuart Oliver just making sure you get the whole truck in nice and slowly. We've still got a few trucks down in the paddock that haven't quite got the memo yet by the looks of it. Ryan Smith's still got his door open. He might be just having one last cup of tea before he gets out there and shows them all how it's done, quite possibly. But no, we spring into life the 92 Simon Faulkner as well, followed by Michael Oliver, the 86 of Tom O'Rourke. John Bowler having some serious clutch issues yesterday. Serious clutch slip. They were also working on that late into the night yesterday. Ricky Collett follows behind John Bowler, and then on to Division 2 with Craig Evans taking his first podium of the weekend yesterday. John Powell with that fantastic GD Plus sponsor, Paul Rivette, Adam Binns, and of course a firm favourite with all of the returning truck racing fans, Mr. Jim Bennett. Let's head over now to the infield and we'll get ready to go racing here at Pembrey Race Circuit. Back to Dave in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Pointy. Sorry to hear you struggling a bit with your voice down there. We'll hear from Pointy hopefully after the race to talk to our race winners as the trucks make their way around. If you've not seen truck racing before, you have a real treat coming up here on BARC TV today. 5-ton race trucks developing almost 1,000 brake horsepower each. We're on board with the 7 times British champion flying Ryan Smith. See all the amounts of technology that goes into a race truck. The driver cocooned in his cab inside this heavy steel roll cage. He's starting back in 8th on the grid, having won race 1 yesterday. It's an all-Reed front row as the GT Tyres MAN Pace truck leads them round. The Reed brothers were 7th and 8th in yesterday's race. Simon and Craig in their Iveco Stralis machines. Impossible to tell them apart from a distance. And on the second row, Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith. Now, Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, racing to raise money for this year for the My Name's Doddy campaign. Of course, Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir chronicled his struggle against motor neurone disease and has been raising awareness, sadly passed away fairly recently. And a young supporter of truck racing, Holly, has been following the series around the UK, and this year Holly is cycling a lap of each circuit that the British Truck Racing Championship visited. Holly did her lap of the circuit, I can tell you, yesterday evening here at Pembrey, so well done to her, wearing the colours of Jock Borthwick's truck, the colours of the My Name's Doddy campaign. If you want to make a donation to Holly, you can do so at Holly's Cycle for Doddy and MND via Facebook. Go on the Facebook page and you can find where to donate. So full credit to Holly for her efforts. A bit easier than Brands Hatch, the opening round, because it is flat here at Pembrey instead of going up and down the hills. So the Martin Oliver Transport MAN pulls into position. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is the Reed brothers on the front row of the grid. Simon on pole, Craig alongside the two Reed Freight Ivecos. Second row is Jock Borthwick in his MAN alongside Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the championship, in truck number 46. Row 3, number 69, David Jenkins. Bit of contact rather hobbled him in race 2 yesterday, but the MAN is repaired alongside Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, in number 3. A pair of third places for him so far this weekend. Then the two men with 17 championships between them, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo, Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. They start on row 4, they won't stay back there for long. Row 5 is number 92, Simon Faulkner with his Iveco, and we should have Simon Cole in his MAN. He missed race 2 yesterday, so I'll make sure that he is there. Row 6, number 86, another Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke with his MV Commercials MAN. Although Michael Oliver is lined up there on the inside, I can see, with the GT Tyres MAN number 12, so we might be missing Tom O'Rourke, unfortunately. We'll check that. Ricky Collett's there, though, number 95 with his MAN. Great to see Ricky's back out after blowing his engine up in spectacular fashion at Brands Hatch last time out on Easter weekend. And he starts alongside number 14, John Bowler. As we heard from Pointy, a lot of clutch problems with his MAN this weekend. He failed to start race 1 yesterday, retired from race 2, so hopefully he's going to last the distance this time. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the less powerful Division 2 trucks. Slightly less modification allowed in Division 2. Craig Evans with his MAN will lead them off alongside John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, one of the oldest trucks out there in the series. Paul Rivette, the former saloon car racing star in the Napa Auto Parts MAN, will start alongside double winner in Division 2 yesterday, Adam Bint, in his Volvo White Aerodyne. Maybe called a Volvo White after the American company that had the partnership with Volvo, but it's in a very menacing black livery. And at the back of the grid, Jim Bennett with his venerable Seddon Atkinson. So everyone in position then for our next truck race of the weekend, the first of 3 to date. The third of the weekend will be a 15-minute race. It's the Reed brothers on the front row of the grid. Now, previously, those two Ivecos had different coloured mirrors, and I could tell them apart, but they've both got black mirrors this week. From a distance, it's very difficult to tell those two apart. So apologies in advance if I miscall either of the Reeds. Jock Borthwick on row 2 was in Division 2 last season, his first full season of truck racing. Liveried a bit like the old Stewart Grand Prix cars, isn't it? That's MAN, the white with the tartan stripes. Don't think you could see Sir Jackie Stewart racing trucks. Bradley Smith alongside his father Tony, former competitor in a Finnish-built Sisu truck a few years ago. Bradley, only in his early 20s, the youngest man on the grid. Had some good results yesterday with his MAN, had 1 podium last season. Look out for David Jenkins, was 4th in the first race yesterday. Couldn't quite get past Stephen Powell for 3rd place, but then in race 2 he was hit by Simon Reed as they were battling it out for 4th place, and suffered some damage to the rear axle. and a puncture as well. He did manage to finish, was only down in 9th place. Repairs made to Simon Reed's truck after that. Ryan Smith waiting patiently on the grid. You can see the drivers from the onboards, they steer the truck with one hand. Most of them going round the Pembrey Circuit, the other hand operating the gear change. Really is an absolute art form, driving a race truck. Just been told that Simon Cole will not be racing today. Problems for him yesterday. He'll be back out at Thruxton at the next round in Hampshire for Convoy on the Plain, down in the flatlands of the south of England. Brian Davis says good luck to Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell. Thank you, Sam Morse, for the update on Simon Cole. They've lost the number 41 machine, unfortunately. To Soul 68 OU1. I think I pronounced that properly. This is different for me, normally Speedway for me. Brian Davis also says good luck, Paul Rivette. And yes, you're right, one of our New Zealand viewers, yes, Denny Holm raced trucks later in his career. You're absolutely right. Well, Denny Holm raced everything. The 1967 Formula One world champion. Quite a few celebrity names have had a go at truck racing. Of course, the great motorcycle racers Barry Sheen and Steve Parish. Steve Parish went on to be European truck racing champion in his famous BP Mercedes. Martin Brundle's had a go at truck racing. The Grimer brothers of hot rod racing fame on the short ovals. Many more great names as well. John Creech, motorsport photographer, says it'd be fun to see drivers from other series have a go at truck racing. I asked Anthony Reid about having a go once the touring car race. Said that'd be good, seeing some of the names in the British Touring Car Championship having a go at truck racing. I reckon Jason Plato and Matt Neal would go well in a couple of these trucks. We're almost ready to get underway then. Once the circuit is clear, the marshal's just clearing up some fluids from the junior saloon cars, we're told at the moment, so just making sure that the circuit isn't too slippery. Okay, here we go then, we're off and rolling. Looks like we got us a convoy here in South Wales. As I said yesterday, I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. Two Ivecos, identical at the front of the field. Simon Reed's had a few wins over the years in Division 1. He's been successful in Division 2 as well. Craig Reed, Division 2 champion a couple of years ago. Had his first Division 1 win at Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend last year. On board with Ryan Smith. This is where we saw the incident in the junior saloon cars coming out towards Spitfires. There'll be some powder down there on the fluids that have been dropped. Will we see a win for the Reed Ivecos? Could have run a team race together, couldn't they, at the front of the field like that? Jock Borthwick looking for his first win in Division 1. As is Bradley Smith. Stephen Powell with one Division 1 win to his name at Thruxton last season, and his team celebrated like they just won the championship. The Reed brothers from Stoke run a haulage business. Jock Borthwick all the way from St Boswells near Glasgow. Very long journey to South Wales. Craig Evans leads Division 2. There's Jim Bennett at the back in the Sedn Atkinson Strato. Fantastic to have Jim back, the man from Suffolk. Now in his 70s and still going strong. electing to start at the back, as we mentioned earlier. As his truck, he admits, is not the quickest out there. But he's out there to enjoy himself. Motorsport should be fun, and we're about to have some fun with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Pembrey over the next 15 minutes. Can Ryan Smith make it a hat-trick? Can Adam Bint make it a hat-trick in Division 2? Smith with work to do from 8th on the grid. Bint starts 4th in Division 2. Revs beginning to rise. Looks like Tom O'Rourke not out there as well in the 86 MV Commercials truck. He had problems in race 2 yesterday, so a slightly reduced field, missing a couple of Division 1 trucks. Pace truck is in pit lane, and here we go. The Reed brothers lead them up towards the red lights. When they go out, the power will come on, and we'll be underway. Here we go then, with race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's the identical Iveco pairing that lead the way. Craig Reed's going to go round the outside of his brother Simon to take the lead into the first corner. Bradley Smith sends it down the outside, so does David Jenkins. They make their way through the hairpin. Tom O'Rourke is there, my apologies. I missed the 86 truck there on the green flag lap, but Tom and his team have made it back out. That's great to see. Craig Evans already being shuffled back in Division 2. Adam Bint with a flying start in the number 5 Volvo. Stuart Oliver up with David Jenkins, goes a bit wide through the crossing. Stephen Powell is on his tail. You won't fit side by side through there. Ryan Smith in behind them, just ahead of O'Rourke and John Bowler. The leaders head out onto the back of the circuit. The Reeds lead the way. Bradley Smith in 3rd. Jock Borthwick, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell. There's O'Rourke, the white and red MV Commercials truck. We're on board with Ryan Smith in the number 1, giving chase to Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, in number 3. Ryan Smith based in Nottinghamshire. His truck recently displayed at the showroom of his sponsors, Northside Truck and Van. David Jenkins, the champion back in 2011, under fire from the 10 times champion Stuart Oliver. Jenkins from Stafford, Oliver from Northumberland. It's the 2 Ivecos that lead the way. Craig Reed leads his brother Simon across the line for the first time. Somebody running wide there onto the grass. I think that was Simon Faulkner in the 92 that's gone wide. Yes, it was. He rejoins at the tail end. Leaders heading through the first part of the second lap. Out of the right at Spitfires, the left at Debeny. David Jenkins coming under fire from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell, then Ryan Smith, who's still back in 8th place. Tricky circuit to pass on is Pembrey. Not the widest in truck racing. They make 2 visits a year here to South Wales. There's Ryan Smith on the tail of the number 3 of Powell. There's O'Rourke, John Bowler having a better run in this one. Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, and then Ricky Collett. Now Ryan Smith's got a run on the inside. If there's one driver who can pass at Pembrey, it's Ryan Smith, and he goes through past Stephen Powell up into 7th position. His next targets are Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins. Jock Borthwick, though, has dropped back there. He ran wide at Brooklands, lost a couple of places in the number 32 MAN. Ryan Smith may well get alongside the Scotsman down the front straights. Reed's lead over the line. Craig still ahead of Simon. David Jenkins does the fastest lap. No, he doesn't. That's usurped by Ryan Smith in 7th place. 1:11.673, and he's up the inside of Jock Borthwick into the hairpin. 7 times champion passes the Scotsman. Can he make it a hat-trick? There's a little bit of smoke there from the number 1, so we'll keep an eye on that. Well, that's a problem for Ryan Smith, I'm not sure. Trying to chase down his arch rival this season, Stuart Oliver. They divided the wins between them at Brands Hatch. Ryan Smith won 3 races, Stuart Oliver won 2. Ryan Smith a double winner so far this weekend. Borthwick dropping back into the clutches of Stephen Powell. Next in the order is O'Rourke, Bowler, Michael Oliver, Ricky Collett in the yellow, number 95, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire. Collett's haulage handling some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on Britain's roads. John Bowler, number 14, his first season in Division 1. Just hoping to complete the distance this time in the Rochdale LGV driver training, sponsored at number 14. Michael Oliver in the GT Tyres MAN, the younger Oliver on his tail. Had a crash-filled season last year. Surprisingly, Ryan Smith, the new fastest lap of the race, 1:10.991. He's on the tail of Stuart Oliver, 4th, 5th and 6th. Jenkins, Oliver and Smith. 18 titles between those 3. Craig Reed still leads, though, half a second ahead of his brother Simon. They, I think are working together to get away from the rest of the field, build up a gap before the quicker runners, i.e. these 3, come through. Bradley Smith is still in third place in his MAN. Stuart Oliver, a bit of a slide there. Was there a tap from Ryan Smith? I'm not sure. Stuart Oliver tries to hold the inside, but Ryan goes through and up into 5th position. There are the reads. Bradley Smith, David Jenkins is Ryan Smith's next target. Here come the brothers, and Jock Borthwick's wide on the grass again in the background. So was Stephen Powell sliding wide there. Now, are the reads working together, or are they going to start fighting each other? A family tie is going to be ditched here between the two Iveco pilots. They are exactly alike, these two trucks, aren't they? In every detail. I think Simon's going to try and go for the lead as they come down the straight. Simon failed to finish race 2 yesterday, so he needs to make up some points, and he's going for it into the hairpin. And he passes Craig to take the lead. We haven't forgotten Division 2 either. We caught a glimpse there of Adam Bintz, the Division 2 leader. He's ahead of John Powell in the number 6, but only just. Paul Rivette in third place ahead of Craig Evans. Simon Reed has taken up the lead then, looking for his first win of the season. There's the battle in Division 2, and John Powell's got through on the hairpin. John Powell takes the lead from Adam Bintz in Division 2. They were very close as they crossed the line. It's John Powell in the DAF, one of the older trucks in the series, that leads the way. Adam Bintz looking for a hat-trick, but he's lost the lead after that flying start for the Volvo. He's having a look back again as they go through Senna. Paul Rivette in the Taco Sys and Napa Auto Parts MAN in third position. Multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He's had a go in the BTCC as well. There's Craig Evans behind Simon Faulkner, recovering after an off earlier on at Honda Curve. Jim Bennett at the tail of the field. Reeds continue to lead the way. Jenkins is now up into third place. Bradley Smith down to 5th because Ryan Smith has come through as well. Stuart Oliver now having a go at Bradley Smith in the 46. No relation to Ryan, incidentally. I mentioned earlier, Bradley's father Tony used to race the number 46 Sisu JU250. David Jenkins catching up. They're already lapping Jim Bennett, and Ryan Smith is now catching Jenkins for third place. They are deadly rivals, these two. Have been for several seasons now. Ryan Smith looms large in the mirrors of the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. 2011 champion David Jenkins. Where is Ryan Smith going to try and make his move? Is it going to be on Speedway Straights coming out of Brooklands up to Carter's Curve? On board with Ryan Smith. He's trying to line up David Jenkins. Moving to the inside. Jenkins giving him room. Side by side towards Carter's Curve. He's going through. Ryan Smith up into third place. Good driving by Jenkins there. Just gave his rival room to get through on the inside. And now down to the business of trying to catch the two Ivecos. It's coming up to half distance in this first race of the day, third of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Jenkins trying to fight back. Goes to the outside into the hairpin, lifts a wheel on the inside. Behind them Stuart Oliver, then Bradley Smith. So Oliver up into 5th place now. Bradley Smith starting to drop back. Jock Borthwick still going well in 7th, ahead of Stephen Powell, who slipped to 8th. Then 9th is Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver rounds out the top 10. Here's the battle in Division 2. John Powell increasing his lead. Adam Bint under fire from Paul Rivette for 2nd place in the Napa Racing MAN. Napa Auto Parts very much expanding into British motorsports over the last few years. We've seen them in NASCAR in previous seasons in America, now sponsoring British touring cars, Formula 1 stock cars, truck racing, the Mini Challenge and lots more. Adam Bint's Volvo doesn't seem to be handling too well here. He's got Paul Rivette behind him. There's Craig Evans and recovering Simon Faulkner after going onto the grass at Honda Corner earlier on. Jim Bennett gets the blue flag from the marshals to warn him that there's quicker trucks behind him. Jim, a very courteous racer, known as Gentleman Jim. He moves aside, lets the quicker runners through. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith up the inside is going for 2nd place. On the inside of Craig Reed into the hairpin, he goes through. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith this weekend? Let's see if Simon Reed can. His lead gap was 1.7 seconds at the line that time through. Ryan Smith has got the fastest lap of the race, 1:10.9. The only driver to have lapped under 1:11 in this race. So under 6 minutes now he's got to catch Simon Reed. He can catch Simon Reed, I'm sure he will. Craig Reed in third place. David Jenkins looking on from fourth. These four right away ahead of Stuart Oliver in fifth, who throws it sideways there. Change for second place in Division 2. Paul Rivette has got through. Adam Bintz is struggling a bit in this one. Down to third in class, fourth. It is Craig Evans. Came within half a lap or so of his first class win in Division 2 at Brands Hatch, but ran wide through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend and dropped back. John Powell and Adam Bint divided the wins between them at Brands Hatch in the opening round. Bint, who had the championship lead narrowly. Extended that with 2 wins yesterday. Seems to be struggling a bit here. Simon Reed still had the lead as they crossed the lines, complete 8 laps by 1.2 seconds over Ryan Smith. Smith closed by 0.8 of a second. Across the line go Division 2, plus Simon Faulkner. Here's a replay of Paul Rivette's move on Adam Bintz, and well, that might be why Adam Bintz's handling's a bit off. Rubbing's racing, as they say, and they were certainly rubbing there with Paul Rivette. Whether that's damaged Adam Bintz's truck, I'm not too sure. The older Volvo. Meanwhile, here are our leaders, and now Ryan Smith is right with Simon Reed. I knew it wouldn't be long. He's on his tail as they come up to Carter's, and now Simon Reed is working to defend. We're on board with the 7 times champion. Fly in Ryan. Now, where is he going to make his move? They're coming up through Honda Curve and into the Cowell Straight past the pits. Here he comes. He's on the inside. Surely Simon Reed's going to have to cede to the champion here. He gives him room into the hairpin, and through goes Ryan Smith into the lead for the 3rd time this weekend. And now watch this Daimler Freightliner rocket away at the front. Well, with just under 4 minutes to go, it was Flying Ryan into the lead at the hairpin. Simon Reed powerless to resist, and look at the gap he's building already. There is no stopping Ryan Smith. Could he win all 5 this weekend? Daimler Freightliner from the TUI Vicos. Are we going to see an MAN free podium? I wonder. Doesn't happen very often. Something's happened to Stuart Oliver, though. We missed that. He must have been into the pits. Yes, he has, because he's almost a lap down. So I'm not sure what the problem was there for Stuart Oliver. We were watching the battle in Division 2. While that was going on, Stuart Oliver has had to make a pit stop. So we'll try and find out what the problem was there. Speaking of Division 2, here they are. John Powell still leading the way in the DAF. Paul Rivette and Adam Bintz. Simon Faulkner's got ahead of Craig Evans in the overall order further back there. Simon Faulkner up to 15th now. So we'll find out after the race what the problem was there for Stuart Oliver. Had to make a quick pit stop. And that'll harm his starting position for race 5 later on, because the grid for race 5 is set by the finishing order in race 3. As here's a move from Ricky Collins on John Bowler in the number 14. There's a little bit of damage on the back of Bowler's car. You can see the wheel arch is dislodged. And Ricky Collins up into 10th place. And now Craig Reed being caught for 3rd by David Jenkins. There's 2 minutes of the race to go. See how much time is left when Ryan Smith crosses the line, whether they'll get 1 or 2 more laps out of that. Here's Bradley Smith in 5th place, still running well. Jock Borthwick in behind him, so he's 6th with Stuart Oliver having dropped back. 7th is Stephen Powell, and Michael Oliver is 8th. Now, if he stays there, that will give him pole position for race 5. So the top 8 we flipped around in Division 1. Bradley Smith has had a good, consistent weekend so far. I'd say one of his best in the championship. David Jenkins trying to get the MAN onto the podium. He knows he needs to make up ground. He's never going to get stopped in time there, is he? Slides it round the hairpin. He's done it. I can't remember seeing an overtake round the outside of the hairpin in cars, never mind in a truck. That's incredible from David Jenkins. How's he done that? Well, maybe it's David Jenkins who's going to be driving in the truck drifting display, the way he threw it round there. Meanwhile, Ricky Collins now having a go at Tom O'Rourke, but that's the move of the season so far from David Jenkins. I wouldn't have believed that possible, getting a truck round the outside on Hatchett's hairpin. How has he done that? The MAN up into third place, and that's what you call full send in truck racing. So we're coming into the closing stages now. Tom O'Rourke still holding off Ricky Collins. The battle for 9th place. Still in Division 2, it's John Powell who's got the lead. Ryan Smith heading for victory. Across the line to start his final lap with about 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a 13-lap race. O'Rourke in the MV Commercial MAN pulls away a little bit from Ricky Collins. He's done well to be here as well, Tom O'Rourke, after a big smash at Brands Hatch at the season opener, ended up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend. Here's our leader, Ryan Smith ahead of Stuart Oliver. Now we've seen these two battling so far this weekend, but this time Stuart Oliver a lap down after a pit visit. Ryan Smith now nearly 4 seconds clear of Simon Reed in second place. Who can stop Flying Ryan this weekend? I can see him winning all 5. Paul Rivette's defending now from Adam Bint, who's back on the pace in Division 2 in the Volvo. John Powell's been able to pull away, though. He's going to take his first class win of the weekend and end Adam Bint's hope of a hat-trick. Simon Faulkner in behind them in Division 1, in the Division 1 Iveco. It's one of the Reed family's old trucks, but the clock is counted down to 0, and here comes Ryan Smith. Such is his pace, he's going to lap Jim Bennett a second time. No stopping. Flying Ryan Smith here at Pembrey this weekend. He takes the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver a lap down, so Simon Reed will come over in second. David Jenkins, with the move of the season so far, takes third. Still the battle going on for second in Division 2. Paul Rivette and Adam Bint together. Fourth goes to Craig Reed. 5th is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver. That'll give him pole position for race 5. Tom O'Rourke holds off Ricky Collins for 9th place. John Bowler will get his first finish of the weekend in 11th. And Division 2 is going to be won by John Powell in the DAF number 6. Here he comes over the line. John Powell wins Division 2. Paul Rivette will just hold off Adam Bint for second place. Craig Evans is 4th in behind Simon Faulkner there, who's 12th in Division 1. Stuart Oliver finishes a lap down, as does Jim Bennett. Who can stop Flying Ryan Smith? On evidence so far, nobody. Total dominance from Ryan Smith. It took him some 11 minutes of the 15 to get through from 8th on the grid to the front of the field. And from there on, he made it look easy. He built the lead gap to 4.5 seconds. But the highlight of that race, that move by David Jenkins. I thought there was no way he was going to get the truck stopped as he went around the outside of Craig Reed into the hairpin. Not only he managed it, he threw it through on the exit and got the place. Incredible. Ryan Smith with the win from 8th on the grid, fastest lap as well. Second place for Simon Reed, some 4.5 seconds in arrears, and David Jenkins completing the podium. Craig Reed in 4th ahead of Bradley Smith. Good result for Jock Borthwick up there in 6th in his MAN ahead of Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver. Tom O'Rourke had to settle for 9th ahead of Ricky Collins. Good battle between those two. John Bowler gets his first finish of the weekend in 11th. Division 2 won by John Powell in 12th place ahead of Paul Rivette, who just held off Adam Bint at the line for second in class. Behind them were Simon Faulkner, Craig Evans, Stuart Oliver after his pit visit finished down in 17th place, last of the Division 1 runners. He'll start at the back of the Division 1 grid for race 5, and Jim Bennett completing the finishes. All 18 trucks going the distance in that one. 13 laps completed by Ryan Smith. Can he make it 5 out of 5? Well, let's head down to Pointy, who's hopefully got a bit more voice back and can talk to our race winners.
Well, absolutely fantastic race there, and a clean start to Sunday racing here at Brands Hatch. No, that was last time, wasn't it? We're at Pembrey in South Wales, completely opposite side of the country. But if we look over to your left now, as always, we've got the winner, Mr. Ryan Smith, #1 reigning champion, 7-time British champion, in his Freightliner from Daimler. Fantastic effort. Didn't take long to get him out ahead of the pack, did it? But of course we must speak to Mr. Simon Reed, his first trophy of the weekend, with massive amounts of damage last night. They spent a long time fixing that truck up, and hopefully we'll get a moment to come and see him in his cab. Fantastic effort, Simon. You've got to be happy with that result.
No, after obviously yesterday's performances, yeah, I'm well chuffed with that, to be fair. Just get back in the swing of things a bit.
Yeah, we spent a long time last night fixing up the truck, didn't we? So, yeah, we had brother Craig. Did you two make a decision who was going to get ahead in that race, or did you just show him who was boss?
I'll be honest with you, he's having a few boost problems with it, and they are intermittent. And the unfortunate thing, it happens when I got down the side of him, he lost that power. I knew he was off boost, so obviously it was for the taking, really.
Well, congratulations on the second place. We'll give you a trophy very soon. Let's head over now and speak to Dave Jenkins, and we'll see if we can't get some Division 2 drivers in as well. Oh, circuit commentators beating us to it this time. Let's go see if we can find the manoeuvre. Yes, I will, definitely. Thank you. They're waiting in a queue. No damage this time to Dave Jenkins. Clean sailing all the way through. Can't believe we're having to wait for the circuit commentator, but you can see this is the kind of time where all the teams run out to the trucks and see what's leaking, see what's got damaged during the race, just as they're getting ready to send them back to Parc Fermé, which of course will be waiting in for about 15 minutes before they release the trucks into the garages. Right, now we can have Dave Jenkins. Dave, fantastic job, well done, sir. Yeah, back this way, back this way. Got to make sure we get all the sponsors in that we spoke to you about yesterday. So that was some interesting racing, fantastic result for you though.
Yeah, great result for my boys that stuck with me yesterday. We had a difficult day, we're trying different things. Ultimately we ended up not fast enough yesterday afternoon, that got us in that unfortunate battle that got the damage. And the boys really dug in last night. And I did promise one or two of them beer, but they didn't get hardly any till 10 o'clock last night. So no, they worked really hard, and from morning warm-up this morning, we knew we got a better truck underneath us, and now I can race it, so I'm really happy.
That is fantastic. It obviously goes to the team as well. Really good effort from them. We're going to talk about that manoeuvre, getting past Bradley Smith. He did hold you off for quite a while, didn't he? He's a growing talent, really, you must say.
Bradley Smith is ace, not as good as his dad, though, Tone. Oh. Big up for Tone. No, Bradley's a good driver, great family-run team. Credit to our sport, up-and-coming talent. And, you know, when I knew from warm-up there was only a couple of tenths between us, and I didn't actually know where I was going to do him. Just got the drive on the back straight, and it was a bit ruthless what I did to him, but, you know, he's going to have to learn, isn't he?
That's racing, baby. Well, Dave, thank you very much for talking to us. Massive congratulations again. Dave Jenkins taking his first trophy of the weekend, and a lot of smiles around the paddock. And this is the joy of having that reverse grid that a lot of people understand in British truck racing. It gives a lot of drivers opportunity to get up there in the pack, and it really mixes up the skills and the speeds and those lap times to make racing more interesting for the spectators as well as the drivers. I think we're all going to head back over to the paddock now, so let's have a look at some replays from that last race, if we've got any queued up, that is, of course. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much indeed, Pointy. Well done to our truck racers down there. Just cooling off after that first race today. Another two coming up later on. Well, next up on track here at Pembrey is a qualifying session for our 2CV and Mini Endurance race. The race at the end of the programme over 1 hour 40 minutes with a couple of mandatory pit stops. Some of the cars being shared by 2 or 3 drivers. We'll do our best to bring you the starting drivers later on if we can as well. But so with the qualifying session coming up fairly shortly, we're going to take a short break for now. Thanks again to all your comments coming in during our last few races. Let us know if you're watching today. We'll be back underway very shortly with our qualifying session for the 2 CVs and 1 or 2 minis out there in the guest class as well. There is a class for minis at the 2 CV 24-hour race as well, so this is effectively a warm-up event for Snetterton in August. After that, we'll resume racing with the Track Attack Race Club with their mix of saloon cars. So we're going to take a very short break while the qualifying session takes place. We'll pick that up in a few minutes' time. I'll be back underway with Convoy Cymru here at the Pembrey Circuit.
Congratulations on the win on the podium.
Identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. Second row 53 Jack James and the championship leader 11 Oscar Dix. The other race winner at the season opener at Cadwell Park was Dara Flock. He starts 5th in number 22 alongside CJ Morgan number 59. Row 4 treble 3 Zach Palmer, 78 Kieran Roberts. And completing the top 10 number 6 Charlie Constable alongside number 10 Harry Smith. Row 6 is number 7 Elliot Fuster alongside 30 Will Fallon, the JSCC scholarship winner in the winter. Row 7 James Sherrington number 40 and number 110 of Josh Salvadori. Row 8 Oliver Law number 77 and Cole Lynch, the leading lady, number 353. Row 9 17 Will Crewsden alongside 88 Harvey Kersley. The 10th row is 50 Francisco Howitt and number 36 of Joel Daniels. 11th row 52 Noah Checkley alongside number 70 Wilf Butler. Row 12, 38 of Caleb McDuff starts alongside 33 Jacob Baldry. Penultimate row, number 4 Jude Cooper and 317 Jack Harrison. Completing the grid, treble 2 Oliver Kerr and 888 Alexander Mosthav. At your grid then, they're already in position. It will be a 15-minute race, identical 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTRs. These are the saloon car racing stars of tomorrow, aged 14 to 16. These drivers, it's the Vinner Sport car of number 37 Cameron Pratt-Thompson on pole position, looking for his first ever win in the category. Season opener at Cadwell Park, there were wins for Oscar Dix and for Dara Flock. There'll be 2 to watch from 4th and 5th on the grid. Revs starting to rise then. The 5-second board is held aloft. It is Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jonathan Moore on the front row of the grid. And away they go. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Look at the size of this grid of Citroen Saxos. Many of these drivers just coming up out of the world of karting, looking to make their name as they move into saloon car racing. So it is Cameron Pratt-Thompson in pole position, trying to move around the outside. Jonathan Moore in the number 12 car. Let's see if he can take the lead away. Are they all going to get through Hatchett's hairpin? One car with a wheel on the grass there on the inside. I think they've all made it round the hairpin okay for the first time. It is Jonathan Moore who's got the lead ahead of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James, the number 53, was quickest in free practice this morning, is up into 3rd place. There's the number 40 car, that's James Sherrington. Side by side there for 3rd. Looks like Dara Flock, the Irishman, has got through into 3rd place. There's Oscar Dix, the number 11, he's in 5th, ahead of Zach Palmer. The number 6 of Charlie Constable, the Oryx competition car, is next. Oryx with plenty of cars in this race, and Westbourne Motorsports, one of the numerically dominant teams as well. Oh, we've got a tangle further back and damage there to a couple of cars. One of them is our scholarship winner, the number 30 of Will Fallon. Everybody else goes grass tracking to avoid him. The other car involved is Joel Daniels, number 36 in the Chandler Motorsport car. I think that's going to be a red flag. You're not going to safety car your way around those two. Yes, the red flag is out straight away. Two cars in the middle of the track there, racing not able to continue, so the race is stopped. That, I imagine, will be a full restart, which will disappoint Jonathan Moore, the number 12 in the Westbourne Motorsport car. Look at the state of Joel Daniels' car. Let's hope he's all right. Took an impact in the front end there. Okay, so the red flag is out. We'll try and see what's happened there for Joel Daniels and the number 30 of Will Fallon. Fallon tangled with another car in there and bounced back into Joel Daniels. The car he tangled with was Elliot Fuster, number 7. And then as Fallon came back in, Daniels into the side of him. I think Will Fallon was able to drive away, but Joel Daniels' car heavily damaged. That's a great shame for particularly Will Fallon, who won the JSCC scholarship in the winter. Joel Daniels then thankfully out of the car and is able to walk away. The 15-year-old raced in several different national championships in karting, drove with Wheatley Motorsports last year in his debut junior saloon car season. The man from Bury in Lancashire, driving for the Chandler Motorsport team this year. I've seen them running cars in the Mini Challenge as well, so maybe he'll move into a BMW Mini in years to come. But it's now time to go racing with our next race for the junior saloon cars. First of 3 this weekend. The green flag lap is underway. It will be a 15-minute race. And it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson who leads them away. Full credit to the marshals, the medics and the recovery crews there for getting the circuit back into tip-top condition. We say hope everyone's okay after that incident at the far end of the circuit. Jensen Bell also cheering on CJ Morgan here. Yes, quite an experienced name in junior saloon cars. CJ used to race the pink Saxo, if I remember rightly. Karted since the age of 6, now racing for the Chandler Motorsport team. It's his 3rd season in junior saloon cars. There is CJ, the white car with the yellow wheels. Behind him, treble 3, which is Zach Palmer. Another ex-short ovaler, Ninja Karts from the age of 6. Also raced junior hot rods. A few ex-short ovalers have come through this championship. We saw Ashley Gregory, the ex-Wharton Stock Car Club Mini Stocks racer. She's now in the Mini Challenge Trophy. There is Cameron Pratt-Thompson for the Vinner Sports team. I'll be a little nervous here. His first ever pole position. Top 3 times for each driver, setting the grid for each of the 3 races this weekend. 2nd quickest for race 2 tomorrow and the 3rd quickest for race 3. So the concept of race 1 results setting the grid for race 2 not being used this year. Up to the grid they come. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the white and black 37 car. Alongside the black and Dayglow yellow car of Jonathan Moore. Row 2, the turquoise car, that's Jack James, number 53. In black and red, Oscar Dix, just narrowly leading the championship by a point ahead of the blue and red car, that's Dara Flock. And then the white car with the yellow wheels, that is CJ Morgan. Here we go. Into position, last few cars moving into line. We'll have more of your comments after this race. 5-second board is held aloft then. Here we go. Attempt 2 with the junior saloon cars. Race 1 of 3 this weekend here at the Pembrey Circuit. The revs are up and away they go. Good start by Cameron Pratt-Thompson from pole position. Slightly reduced grid, 1 or 2 cars not taking the restart with a bit of damage. Jonathan Moore trying to get it down the outside, slotting into third place Jack James with Dara Flock alongside him. Oscar Dix is down to 5th. Jonathan Moore all the way around the outside. He's done exactly the same as he did at the first attempt. Now can he hold it as they come along towards Spitfires and DeBenny? 3 wide moment there in the pack, the 317 car. That's Jack Harrison in the middle, side by side for the lead. Moore on the inside for the left at DeBenny alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Can he take the lead away? Dara Flock is in 3rd place on the inside line. Jack James is in 4th position. There's a bit of a bump there with Oscar Dix possibly, but Jonathan Moore has done it. He's taken up the lead, slides his way spectacularly through Senna up towards Brooklands. Oscar Dix, the black and red car, trying to take 4th place away from Jack James. Next in the order, CJ Morgan, as they start to sort themselves out around the first lap. Behind him is Zach Palmer, but it's Jonathan Moore who has got the lead in the number 12 car. Down towards the end of the opening lap then in this full 15-minute restart. They sort themselves out further behind. Side by side there, the number 7 of Elliot Fuster moves through on the inside past Cole Lynch in the 353. They cross the line to complete the opening lap. It's Moore that leads from Pratt-Thompson, Flock, James. 5th is Oscar Dix, 6th CJ Morgan. Then it's Zach Palmer. Harry Smith is in 8th position, the number 10. Then Charlie Constable is 9th, and Kieran Roberts, the green, the sort of citrus green car, rounds out the top 10 as they bounce their way through the hairpin. Charlie Constable, the Oryx competition car, side by side with Harry Smith in the number 10, the Westbourne car. But it's number 12 of Jonathan Moore, also with Westbourne Motorsports, who leads the way in the early stages. Jack James moving up, trying to have a go at CJ Morgan, who's got through there on the hairpin. So Jack James losing a couple of places into the second lap. 4 cars, I think, not taking the restart. This one we knew about Crewsden, Fallon and Daniels. I don't think Oliver Law is out there either, the number 77. Somebody kicking up a bit of dust there, coming out of Senna up towards Brooklands. Yes, there's 1 car in the pits, it's the 77, that's Oliver Law. I think he came in actually at the end of the opening lap there. Jonathan Moore leads, shadowed by Cameron Pratt-Thompson, both looking for their maiden victories in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dara Flock has won already this season at Cadwell Park, and running wide there, Pratt-Thompson coming off Honda Curve as they come down towards the hairpin. The pit board showing the drivers their positions. Down towards the hairpin, Moore leads the way from Pratt-Thompson. Dara Flock is closing fast. He wants the lead of the championship at the end of this one. Jack James up the inside, trying to take 4th place back from CJ Morgan. See in the background if he's done it. Indeed he has. Oscar Dix up alongside CJ Morgan now for 5th position. The rest sort themselves out behind. Jonathan Moore just escaping a little bit there as they head over the crossing into the left-hander. First 3 have broken away. James in 4th. Dix is back up into 5th place. CJ Morgan being shuffled back slightly. Then we've got the treble 3 of Zach Palmer. Up on the outside of him, Charlie Constable in the number 6 Oryx competition car. Then Harry Smith, and then the green machine of Kieran Roberts, number 78. 110 of Salvadori is next in the order, and a bit of pushing and shoving there, and off go the 10 of Harry Smith. The 6 of Charlie Constable go grass tracking. They've lost about 2 or 3 places as a result of that. So they've managed to rejoin. The 7 of Elliot Fuster goes through. Number 6 just behind them, Charlie Constable has got it going again. The change for the lead and for second place while that was going on. Pratt-Thompson has got through. You take your eyes off the lead battle for 1 second and it all changes. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson has taken it up ahead of Dara Flock. 3rd place is Jonathan Moore. Tries to fight back as they come out of the hairpin up towards the right at Spitfires. Then down towards the left at DeBenny. Looking on from 4th place, it is Jack James. So it's all change. I think only 1 car was in the same position as it was at the end of lap 2, and that's Zach Palmer in 7th place. Everybody else has changed places. That's how close it is in Junior Saloon cars. These Citroen Saxos so evenly matched. Cameron Pratt-Thompson looking for his maiden win. Oscar Dix coming under fire from the 59 of CJ Morgan. Looking at the colour scheme on Oscar Dix's car, I'm wondering if that's the old Lewis Saunders machine. He used to race in a black and red colour scheme. He even had red headlamps at one point. Zach Palmer next in the order behind those 2. Then it's Kieran Roberts. Then the number 110, which is Josh Salvadori. He's got the number 40 car, the green and black there behind him. That's James Sherrington. Here's Harry Smith and Charlie Constable. We saw them go off at Brooklands a lap ago. Leaders over the line. Dara Flock, 0.4 of a second back on Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.5 1:05.09. We're still only at 1/3 distance in this race. 1 of 3 this weekend. Round 3 of the season, I should say, for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Oscar Dix holding off the Chandler Motorsport car of CJ Morgan. Seen Chandler Motorsport successful in their classes in Brit Car Trophy with Volkswagen Golfs. They're in the Mini Challenge this year with Reese Hurd leading their challenge in 2023. Here come your leaders: Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Dara Flock, Jonathan Moore and Jack James, the first quartet. Then the pair battling for 5th. Oscar Dix leading the championship by a single point coming into this race, but if it stays like this, I think Dara Flock will move to the top of the points. Cameron Pratt-Thompson only 6th in the point standings, 14 points off the lead coming into this race. There's Zach Palmer holding off Roberts, then Sherrington's got ahead of Salvadori. Fewster is next, then Harry Smith and Charlie Constable. Next behind them, the number 33, that's Jacob Baldry. He's ahead of Noah Checkley, one of our newcomers in number 52, the young man from Birmingham. Then it's Cole Lynch, and there's Disco Francisco Howitt in the red and green number 50, just ahead of Jack Harrison at number 317. Midfield battle heads down into the hairpin. The lead gap was just under a second. New fastest lap for Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the race leader, 1:11.174. Here's the fight for second place. You can see Pratt-Thompson's been able to pull away slightly. Dara Flock up there in the active welding car in second place. It's number 37, Vinnersport car that leads. Westbourne Motorsport of Dara Flock and Jonathan Moore second and third. Jack James is 4th. He's a Westbourne driver as well. They go towards Brooklands. 3 cars fighting for second place now. 2 cars fighting for 5th. Oscar Dix in yet another Westbourne Motorsports car. He's under fire from CJ Morgan for Chandler Motorsports. Next in the order, Zach Palmer. He's a second of the Vinnersport cars. He's got Kieran Roberts, number 78, on his tail in his self-run car. Most of them string out behind. Harry Smith having a good go there at Salvadori, the number 110 car. No relation to the former Grand Prix driver Roy Salvadori, different spelling there. Through goes Harry Smith up into 10th position. Lead gap is up to 1.5 seconds now. Cameron Pratt-Thompson beginning to pull away. The 3 squabbling behind, losing time to win the harder they fight each other. Charlie Constable up the outside of the number 110 of Josh Salvadori. A little bit of a rub there, and Charlie Constable on the grass. This isn't going to allow number 7 of Elliot Fewster in the Tockwith Motorsport car to try and go through. Great looking car, the red, white and green tricolore livery. Just behind them, Jacob Baldry. Plenty of experience in junior saloon cars over the last couple of years. He's in 14th position, just ahead of Noah Checkley, number 52, another of our karting graduates for the Oryx competition team. Going through to complete lap number 7 this time. Our race leaders have got 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Side by side for 5th between Dix and CJ Morgan. Oscar Dix holds the place at the moment. Zach Palmer closing up. Then it's Kieran Roberts in the 78s. Leaders have already gone through. It's a frantic fight for 5th place at the moment. Almost going to try and go 4 abreast, as we saw in, maybe they've been watching the 2 CVs earlier on. The lead gap is increasing because Pratt-Thompson's pulling away. He's over 2 seconds clear now of Flock and Jack James, who's got through into 3rd ahead of Jonathan Moore. Oscar Dix just about holding on ahead of this group for 5th position. Thought I could hear a car slowing in the background there, so we'll wait and see if anybody's going to come into the pits. Zach Palmer holding off Roberts. These 2 still at it for 5th place. Here's the fight for 2nd. Dara Flock side by side with Jack James, the 2022 JSCC scholarship winner, is forced to go wide there, puts a wheel onto the grass. Jonathan Moore back on the inside, could capitalise and retake 3rd place. Looks like he's going to. Yes, he's got it done at Brooklands. Jack James moves back to the inside and running wide in the background there. Oscar Dix, oh, they're all running wide through Brooklands. Don't tell me somebody's dropped some fluid there. Somebody has come into the pits. It's Harvey Kersley. I thought I heard the pit alarm go off there. Harvey Kersley unfortunately has pulled off. Third place is now side by side between James and Moore. Dara Flock still 2nd. And it's a complete change in the order behind because everybody went wide onto the grass at Brooklands. This is all allowing Cameron Pratt-Thompson to escape into the lead. 3.8 seconds up now. Jack James up the inside, it's the hairpin. Jonathan Moore will cede him room, and James into 3rd place. It's now CJ Morgan 5th, Oscar Dix down to 7th behind Zach Palmer, Kieran Roberts still 8th. The number 40 of James Sherrington and Harry Smith, number 10, completing the top 10. Swing their way towards the back of the circuit. Jonathan Moore still having a go at Jack James for 3rd place. Of course, the harder everybody else battles, the further behind the race leader, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, they will fall. Just got a glimpse of the leader there in the background in the Vinner Sport car. 4.5 minutes left, just under. Again, running wide there, that's Zach Palmer and Kieran Roberts. So Oscar Dix could fight back here. He's going to lose his championship lead to Dara Flock as things stand. Through goes Dix. Past the treble 3 of Zach Palmer, the second of the Vinner Sport cars. Over the line goes the 2nd place fight. Battle is now for 6th. Oscar Dix under fire. Palmer and Roberts. Further back, Sherrington and Smith. Harry Smith has got himself back up into 9th after he ran wide earlier on. Lead gap is now 4 seconds between Pratt-Thompson and Flock. Jack James in 3rd. Things settling down slightly now after those frantic first half of the race. Oscar Dix, is that in the background coming under fire? No, it's Salvadori coming under fire from the number 7 of Elliot Fuster. That's for 12th place. Behind them, Jacob Baldry, Noah Checkley, Cole Lynch, Jack Harrison, Alex Mostow, who's come through from the back of the grid into 18th place. Kieran Roberts has got ahead of Zach Palmer, the treble 3. It is for 6th, 7th and 8th. Kieran Roberts is sliding his Saxo around. Here's a battle further back, the number 4 of Jude Cooper. This is for 21st place. He's got number 38 Caleb McDuff on his tail. And here's Elliot Fuster. Salvadori behind him. Then Jacob Baldry in the green and black at number 33. Elliot Fuster driving for the Tockwith Motorsport team. Salvadori for Chandler Motorsports. Just behind them is Noah Checkley, one of the newcomers for Oryx competition. Kieran Roberts certainly sliding a lot on the turns. A lot of front end bias on that car. Dara Flock still 2nd. Again losing a couple of tenths to Cameron Pratt-Thompson that time around. A couple of laps to go, I estimate. We'll see what the time remaining is when Cameron crosses the line this time. In this 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Here comes the leader. Hear the pit alarm sounding again in the background. Oh, it's Jude Cooper, the car we just saw in a battle for 21st, has pulled into the pits, unfortunately. Still 3 cars line astern for 2nd. And the gap was 4.2 seconds. These 3 were covered by 7/10 of a second. 1 minute 40 left on the clock, so it's 2 laps to go for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jonathan Moore pulls to the inside. I don't think he's going to be close enough. No, he's not, to have a run on Jack James here for 3rd. So the lead battling seems to have settled down. Change for 10th place. Charlie Constable has got ahead of James Sherrington. 110 of Josh Salvadori hasn't come through on that lap. So where's the 110 car? He was involved in the midfield scrap and locking up there and running wide. That's the treble 2 car now. That may not have been a lock-up. We'll wait and see. Was that engine smoke? It's the treble 2 of Oliver Kerr, the Simpson Race Exhausts car. Yes, it was a lock-up. He has rejoined. So Ollie Kerr rejoins. Jack Harrison, meanwhile, coming under fire from another of the Chandler Motorsport cars. That's Alex Mostav in the 888s. They're fighting for 18th place. So Ollie Kerr in the GTL run car has kept it going. 4.4 seconds is now the lead gap, or it was last time through. Yep, same this time across the line. So we're on to the last lap now of this Junior Saloon Car opener. Jack James wants 2nd place. He'll have seen the last lap signal. That's his signal to go for it and attack Dara Flock. They're not going to catch Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He's heading for his maiden victory. Through towards the crossing he comes. Got a 2nd chance after being outpaced by Jonathan Moore when the race was red flagged after 1 lap. Dara Flock is going to try and push to catch him, but I don't think he'll make up a near 4.5 second deficit. CJ Morgan still 5th ahead of Oscar Dix, who's going to complete the podium places. Then Oscar Dix dropping back into the clutches of Kieran Roberts now, the 78. It's going to be the number 37 for Vinner Sports, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, 6th in the championship coming into this round. He's heading for his maiden win. Is Dara Flock going to hang on for 2nd place? This will provisionally put him into the championship lead with Oscar Dix down in 6th place, but Cameron Pratt-Thompson is the hero of the hour here at Pembrey. He takes his first ever junior saloon car victory. Well done, Cameron. 2nd place, Dara Flock will just hang on ahead of Jack James. Jonathan Moore is 4th. 5th, it will be CJ Morgan. Oscar Dix into 6th place. Kieran Roberts is 7th. And then a gap back to next through. It should be, no, Harry Smith coming through for 8th. 9th is Charlie Constable. What's happened to Zach Palmer? Fewster completes the top 10. We've lost Zach Palmer somewhere on the final lap. Pick up on that if we can. Cole Lynch comes across the line 14th. Oh, I've just seen on the timing screen, Cameron Pratt-Thompson has got a 5-second penalty. We don't know why. I assume, yep, that's just come up. We assume that is for exceeding track limits, but we'll await confirmation of that. We didn't get notification during the race, but that might be for track limits. But Cameron Pratt-Thompson, a 5-second penalty. That's going to give the win to Dara Flock. It drops him 0.14 of a second behind Dara Flock. If only he'd made up just another 0.14, he would have been okay. Well, Cameron Pratt-Thompson takes the checkered flag in 1st place, but he's going to be demoted to 2nd by a 5-second penalty, and Dara Flock will inherit his 2nd win of the season and move into the championship lead. Jonathan Moore's got a penalty as well. In fact, a few cars have. Yeah, Jonathan Moore's got a 5-second penalty, Charlie Constable and Elliot Fewster. So the provisional results is a win for Dara Flock after that penalty applied for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James takes 3rd. It's CJ Morgan 4th ahead of Oscar Dix. Jonathan Moore is dropped to 6th place by a 5-second penalty. 7th goes to Kieran Roberts ahead of Harry Smith. And James Sherrington and Josh Salvadori completes the top 10. Salvadori, I thought, had gone missing. It must have been his transponder stopped working. Jacob Baldry 11th ahead of Noah Checkley. Good result for him. Charlie Constable dropped to 13th by his penalty. Cole Lynch, that's one of her best results so far, in 14th. Elliot Fewster drops to 15th with a 5-second penalty. Then Jack Harrison, Alexander Mostav, Ollie Kerr, Francisco Howitt, Caleb McDuff, Wilf Butler. We lost Zach Palmer somewhere on the final lap. Jude Cooper and Harvey Kersley pulled into the pits, and we lost Oliver Law into the pits at the 1st lap of the restart. Well, bit of luck then for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. And it's such a shame, he drove so well there, but a 5-second penalty drops into 2nd place, and it is Dara Flock who takes his 2nd victory of the season. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Ferming.
Cheers, Dave, here with Cameron. Crossed the line in 1st place, but a 5-second penalty for track limits. First of all, do you agree with that? Are you happy with 2nd? I'm sure there's a little bit of gutting in there.
Well, I'm obviously gutted to not take the win, but, you know, it's my 1st year. Mistakes are going to be made, and I've just got to accept that that's what it is and got to take on the challenge. But I'm more than happy with 2nd place. Like I said earlier, good points and fair play today. He didn't get the track limits, and he's done a good job.
You were smashing that. I mean, you were almost more than 5 seconds out in front. Was it the guys fighting behind you that let them sort of fall back a little bit, or were you that good?
I think that sort of helped, but I think also my pace on my own this weekend has been really good. I've not really needed a tow, so I think that's a big factor. But like you say, they were battling quite hard behind, and I saw that. I thought just time to maximise the opportunity and go, go, go.
Without giving clues away, what is the key to your success at Pembrey? You're clearly absolutely loving it here.
Just a great team around me. You know, Vinner have got the car, got the car perfect, and obviously I've got a great team. Callum's the best coach I've ever met, and all my sponsors are really helping me out.
Love that, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to Dare here as well. Congratulations, Dara. We've seen you on the podium a few times last year. First win this year. Congrats, massive, yeah?
Yeah. Coming off of Cadwell, it's good to get another win. I had one at Cadwell, so to get 2 wins in 3 races and I got 3 podiums isn't too bad.
And, that'll surely make you championship leader now. Sort of a target on your shoulders, on your back.
Yeah. Well, me and Oscar are battling up top in the championship. I don't know where he got in this race, but. Yeah, he's not in the top 3, so I should be in the lead.
Yeah, because he had a 1 point lead. I think he was 5th or 6th, so you will be championship leader now. 2 races tomorrow. I mean, this is already a good weekend. What can sort of tomorrow possibly bring?
Hopefully the same. 2 more wins, but yeah, got to look forward and do some things to the car just to make it handle a bit better. But yeah, still good.
Can you tell us what?
It's just not really turning a little bit, but yeah, it's still good, but just a little bit more.
You made it work, well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot.
Okay, back live from Pembrey Circuit here at Convoy Cymru. A quick repeat of our junior saloon cars there while qualifying took place for the mini endurance race at the end of the programme. Let's see what's coming up next. We've got the Track Attack Race Club and their saloon cars up next. Then the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, the locally based series here at Pembrey. And then another truck race before the lunch break. After that's the 3rd race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars. That's followed by, hopefully, our drift truck being demonstrated around the circuit. 2nd race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon cars, our final truck race, and then the 1 hour 40 minute, the 100 minutes endurance race. I'm certainly looking forward to that one. I can tell you that's it's car number 89 that's taken pole position for that race, Nick Crispin, the Dilligaff 2CV, with KTR Developments Chris Tovey's car starting alongside. More on that later, because it's the Track Attack Race Club and their saloon cars coming up next when you and Dunlop's caught up with 1 or 2 of the drivers.
Let's go speak to Jack James here as well. Back down in the paddock, nearly time to go track attack racing for the 2nd time this weekend. And I've got our 2nd place finisher from our 1st race yesterday, Mike Bowman. Only a 2nd ever race meeting. You're quite a good racing driver, aren't you?
It was there was some good fortune,
yep.
And the car is very quick, to be fair. So, and you know, Westport Motors have done a cracking job in preparing it. They're a great team, so great tuition.
It's a car we recognise, it was Charlie Hands. The Nemo livery is a wonderful car. I can't help but notice just a little, I'm going to call that a little dink down here. Talk us through that.
Well, on Friday testing,
yep.
I came onto the pit straight, and the 2CV, which we were testing at the same time, decided to fishtail on the grass several times.
Okay.
And it was a decision which way was he going to go, and he decided to reverse back onto the track. So I braked, and he just collected the rear of the car, unfortunately. Bizarrely, if I'd actually kept my foot in,
yep.
I'd have got through and past him, but in those split seconds, you never quite know.
I'd love to see this racing a 2CV, I'm be completely honest. Now, 2nd race coming up. Now, you've got 2 really fast cars in front of you.
Yep.
So, realistically, a 2nd place yesterday was the absolute best you could hope for. Can we expect possibly the same again? What are you looking for?
So, I think, because I'm learning, it's a steep learning curve. If I can stay with those top 2, that will be, I'll learn an awful lot about how to do this track properly, and that'd be great. I had a bad start yesterday, so I actually went down to 4th. So I did pick the position back up again later, but it is about learning. So a 3rd would be great. We'll see what happens.
More learning coming up. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Right, let's go track attack racing. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard.
Okay, getting ready for our 2nd race of the weekend for the Track Attack Race Club. Had their 1st race yesterday, and it was Lee Curry in his Renault Clio who took the win. Had a decent fight with Adam Croft in a Peugeot 205 GTI. 2nd fastest time from the qualifying session for each driver has set the grid for this one. I'll have the grid for you shortly. But the Track Attack Race Club, an initiative for all sorts of different saloon cars, a bit of a run what you brung style competition. Several years ago, this club started out effectively as the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars. There was also the Tricolor Trophy for French machines, and various other saloon car series have existed within the auspices of the club ever since. But this weekend we see it is all French cars, in fact, on the grid for this one. We saw a bit more variety at the season opener at Cadwell Park. We had a couple of BMWs on the grid, a couple of Volkswagen Scirocco's, even an MG ZS Saloon, quite a rare car these days, was on track at Cadwell. But it's all French cars here this weekend. We've got a couple of Clios, a Saxo, a Peugeot 205 GTI, and also the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, a series aimed at the novice racer. All three of their races so far this year have been won by Matt Anderson. He's going for 4 out of 4 in today's race. But there was a good scrap at the front early on between Lee Curry's Renault Clio and Adam Croft in his Peugeot 205 GTI, until Adam Croft tried a rather ambitious move into the hairpin, clipped the side of Lee Curry and dropped back. He had to make a quick pit stop, Adam Croft, with a blowing exhaust, and then got a 5-second penalty for track limits as well. So things went from bad to worse for Adam, and he ended up in 4th place. Second place yesterday went to Mike Bowman, who we've just heard from in the ex-Charlie Hand Renault Clio, Nemo as we call it. And completing the podium was Dave Beecroft, the coordinator of this series, the Track Attack Race Club, in a Citroën Saxo prepared by the Orex competition team. They're preparing a number of the junior saloon car Saxos this weekend, but Dave's is a bit more powerful. He completed the podium. The 206 category won by Matt Anderson after a battle with Paul Rice and Lewis Charlton finishing in 3rd place. So we're just awaiting the cars to come out onto track for what will be a 20-minute race for the Track Attack Race Club. It will be Adam Croft starting in pole position with his Peugeot 205 GTI. Sponsored by an automotive paint company, I noticed at the end of yesterday's race. He nearly needed them. Lucky not to damage his car when he almost clipped Lee Curry into the hairpin. Lee will start alongside him in his Renault Clio. Then we've got Mike Bowman's Clio running in Class G, the guest class, I think that is, this weekend. Second row, Mike Bowman and Dave Beecroft in the Saxo. Then we've got the 206s, Matt Anderson and Paul Rice, then Lewis Charlton and Jake Richardson. At the back of the field is Paul Evans, the man from Liverpool, in his Renault Clio 182. He starts alongside Stephen Fuller's Peugeot 206 GTI. They were pretty much inseparable during yesterday's race, the Clio always having the edge over the 206. Do keep your comments coming in on the stream. One comment coming in here. Morning, thanks for a great day yesterday and a pretty good morning so far. Keep it up, from Holly, who's doing her cycle challenge. Hello to you, Holly. Well done for your lap of Pembrey on your bicycle at the end of yesterday's meeting, raising money for the MND campaign. My name's Doddy, in aid of motor neurone disease research. Well done again to Holly for her efforts this season, cycling around all the circuits, I think, visited by the British Truck Racing Championship. Good to see some American viewers as well. Got one viewer from Missouri, I believe. Hope you're enjoying the action. Let us know where you're watching from today in the comments on YouTube. Hi to Chilled Maccas as well. He was giving us some truck racing nostalgia yesterday. It's like a little bit of work going on the tyre wall there, possibly on the exit of Honda Curve at the moment, so just a short pause while the marshals do their work. I can give you details of the grid as well for the 2CVparts.com mini enduro race later on. The Dilligaff car has set pole position. That's Nick Crispin's team, and alongside him will be Chris Tovey in the number 49 KTR Developments car. He's driving solo. Nick Crispin is sharing with 2CV legend Pete Sparrow. Now, Pete Sparrow is not only driving that car, he is also sharing the number 9017 Lion car with David O'Keefe. So Pete Sparrow, the greatest 2CV racer of them all, could conceivably finish first and second in the race later on. There is another team of drivers sharing 2 cars as well, I noticed, looking at the entry list. I think it's the Walfords, yeah, Steve and Julie Walford, plus Martin Ryman are actually sharing 2 cars in that race later on between the 3 of them. Make things interesting at the pit stops. Anyway, our Track Attack Race Club machines are coming up onto the grid, a grid of 10 French cars. Is it going to be Peugeot, Renault or Citroën that tops the field then? Adam Croft in pole position in his Peugeot 205 GTI. Starts alongside Lee Curry in the Renault Clio. Second row of the grid, Mike Bowman's Clio, the later shaped version, and Dave Beecroft in the Citroën Saxo. Then we've got some Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. Matt Anderson, number 25, starts alongside Paul Rice in the 42. Fourth row of the grid, Lewis Charlton, number 31, and 303, Jake Richardson. Then Paul Evans, number 12, in his Renault Clio, and 34, Stephen Fuller's 206. This will be a 20-minute race. It was pretty close fought in yesterday's race. The front row men, I suspect, are going to pull away. Then we'll see a battle between Mike Bowman and Dave Beecroft behind them, and then the 206s will scrap among themselves further back, I would bet in this one. As anything can happen in motorsports. Here at Pembrey it usually does. Daisy Late, our chief start line marshal on the left of the screen there, holds out the 1-minute board, followed by the 30-second board when everyone is satisfied, and then the green flag lap is going to begin. Lap to get their tyres warmed up, get everything dialed in, identify any possible problems with the car. Track Attack Race Club catering for just about any form of saloon car. Look at trackaction.co. If you want to find out more on this series online, you can run just about any saloon or coupe on any budget in this series. From here at Pembrey, they go to Anglesey at the beginning of next month, the other end of Wales. Alton Park in July, Thruxton a few weeks later, then Snetterton on August Bank Holiday weekend, supporting the 2CV 24 hours, and they're at Silverstone in September. It's all over the country. First meeting of the year at Cadwell Park, it was Andrew Neil in his modified Peugeot 106 GTI who took the 2 wins, ahead of Lee Bull in his Clio. Lee Curry was on the podium there as well. So Lee Bull and Andrew Neil not making the journey to South Wales. Audience outside the paddock enjoying the sunshine. Achilles Weir on our comments asking, are these front or rear wheel drive? They're all front wheel drive, these hatchbacks. Peugeot 205, one of the great hot hatches, the 205 GTI in pole position. That's Adam Croft, the black Clio of Lee Curry alongside him. It'll be those two, I think, fighting for the overall win. They're in position then. Marshall at the back of the grid will signal the green flag when he's happy. 5-second board is held aloft, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so now. The revs are up, the lights are out, and they're away. Down towards the first corner, the front row surge away. Adam Croft and Lee Curry. Mike Bowman trying to go with them in the orange Clio, but it's Croft who's got the lead into Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Lee Curry in the Clio, slots in behind. Dave Beecroft sends it down the outside. He's been watching Dara Flock in his Saxo in the Junior Saloon Cars, I think. Dave is the coordinator for Junior Saloon Cars. Side by side with Bowman as they head through Spitfires for the first time, but it's the Clio that emerges ahead, the slightly more powerful machine. It is Matt Anderson who leads the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup in their wake as they go through the crossing out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. Lee Curry having a look for the lead as they go into centre. He's going to take the lead. Lee Curry goes through. in the Manor Park Classics Clio. Adam Croft trying to fight back. On the outside though for Brooklands, he slots in second place. Let's see who's got the straight line advantage down Speedway Straight. Adam Croft fighting back on the inside, so a good race developing already, and this is just the first lap. Croft's going to pull back ahead in the Peugeot 205 GTI, goes to the front. Lee Curry pulls back again, the lead changing hands 3 times in the opening lap alone. Well, this is great stuff. Lee Curry will lead the first lap then in the Renault Clio. Over the line they come. Adam Croft will fight back into the hairpin. Third is Mike Bowman in his Clio. Beecroft is fourth, then Anderson, Rice and Charlton, the first 3 Peugeot 206s. 303 of Jake Richardson is next, then Paul Evans and Steve Fuller renewing their battle from yesterday. All 10 cars covered by less than 10 seconds over the line. It is Lee Curry, comes from Merseyside, who leads the way. Adam Croft in the Peugeot from Taunton in Devon in second place, on the Devon-Somerset border really, Taunton. Mike Bowman up there in third. There's Dave Beecroft in fourth place in the Saxo. Adam Croft has got the lead back again as they head through towards Senna. Swapping places for fun, these two. Let's see if Lee Curry can get ahead on the straight this time. Out of Brooklands, and now Adam Croft gets his foot down, gets the Peugeot ahead. Bowman and Beecroft completing the top 4. It's still, I think, Matt Anderson, yes, who leads the 206s. Lewis Charlton trying to make a move there on Paul Rice, who went a bit wide coming out of Brooklands. They race through the South Wales scenery. There's Paul Rice, the white, red and black Peugeot 206. It's Adam Croft who leads the second lap, not surprisingly doing the fastest lap of the race, 109.841. There are the Peugeots. Lewis Charlton in the third of them as Curry gets a tighter run through the hairpin. He's going to pull up alongside and Croft's gone wide, puts a wheel onto the grass. That's going to allow Lee Curry to take the lead back again. They are swapping places for fun, these two. This is brilliant stuff. Mike Bowman just keeping a watching brief from third place. It's closing up on them, of course, because the harder these two scrap with each other, the more time they're going to lose, and Mike Bowman is going to be able to close in. Shares this car with Sarah Franklin in some events, experienced saloon racer and motor racing lawyer from Northamptonshire. Matt Anderson leads the 206s. Paul Rice coming under fire from Lewis Charlton. Paul from Ilkeston in Derbyshire. Lewis Charlton comes from Whitchurch. Here's the 3 leaders. Lee Curry back ahead again in the Clio. What can Adam Croft do? He was a bit over-ambitious in his efforts to try and catch Lee Curry yesterday and clipped him going into the hairpin as he dove down the inside. Mike Bowman's going to have a go here for second place, possibly in his Clio. Is he going to get close enough here into the Hatchett's hairpin? I don't think he's quite going to do it. He might get him on the exit. No, Croft moves across, takes the line. Mike Bowman, as he mentioned, only his second ever race meeting. Going very well indeed up there in third place. Dave Beecroft is being dropped slightly in fourth. Then we've got the 206 battle. 3 laps completed, the field now covered by 20 seconds. Last place Steve Fuller. He's only just behind Paul Evans in his Renault Clio. Mike Bowman, a much better run here to keep pace with the 3 leaders. There goes Dave Beecroft through Senna in fourth place. Then we've got the battle for the lead in the 206 GTI Cup category. Jason Jesse, the former Nippon Challenge racer, was one of those who set up the 206 GTI Cup. Used to race a very modified Toyota Celica. I remember we've got William Jesse in our comments thread at the moment. I wonder if he's any relation. It's Jason Jesse. I remember had a Toyota Celica in, I think it was liveried like an American police car. I remember in the old Nippon Challenge days, used to compete with the likes of Adam Lockwood's Nissan 200 SX, James Janicki in his Nissan Skyline, that's more often seen in Classic Thunder these days. Steve Lawty as well in his Mitsubishi GTO, Homer to his friends, as he works in a power station. Jason Jesse was track attack, and William Jesse racing in karting, so thanks William for letting us know. Here's a battle further back. Jake Richardson being caught by Paul Evans in his Clio and running a bit wide there out of the hairpin. Steve Fuller in the yellow 206 at the back. This is the battle for 8th place. Jake Richardson from Mansfield trying to hold off Paul Evans, the Liverpudlian, in the Clio 182. Here's the fight for the lead coming down Speedway Straight. And Adam Croft is getting closer once again to Lee Curry. Another Merseysider out in front in his Clio. You may notice an Everton FC badge on the bonnet of that black Clio. Chased down by Adam Croft. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. Just half a second. Bowman only less than half a second back in third as well. Going very well indeed here to keep pace with the two leaders. Paul Evans up the inside. Takes Jake Richardson at Carter's Curve. That's the paddock and into Honda. So the Clio up into 8th place. A better run here by Paul Evans. Leaders go over the crossing. Lee Curry in the black Clio holds the lead of this second race of the weekend for the Track Attack Race Club. He's gone wide there though, coming out of the crossing, and Adam Croft up alongside, but Lee Curry's got the inside line for the right-hander at centre. They're side by side briefly. Curry recovering from that little moment when he ran wide. Adam Croft is up with him. He could get him down the straight here. Is he going to cut back across, or is he going to stay on the left? Stays out on the left. He's got to be mindful that Mike Bowman is there as well. Here they come. 3 cars line astern for them. They've dropped Dave Beecroft back into 4th place in his Saxo. He in turn is well clear of the 206s, fighting for 5th. Lee Curry able to hold his lead. Let's see what the gap is this time through. It was half a second. Across the line they go. It is still just about half a second. Bowman less than a second off the lead as well. He's having a look for second as they go into the hairpin, but again he's not close enough. That 205. A bit stronger on the brakes there, but on the exits. Bowman up the inside and onto the grass goes Adam Croft. He slightly overshot there, I think, Adam Croft. He did that yesterday as well, and Mikey Bowman didn't need asking twice, and he's through into 2nd place. Let's see if Adam Croft can fight back then. Well, the Peugeot 205, well known as a rally car in the 80s, but they were a bit different to this GTI. 205 T16, of course, in the Group B era, the rear-engine Peugeot. Made famous by the likes of Timo Salonen and Juha Kankkunen, Ari Vatanen and company. Steve Fuller up the inside, taking Jake Richardson for 9th place at the hairpin, or trying to. Richardson gets his boot down though, and tries to hold the place. The silver car with the Works Peugeot stripes down the side. Colours made famous on the Peugeot Le Mans cars of the 90s, as well as the Group B rally cars. Peugeot 905 it was that won Le Mans. That'll be a feature of the centenary Le Mans 24 hours, taking place in just a few weeks' time. Here's the battle for 1st and 2nd place. Mike Bowman just hanging on. Adam Croft's going to try and get around the outside, trying to do a Dave Jenkins in his Peugeot 205. He doesn't make it stick. Bowman's done the fastest lap of the race that time through, 109.778. There was a personal best from Lee Curry as well, 110.025. So the lead gap has come down by a couple of tenths. Great race between these 3. Mike Bowman's not holding back here. He's going for the lead. The slightly older generation Clio of Lee Curry ahead of him. Up towards the right-hander at Brooklands. A little bit of smoke there. That was a slight lock-up possibly from Adam Croft. I don't think that was engine smoke. I think that was tyres. He's fighting back as well. These 3 almost on top of one another. Through Carter's. There's Dave Beecroft on his own in 4th place. Jake Richardson's got back ahead of Steve Fuller. They're fighting for 9th place. There's battles everywhere you look, despite a slightly small field of cars this weekend, proving you don't need a big grid for an entertaining motor race. Mike Bowman's going to go for the lead as they come down into the hairpin. No, you don't, says Lee Curry. Puts the squeeze on there, takes the line. It's going to allow Adam Croft to run for 2nd place. He's going to have a look on the exit of the hairpin. Bowman gets his foot down, holds the place. Absorbing fight between these 3. Beecroft is 10 seconds back in 4th. See where the battle of the 206 is. Bowman's gone wide, coming through DeBenny, and Adam Croft goes through into 2nd place. Mike Bowman will be cursing himself there. He's gone from trying to take the lead to dropping back into 3rd place. There's a slight mistake there coming out of DeBenny towards the crossing. Up towards the right-hander at Brooklands then. Mike Bowman tries to fight back. The Clio a little bit battered after a collision with a 2CV in testing. And now Adam Croft is free to attack for the lead. Here comes the Peugeot 205 GTI on the inside at Carter's Curve. He retakes the lead. Great fight back after he ran wide at the hairpin earlier on. But Lee Curry's having none of it. He's back on the inside. They are loving this, these 3. The crowd are loving it here at Pembrey as well. Across the line they go. Croft, Curry, Bowman. Complete change from a lap ago. Mike Bowman throws it up the inside. He's never going to get the car stopped in time. He locks up. He's heading straight on. Nearly up the escape road. That was never on for Mike Bowman. I thought he was going to... He was lucky he didn't collide with the other two cars there. I thought that was going to take all three of them out. That was very over-optimistic by Mike Bowman. There was no way he was going to get the Clio stopped there. I think that was just frustration after his mistake earlier on that lost him a chance to take the lead. A Larry moment there into the hairpin. He was lucky not to send everyone skittling, and that would have left Dave Beecroft in the lead. So Mike Bowman just needs to calm himself down a bit. Concentrates on reeling in Lee Curry. Now, they've definitely been watching Dave Jenkins in the truck race, haven't they? Matt Anderson, meanwhile, still holding off Paul Rice to lead the 206 GTI Cup. Anderson in the 25 comes from Doncaster in South Yorkshire, and Lewis Charlton in the Charlton Motors Peugeot. Nice little slide there coming through Senna, but it's dropped him back a bit. The 206, of course, was a world rally car. The early 2000s, Marcus Grunholm took it to the world title. Richard Burns, the late great Burnsy, was a Peugeot driver as well. There's our second place battle. They've dropped back a little bit from Adam Croft now, leads by 2.3 seconds in the Peugeot. The Clio's now battling together for second place. Adam Croft trying to pull away. He only managed fourth yesterday after having to make a quick pit stop. Had problems with his exhaust in yesterday's race, and also got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well. Mikey Bowman gets a run on Lee Curry. Try and take second place into Carter's. Hits alongside. Curry doesn't give way. Bowman has to drop back again a little. Adam Croft still leads. Here's the battle between Jake Richardson and Steve Fuller. Fuller has the place at the moment. Jake Richardson had a look on the hairpin. This is for 9th place and 4th in the 206 category. They've dropped back from Paul Evans in the Clio by about 3 seconds now. Steve Fuller now pulls away a bit from Jake Richardson. 6.5 minutes to go, and Steve Fuller goes rallycrossing. Now the rallycross course does turn off the tarmac there, but not today, Steve Fuller. You can see the rallycross course on the infield in the background. Five Nations Rallycross Championship and the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship both have regular dates at Pembrey. Here's the battle in the 206 GTI Cup between Matt Anderson and Paul Rice. Anderson a little bit wide off the hairpin, very tight through the hairpin there was the 42 of Paul Rice. He wants to take his first win in the category this season. Matt Anderson looking for 4 out of 4. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Adam Croft, the 1:08.299 last time around. 12 laps completed. Here's the battle for second, the two Clios, separated by 0.2 of a second. Bowman's going to have a go on the outside this time. He's a bit more reserved through the hairpin this time around. Lilly ended up in Bury Ports the way he was charging down the Cowles Straight last time through. The lead gap has increased considerably this time, and with that fastest lap for Adam Croft, he's about 6 seconds up the road now. He's really pulling away from the two Clios. Lee Curry defending from Mike Bowman. See the comparison in their lap times. Very evenly matched, the two different generations of Clio. We reached 3/4 distance, 5 minutes to go in this Track Attack Race Club second race of the weekend. More variety from the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship next out. And then another truck race before our lunch break. Mike Bowman's going to have another run down into the hairpin. Coming up to lap one of the 206s, that's Jake Richardson, I think. Again, Lee Curry moves to the inside. Forces Bowman to go around the long way. Is he going to cut back in on the exits? Lee Curry holds the place, pulls away a little bit. There's Adam Croft, our race leader. Yeah, he's nearly 7.5 seconds up the road now, so the Peugeot 205 really pulling away. Beautiful looking car, the 205 GTI, one of the all-time greats, hot hatches. There's Paul Evans, who's gone a lap down as well, and Steve Fuller, so he's making short work of the back markers here. Adam Croft and Mike Bowman's through into second. That must have happened coming through the crossing. So whether Lee Curry's made a mistake there, we didn't see. Mike Bowman is up to second. We'll try and get a replay on that if we can. Did they get delayed by Jake Richardson when they were lapping the Peugeot 206, the two Renaults? We'll have to wait and see if we can get a replay on that. Dave Beecroft having a rather lonely run in 4th place in the Saxo meanwhile. Lead gap is up to 9 seconds. Bowman starting to pull away now from Lee Curry, who tries to close back up. Now he's gone flying straight on at the hairpin. He's in the escape road. Okay, that's 1-all. And the two Clios missing their braking points. Adam Croft did that yesterday and nearly took out Lee Curry. So they've all done it now, the 3 front runners. Here's a replay of that move for 2nd place by Mike Bowman. Lee Curry ran wide coming out of the crossing. That's what happened. They just lapped Jake Richardson, so whether he was just momentarily impeded there, we didn't quite see. But Lee Curry is down to 3rd place. He's down quite a long way. You can see how Mike Bowman's pulled away there. Has Lee Curry got a problem perhaps with the clear? 2.5 minutes of the race to go, so he should get to the finish. He's well clear of Dave Beecroft to nearly 20 seconds, to the tune of nearly 20 seconds. Beecroft in turn is 23 seconds clear of Matt Anderson. But this man is getting on towards 10 seconds clear now in the Precision Paint sponsored 205. Nearly needed some precision paint after a bit of slight contact yesterday. But away goes the Peugeot 205 1.9 GTI of Adam Croft. He's heading for victory here at Pembrey. 1 more lap to go, I think, after this. Through Brooklands he goes. There's nobody within 10 seconds of him, I would estimate now. Bowman on his own in second. The name of PBS Brakes, also on Adam Croft's car. I believe he also competes in the 750 Motor Club Hot Hatch Championship with that car. Across the line go the leaders, 9.6 seconds in it. Now wait to see if we get 1 more lap out of this, because it was fairly close when Adam Croft crossed the line. I think we might get 1 more lap out of this. Did another fastest lap of 1:08.132. He's just getting faster and faster, Adam Croft. He's coming up on Lewis Charlton in 7th place now to lap the newer Peugeot. See, Lewis Charlton's got the novice cross on the back of his car, the 206 GTI Cup aimed at the novice racer. The gap for 2nd place is now 7.5 seconds. Lee Curry is lapping in the 1:10s. So he's lost nearly 2 seconds off his ultimate pace. Oh, these two are at it again. Evans and Fuller. We saw this all the way through yesterday's race. This time it's for 8th place because they're ahead of Jake Richardson. Clock is counting down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag next time by. There's Jake Richardson at the back of the field in the 303. So Adam Croft has gone into his final lap. 12 seconds on the clock as he crossed the line. It's all gone right for him today. He had a few things go wrong yesterday. He got a penalty, also had to call into the pits. He's coming up to lap Paul Rice in 6th position, who's dropped back from Matt Anderson now, so it's going to be 4 out of 4 in the 206 GTI Cup for Matt Anderson. It's going to be an overall win for Adam Croft. He laps Paul Rice. Will he catch Matt Anderson before the line? matters not for him. A great fight early on with the 2 Renault Clios, but he has pulled away well and truly over the second half of this race in the Precision Paint Limited Peugeot 205 1.9 GTI. Adam Croft, the man from Taunton, takes the victory here at Pembrey in our second race for the Track Attack Race Club. Paul Rice crosses the line. I think Matt Anderson wasn't quite caught there by the race winner, so he's got to go round and do another lap. Mike Bowman comes in second in his Clio. 12.9 seconds down, because on the last lap of the race, Adam Croft did a 107.6. That's nearly a second quicker than anybody else has managed. Lee Curry comes over in third in his Clio. 107.61, the quickest lap of the race. It's a mighty lap on the last lap by Adam Croft. Matt Anderson was caught at the line just, so he takes the win in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup ahead of Paul Rice and Lewis Charlton. Evans, Fuller and Richardson are in. We're just waiting for Dave Beecroft to cross the line. There he is, 4th place in the Saxo. Rather lonely race for him. Well, they're all in now. We'll confirm the results in just a second. 4 cars finished on the lead lap. So well done, Adam Croft, making up for a rather troublesome race yesterday with a dominant win here after a great fight early on with Mike Bowman and Lee Curry in our second Track Attack Race Club race of the weekend. We'll hear from Adam down in Parc Fermé fairly shortly. Next up, it is the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, administered by the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. We've had one race meeting this year already. That was an away round at Castle Combe in Wiltshire. Waiting for Track Attack to head back into the pits then. After the Welsh Sports and Saloons, one other race before the lunch break, which is the British Truck Racing Championship. Here's the provisional results there. Adam Croft the winner by nearly 13 seconds in the end over Mike Bowman, with Lee Curry in third. Great fight between those three until they eventually spread out. Dave Beecroft, the only other car on the lead lap, in 4th place. And it's 4 out of 4 in the 206 GTI Cup for Matt Anderson, ahead of Paul Rice and Lewis Charlton. Paul Evans in the Clio was 8th, then Stephen Fuller and Jake Richardson completing the 10 finishers. Fastest lap going to Adam Croft, 107.61 on the final lap. Thanks for your comments again during that race. Didn't get too much chance to read them out. Stacey Cheeseman says, well done, Matt Anderson. Another win for him in his Peugeot. Let's head down to Ewan then, in Parc Fermé.
Cheers, Dave. More brilliant Track Attack racing. Let's speak to our race winner, who unfortunately, due to a technical issue and a penalty, didn't win yesterday's race. But what a way to end the weekend.
That's a bit better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was yesterday's plan.
You were trying to do yesterday, wasn't it?
It was, but it all unfolded. So, yeah, much better today.
But great racing. And once you got away, you would had your clean air. That was your way then, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the guy in the black Clio, he was a bit slower than me. I knew he was struggling with tyres because he chewed up his best tyres yesterday, so I knew he was compromised. So it was just a case of biding me time. Obviously, little incident yesterday, was being super careful, so biding me time, the door opened, and we went for it. So.
And the issues yesterday obviously completely resolved, all worked away out and sort of fixed overnight?
Yeah, luckily it was just an exhaust gasket, so I thought I'd crack the manifold or something like that, so just an exhaust gasket, so that was all repaired. Changed the pads, and we've got some brakes today, which is well needed around here, so
well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Mike's just jumped off behind us here, but we're going to have a chat in here. It's another second place, Mike.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? That was a real race,
Oh,
because the three of us were battling throughout, and you know, it was really fantastic, great fun.
You had some brilliant hairpin corners there. So I mean, like, defying death, defying really brave stuff.
There was one where, pretty sure number 7 sort of brake tested me slightly, and I was taking avoiding action, big lock up. Unfortunately, you know, the 205 saw that I was slightly out of control, and took avoiding action as well. But all was good. So,
and just with the back markers, it sort of spread things about at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I took my opportunity to get past the Clio, and yeah, thank God for the black markers.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Great weekend's racing. Let's speak to Lee here as well. Won yesterday and a 3rd place. I'm going to jump in here if that's all right. Yeah. That was great to watch. How was it to be involved in?
Absolutely fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, I expected to slip back a lot faster than I actually did. Okay. My tyres were shot yesterday, so I've had to put another set on, which aren't very good.
Okay.
So I hung on as long as I could. I knew where to slow them up and where to speed up, but after a while he just kept going off, and I could feel it getting slower lap after lap.
It would be great. It's such a good series. It would be great to see more on the grid, wouldn't it? It would, yeah. It would. I think it will. It'll get busier. Definitely. It's a cracking series. So, yeah, some more people will be welcome. Great weekend. Thanks for the entertainment. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks a lot. Right, that is done for Track Attack. Coming up next, it is the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. That is our next race on track. As ever, Dave will talk you through that one.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, something new for BARC TV. I don't think we've ever seen the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship on our coverage before. Organised by the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. This championship dates back to 1990. The first champion is a man who was very sadly lost to us fairly recently, Blake Edwards, who won the first 2 titles in a Ford Capri. More latterly seen racing in a Renault Clio, and in recent years was seen driving the safety car at various events around the UK. Blake sadly suffered a tragic accident off track, and we extend our condolences to his family and many friends in the sport. Blake Edwards, the inaugural champion back in 1990 of this series. Most successful driver over the years, Martin Davies, in his Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. He's won the championship 4 times over the years. Cars coming up to the grid. It will be a rolling start for this race, over 15 minutes, because some of the cars not geared for clutch starts. We'll take you through the grid in a moment. And first of all, Ewan caught up with 1 or 2 of the drivers a little earlier on.
So, first of 2 races today in the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. I got Nick Crompton here, and I want to talk about your car in a minute. First of all, qualifying went well, Nick. Let's get on to that. Season so far, how are you getting on?
Yeah, good. We used a different car a few weeks ago in Castlecombe. Much the same sort of car, and that went really well. This, yeah, we're hoping to develop it a bit this year, and yeah, get on the pace, you know.
Now, what is it for people that don't recognise it?
It's a Stuart Taylor, very much like a Fisher Fury, with a Suzuki Hayabusa engine in it. Should be about 170 brake horsepower standard. It's pushing 220 on the dyno. So yeah, it's got some power. Yeah, and it's very, very light. Only 450 kilos.
Qualifying went okay, but you've just told me it was slipping a bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was slipping. So the power, I couldn't get the power down. So we've adjusted the slave cylinder back slightly to try and make sure it's not pushing on the clutch. Hopefully that does it, and we'll be up there.
And is it fingers crossed? Will you find out if it's worked when you get out on track? Literally.
Unfortunately, yeah. There's I did try it on the road early in the pits, but you've got to be careful. Obviously, there's people about and stuff. But yeah, it needs to be out on the track, and we'll find out then.
And biggest competitor today behind us over there?
Yeah, number 44, Damien. We always have a good battle, whatever I'm in. I used to race in Evo, gone on to Westfield, and we had a great battle in Castlecombe. And now this, I'm hoping, yeah, push him and if not beat him. You know, that's the plan.
Nick, we can't wait. Best of luck.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's go Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Racing over to Dave to talk you through it.
So, getting ready to go racing, although some people, you can see they're not concentrating on the track. A bit of freestyle motocross going on the infield at the moment. Well, let's have a look at the grid then. It's a small grid, but with plenty of variety. Pole position is Damien Longbotano, the race winner at Castlecombe in his very quick Westfield SE. And number 80 alongside, it says Stuart Taylor, but that's actually the name of the car. Bit of a mistake on the timing there. It's a Stuart Taylor Phoenix kit car, and the man we've just heard from, Nick Crompton, is driving it. The second row is the championship leader Wayne Spiller in his Mazda RX-8 alongside the similar machine of Craig Attard. Andrew and Mark Williams in their Renault Clios on row 3, and Mike Cook in a BMW 330 Club Sports completes the entry. 3 classes out there, classes 2, 3 and 4 represented this weekend. Class 1 we haven't got any entries, that's for the smaller saloon cars with restrictions on tyres. Class 2 is for saloons and GT cars up to 2 litres with free tyre rules. Class 3 is for over 2 litre motorcycle engined and kit cars up to 1600cc. And Class 4 for supercars and kit cars up to 2 litre. So that's your class structure. A pair of very special kit cars on the front row. We've got the Westfield on pole of Damien Longatano, and that's most likely overall winner today, but the Stuart Taylor Phoenix kit car with the Hayabusa engine of Nick Crompton is going to be out to stop him. The red lights are on, it's a rolling start. It'll be a 15-minute race. A pair of Mazda RX-8s, the rotary engine machines on road 2, a couple of Renault Clios, and the BMW of Mike Cook from the back of the grid. We'll keep an eye on the class battles as well. 3 classes, as we say, represented out there. Red lights are on, so we wait for the power to come on. The 2 kit cars, the Westfield and the Stuart Taylor Phoenix with the Suzuki Hayabusa engine on the front row of the grid. Watch those 2 blast away at the front. Here we go. It is the former champion Longatano who takes the lead. That Westfield incredibly quick in a straight line. Leads into the hairpin for the first time. Nick Crompton up there in second. Then the 2 RX-8s. Wayne Spiller with the class points combined. He is the championship leader overall coming into this round. Longatano won the title in the 2019 season with this Westfield. Where is the number 96? That is Wayne Spiller in 3rd place. The other RX-8 is Craig Attard in the Rocket Dog Racing Mazda RX-8. I think that might be a reference to the Bosozoku modifying culture in Japan. Then a pair of Clios. Mike Cook's BMW 330 is at the back. Defending champion not out this weekend, Colin Dunn in his Renault Clio. Other recent title winners, Gareth John with his Ginetta in 2021. 2018 it was Mike Moss in a Caterham. Series not held in 2020 due to the global pandemic. And Tyrone Laffarelli was a champion as well in his Peugeot 106. So the drivers completing lap number 1 then. And it is Longatano by 3 seconds ahead of the Stuart Taylor Phoenix, driven by Nick Crompton. Seen him several times this championship in his Mitsubishi Lancer. I think it was an Evo 4 that he used to race. A bit of smoke there from one of the Clios going into the hairpin. Hopefully that was just a lock-up. Andrew and Mark Williams in the 2 Clios. Well, it may be run by the Welsh Racing Drivers Association, this championship, but you don't have to be from Wales to take part. We've seen competitors from all over the country join in invitation classes over the years, including at their away rounds. They normally have an away round at Donington Park. Mark Williams, I think the lone Englishman in this race, though, he comes from Bristol. Here are the 2 Mazda RX-8s, these rotary engined machines. Mazda, of course, great traditions of rotary engine cars. Been a change of position there for 6th place. Mike Cook's got the BMW ahead of the number 52 Clio, is that? No, the number 180 Clio. Number 52 is the BMW, I apologise there. Number 180 of Mark Williams has dropped back into 7th place. I think it was Mark used to run a VW Polo in this series a few years ago. Longatano has extended his lead. It's under 4.9 seconds ahead now of Nick Crompton. The quickest lap of the weekend as well from Damien Longatano, 101.833. That's the fastest lap we've seen from anything this weekend, that Westfield. Not only is it ridiculously fast in a straight line, I think it weighs about as much as a sack of potatoes as well. Making the car as light as possible in the traditions of the car that the Westfield design was based on, the Lotus 7 design of Colin Chapman. Main battle is for 6th with Cook and Williams fighting it out, the BMW and the Clio. Rear-wheel drive against front-wheel drive. The other Clio of Andrew Williams a little further ahead. There's Longatano in his bewinged Westfield. Incredible looking car that is, isn't it? He's just in a 101.163, lapping over 2 seconds quicker than Nick Crompton's Stuart Taylor Phoenix. We've seen Stuart Taylor build a number of kit cars with motorcycle engines over the years. I remember his Lokosaki machines that used to run in the Northwest Sports and Saloons. Rob Spencer was the main driver of those, if I remember rightly. The Lokosaki, of course, a low-cost chassis with a Kawasaki engine. Phoenix has the Suzuki Hayabusa, as we heard earlier. We've seen Nick Crompton in his Westfield at Castle Combe earlier this season. Other champions in this series include Jason Davies with his Sierra Cosworth. Oh, and problems for the Westfield. Is that problems with the right front suspension there? Smoke coming off the right front wheel. Latano was a 104 that time through. Yeah, there's something wrong with the right front wheel, look, or whether there's something rubbing in the suspension. Now, how far ahead is he? 23.5 seconds is the lead for Longatano, but I think he's going to have to pull in, lest he cause further damage to that right front. Now, he's slowing down. It is very quick, but it's a bit fragile, this Westfield of Damien Longatano. He's been improving this car over the years. As he's slowing down, something amiss with the right front corner. And is that the 80 car slowing as well? Yes, both the kit cars are in trouble. So we saw Nick Crompton slowing there as well. He's dropped back behind the two Mazda RX-8s. So has he got a problem as well, or has he had a spin somewhere? Well, his last lap was a 1:16, so that suggests problems for Nick Crompton's Phoenix as well. Longatano's was a 1:04, so we can see smoke coming off the front of the Westfield. Longatano and Crompton both in trouble then. Now Damien is trying to keep going. I don't know what the problem is there. Something in the right front suspension, I think. There's a bit of debris there on the exit of Honda Curve as well. Well, the RX-8s are going to go through and take the lead. It's going to be Wayne Spiller who takes it up, the driver from Hengard. And Craig Attard has gone through into second, so the two Mazda RX-8s now our lead cars. Still nearly 9 minutes of the race left to go, and it looks like we may have lost our two quickest runners. Yes, the Phoenix has pulled into the pits. Nick Crompton, don't know what the problem is for him. So it's the Mazdas first and second. There's Nick Crompton into the paddock, he's out of the race. Hopefully he can fix the car for race 2. So a depleted field still out there, and this is the battle for what is now, well, it's currently 5th place until they catch the struggling Westfield of Longatano. There it is, still going, but it is certainly hobbled. Is Longatano going to try and keep going, or is he going to succumb and pull into the pits here? Around the outside go Cook and Mark Williams. So Wayne Spiller has taken the lead. We could well see a battle to the flag between the two Mazdas. There's 1.5 seconds in it. They're 18 seconds up on Andrew Williams in his Renault Clio in 3rd place. Longatano has not crossed the line this time through. Now he does. That lap was a 1:45. So whatever's broken on the Westfield, he's surely going to have to pull in. So Mike Cook is now leading Class 3. Longatano is the only Class 4 car. Class 2 is the top 3 overall. Plus Mark Williams is clear. You see here still chasing Mike Cook's BMW. Well, we were looking at the list of champions in this championship over the years. Other winners have been Sam Summerhays, the ex-Classic Mini racer. He won that in 2015 in a Saxo. Chris Morris won the title in something a bit unusual, a Suzuki Ignis back in 2013. Keith White, the silhouette car racer, has won it twice in his BMW Z4 Space Frame. Michael Cond has won the title in a Silver Riot kit car. Dom Evans in a Caterham. And Russell Haggerty won it twice in a Ford KA, of all things. But you can race anything you want in this championship. I remember seeing the same grid as a Ford KA a few years ago, an ex-Team Rosberg Audi R8 GT3 car. That was being run by Keith Butcher, who's a car collector. He's run a couple of Super Touring cars in this championship in the past. And an Audi A4 Super Touring spec car a few years back, as Mark Williams makes a move at the crossing on Mike Cook, goes through. That's up into 4th overall. Mentioning Super Touring cars, another car that ran in this championship for many years was an Andy Rouse-built Ford Mondeo driven by Alvin Powell. And I believe that was the same chassis that won the Touring Car World Cup in the hands of Paul Radicic back in either 93 or 94. I make no apologies for all my Super Touring geekery, you know, it's a specialist area of mine. Yes, a Space Frame Z4 is a rapid car, as one of our commenters says. Well, Damien Longatano is still going. Saw that his wheel arch was missing, so whether he has some contact with something somewhere. That's the bit of debris we saw coming out of Honda Curve. Or did the wheel arch come off and get stuck in the front suspension and has damaged it? I wonder. Is that the smoke we saw? There's the wheel arch. You can just see on the track there on the left of your screen, just below the timing tower. 2 Mazdas go through. It is still Wayne Spiller leading. His transponder's playing up. That's why he's not showing on the timing tower as leader at the moment. This will extend his championship lead in this very smart RX-8. 1300cc rotary engine car. Damien Longatano has still got the fastest lap of the race, 101.163. He's still circulating. His last lap was a 136. We'll try and find out what the problem was with Ewan down in Parc Fermé as we can, if we can. Yeah, Wayne Spiller not showing on the timing tower, but he is still there. He's having to be timed manually because his transponder's not working. Just under a second in it between the 2 leaders. Great looking car, isn't it, the RX-8? Yeah. Rotary engined coupe. 3.5 minutes to go. Across the line go the 2 leaders. 30 seconds clear of Andrew Williams in his Clio in 3rd place. It's Mark Williams 4th, 8.5 seconds further back, and he's pulling away from Mike Cook's BMW now. Great shame we lost the 2 kit cars. I was looking forward to a scrap up the front between those 2. The 2 Mazdas out for a Sunday afternoon drive in the Welsh sunshine. Andrew Williams listed as champion in 2005 and 06 with a Ford Sierra Sapphire. Don't know if that's the same Andrew Williams we have here. And of course we heard from Rodri Jenkins yesterday, who's one of our safety car drivers this weekend. Former champion with his Honda Civic back in the early 2000s. Terry Brown was a double champion too, driving a Skoda Special Saloon and also a Radical sports racer. There's Damien Longatano being lapped by the 2 Mazdas. Hopefully he can get the car up to full speed for race 2. 1 second in it between Spiller and Craig Attard. Wayne Spiller from Hengerd and Craig Attard from Cardiff. And the Williams is in their Clios. 7.6 seconds in it now, so Mark Williams is catching Andrew Williams. Don't think they're any relation, those 2. Andrew from Caldecutt's, Mark from Bristol. So 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. The Mazda's lapping in the 1 minute 7s. So we should get another couple of laps out of this. There's the Clio of Andrew Williams. third position. And Damien Longatano getting slower and slower. Oh, the tyre's punctured now, so whatever's rubbing in the suspension has cut the tyre. He's going to have to pull in. He tried so hard to keep going and at least get some points on the board, but he's going to have to give up the struggle now, surely. So I can only assume that when that wheel arch came off, it went through the suspension and damaged something which has rubbed on the tyre and has eventually punctured it. That's what was causing the smoke we saw. Two Mazdas head through Brooklands. And now the Clios are together. 180 Mark Williams has reeled Andrew in. He took 4 seconds out of him on the last lap, so don't tell me Andrew Williams has got problems as well in the number 88. There's a battle for third place between the two Renault Clios. The leaders have gone through to start their final lap. They're almost a lap ahead of these two, getting on towards, well, 3/4 of a lap ahead. So we are going to see a fight for the final podium place between the Clios. The only other car that's going to be left running is Mike Cook's BMW. He's at least going to win his Class 3, with the Phoenix out of the race of Nick Crompton. And here comes Mark Williams, goes through to third place, coming down Speedway Straight. So a bit of a strange opener for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship on their home circuit this season. But the championship leader Wayne Spiller is going to open up his points lead still further in the Mazda, because he is heading for victory. Coming round towards the checkered flag this time, the two rapid kit cars ahead hitting problems to finish first. First you must finish in motor racing. That's what Wayne Spiller is going to do. Here comes the number 960 Intel Construction Mazda, takes the win. Second goes to the similar machine of Craig Attard, the Rocket Dog racing car. I'll swap round on the timing tower in a moment, because of course Spiller's there. So there we go, Spiller's transponder was not working. 1.75 seconds was the margin at the flag. And here come the two Clios in the fight for third place. Which of the Williams is going to be? Well, the Clio Williams was a model in the first generation of Renault Clio, wasn't it? But it's two Clio Williams who've got battling it out here. Mark and Andrew Williams. It's going to be Mark who's going to take third place. Yes, Andrew, I think, suffering some problems in the closing stages there. He's certainly gone off the pace. Here comes number 180, Mark Williams in the Prompt Transport Clio to take a prompt third place. Andrew Williams in the Hillcroft Garage Clio is fourth. And the only other finisher is going to be Mike Cook in the Cuckoo Spring Cottages sponsored BMW 330 Saloon. He will win Class 3. And the only Class 4 runner, Damien Longatano, will not make the finish. There he is. 3 wheels on his Westfield. Well, 3 tyres anyway. Maybe an incredibly fast car, but a bit fragile, sadly. Find out hopefully from Damien what happened there, and from Nick Crompton as well. Need a lift, Damien? Yes, he certainly does, unfortunately. Back to truck racing next here at Pembrey. Well, Damien Longatano did get the consolation of the fastest lap of the race, the fastest of the weekend, 1:01.163. Thanks to Colin Dunn as well, who's commented. It's not the same Andrew Williams who won the title a few years ago in the Sierra Sapphire. It is a different Andrew Williams racing the Clio today. Thank you, Colin Dunn, for the confirmation there. As he says, it got very confusing a couple of years ago when there were 2 Andrew Williamses on the grid. Here's Colin, the reigning champion. Hopefully we'll see his Renault Clio back on track soon. Well, here's a quick replay of what happened to Damien Longatano. There goes the wheel arch, yes. I was correct. It got caught up in the suspension there, so that's what happened. He only caught the tail end of that in the race, so the marshals go out to pick up a souvenir. And we confirm the result. Wayne Spiller, the winner, in a Mazda 1-2, 1.75 seconds between the two of them at the line. Further back in third, the two Clios of Mark and Andrew Williams. Mike Cook completing the finishes in the BMW 330 Club Sport. We lost Damien Longatano, that tyre eventually puncturing. And the Stuart Taylor Phoenix, driven by Nick Crompton. Apologies for the error on the graphics there. It was Nick Crompton driving, also a non-finisher. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé.
Cheers, Dave. Well, not the top three we expected after qualifying, but as you said yourself, Dave, to win a motor race, you got across the finish line. And we'll go and speak to Damien in the paddock a little bit later, find out what happened with his car number 44. Let's first of all jump in with we're going to go through to our second place finisher. Craig, congratulations, first of all. Maybe not what you expected to get a second with the two boys, the quick kit cars out in front, but hey, here we are.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm absolutely beyond buzzing, I think. I didn't expect the car to finish the race, never mind coming second. So yeah, to be in the overall second and second in class is really good. I'm really pleased.
You guys had a brilliant race, didn't you?
Yeah, well, Wayne's a fantastic driver, so to be able to stay as close to him as I did, I'm really pleased with.
Did you, when you just said there, you didn't expect it to finish? You being serious, or is that a joke, or is there something?
It's had 3 engines this week.
This car has had 3 engines this week,
and a gearbox. So we were testing last week here, and we blew an engine. We fitted another one, tried to test it, and it failed straight away. So late in the night, I was fitting another engine, and we had no time to test it. We were down here last night, setting the geometry up with string lines, just trying to get it to work, and there we go.
It did work, well done.
It worked well. Really
congrats, well done, cheers, buddy. Let's do a spin round. What a wonderful race in the end that was.
Shocking result. Very, very happy to say the least. But yeah, first is first. Yeah.
I mean, like we said, with the qualifying, not where you expected to be, I'm sure, winning the race, but you got across the finish line.
Exactly, it's luck. But we all need a bit of luck.
It's not just luck, it's skill, and you were the first man across the line. Absolutely deserved win for you. And what a battle with this man.
Lots of pressure. I hate pressure. And you know, when you're looking in your mirror, you're missing your racing line. You're like, ugh. But yeah, brilliant for him. You know.
And for race 2 to look forward to this afternoon, any changes, or we want to see that again, to be perfectly honest?
It'll stay exactly as it is. Yeah.
Fantastic, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And if we've got time, we'll go and speak to our third place finisher. Just with our track race commentator at the moment. We have got the British truck racing coming up in a moment, so if we don't have time, then I'll hand over to Pointy. But oh no, we do, absolutely wonderful. Mark, a podium finish.
Yeah, really pleased, really pleased.
Surprised?
Yeah, surprised. We were first time out in the car today, so I was trying to let it get a feel for the car, and you know, the last 5 or 6 laps we were getting a bit more of a feel for it, and
a good Clio duel there as well.
Sorry?
A good Clio duel as well.
Very much so, yes. Yeah, it was a very good duel. We got blocked off in between one of the BMW sort of split us up for a while, but once we got past it, I got past him, we managed to tune in on Andy and managed to nip him right at the last.
Well,
so
go and enjoy your champagne. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Right, as you can see behind me to our right, that is the teams for the British Truck Racing Championship. So they are coming on to the track for their penultimate race of the weekend very shortly. For that one, it is of course the dream team of Pointy and Dave.
Well, thank you very much, Ewan. Quick tea break time for Ewan Dunlop then, as Pointy takes over the job. Hopefully he's found a bit more voice. So one more race before our lunch break, which is the British Truck Racing Championship Race 4 of the weekend. After the lunch break, we will have the Junior Saloon Cars, their third race of the weekend, second of the day. That's followed hopefully by our truck drifting display. Then we have another race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Cars. Hopefully we'll have all the cars back out and repaired for that one. Then another truck race, and finally our 1 hour 40 minutes 100 minutes 2CV and mini endurance race. There is one mini, I can tell you, on the grid for that one, a bit of an interloper in among the 2CVs. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. I think there's 4 drivers sharing that mini as well, so they may have to make extra pit stops, which will make things interesting. Most of the cars have 2 or 3 drivers. Some of them have just 1 driver, the 2CVs. We'll give you a bit of guidance to that a little bit later on, but it is now time to go truck racing once again here at Convoy Cymru will give you the grid shortly. It's based on the result of race 2 yesterday. Top 8 in each division flipped around. First of all, let's head down to Pointy in the paddock.
Nothing to worry. No, just keep. It's okay. We're just doing an interview, okay? So we're going to talk about truck racing. It's okay. I'm of course here with Michael Oliver, Joker through and through, and we have a great time talking to each other, don't we, Mike?
I've never seen you in my life.
Do you not watch our YouTube stream?
What?
Okay. Game face. So let's bring things serious for a moment. Not a great start to the weekend for you yesterday, was it?
Oh, terrible. Woeful start.
But you do like to start the weekends like that, don't you?
Well, if that's how I've started a weekend, I'm not looking forward to how I finish it.
On a high, mate, on a high.
On a high. Oh, well, going on from, I thought you mean from last brand's that.
No, let's just a fresh weekend. It's a fresh weekend. As we're going to look at the positives. You're here, it's sunny, it's dry, and you've only crashed once so far. Or been crashed into once so far.
Aye, yeah, true, yeah,
Yeah.
The track is dry.
Good.
My pants aren't.
Oh wow, that's. I mean, we can talk about that afterwards.
Very sweaty.
Wow, it's the weather. We can't have it both ways. It's going to be a nice day, then you've got to experience dampness.
Embrace the dampness, I say.
Embrace the dampness. Oh my goodness! So we'll be going back out now for the second race of Sunday. Very shortly, we can see, bustling around all of the garages. No major damage this morning though. Quite a decent race all round, wasn't it?
Yeah, chuffed. It was a nice, clean race, and I was quite opportunist there, really. Tom went wide, John went wide, someone else went wide, someone else went off. Dad went off, so then I was up to 8th, and I was just. Making coffee because
they got coffee machines in the cabs. Notice we've never actually had a tour around one of the truck cabs before, have we?
No. You don't want to look in there.
Yeah, you're not allowed to see the coffee machine.
Got to be here in person to look in the cab and get a free coffee.
Well, that sounds like a call to action for all the viewers at home, doesn't it?
Yeah. You don't want to be watching this at home. You want to be coming here and seeing it live.
Too right. Have a burger, watch some racing, some action.
Oh, it's all action.
Smell the tyres.
It's all action.
Quickly on fuel then, completely changing the subject. Obviously we're all running on GD Plus biofuel this week or this season. Have you noticed any performance improvements since we've started using the new fuel?
Do you want a serious answer? Or?
Go on, yeah, real one.
Well, last season I noticed coming here, first corner you were down 1.5 gears, and round the back you were down half a gear. Now I'm just doing 1 gear. And I'm not having to do a gear down the back. I think it's definitely got a power. Well, I definitely think the power's increased because of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the drivers are all saying the same thing, that it does seem to have a power advantage over standard diesel. And of course, a lot of the drivers were always using like your V Sport, your high octane, racing diesel, so to speak. And yeah, it's interesting that a sustainable fuel source like GD Plus is in the championship and making the improvements.
It's tremendous. It is tremendous, and there's no smoke in the morning. It sounds like a stupid, subtle thing, but it is good. It is good. There doesn't seem to be emissions on it. I'm not smoking on the track. It does make. I've had to take up cigarette smoking just to keep me
because it's because your lungs were starting to detox. So what's going on here?
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Okay then, apologies for Pointy there. He's off for his lunch break now, I think, during this race, hopefully. Let's have a look at the grid then for our 4th truck race of the weekend. The top 8 reversed from race 2 yesterday, so it's Ricky Collett who is on pole in the MAN as the DAF Pace truck leads them away. Alongside him is Jock Borthwick, number 32, Craig Reed, and the man we've just heard from, Michael Oliver, on the 2nd row of the grid. And it's Bradley Smith and Stephen Powell on row 3, and then Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith on row 4. David Jenkins down on row 5. He only managed 9th with some damage to his truck yesterday. Starts alongside Simon Faulkner. And then on the 6th row of the grid, Simon Reed alongside John Bowler. 7th row, completing Division 1, Tom O'Rourke and no Simon Cole unfortunately, after some problems earlier in the weekend. And there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They are headed up by John Powell and Craig Evans. Paul Rivett and Adam Bint on their second row. Jim Bennett again electing to start from the back. John Powell slowed up towards the end of yesterday's race slightly with a few problems, but back on the pace this weekend, and he'll head Division 2 away here. On board with Paul Rivett in the Napa Racing MAN. See if he can take a first win in Division 2. He's got John Powell and Craig Evans ahead of him on the grid. Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win as well. It's Ricky Collett on pole, the Yorkshireman, just pleased to be back out this weekend. A new engine in his MAN after a spectacular blow-up in round 1 at Brands Hatch. Coated the Brabham Straight with oil and diesel. Full credit to the marshals who cleared that up. Adam Bint looking to get back to winning ways, looking for win number 3 in Division 2, but the man we're looking out for is Ryan Smith, once again starting from 8th place on the grid. Didn't take him long to hit the front in race 3, looking for 4 out of 4. And we're on board with Ryan Smith as well. Flying Ryan alongside his arch rival for the championship, Stuart Oliver. 17 titles between these two. Watch for David Jenkins as well, back on row 5 of the grid. One non-starter, no Simon Cole, he's out for the weekend with mechanical trouble. Jim Bennett at the back in the Sed Atkinson. So here we go then. Race 4 for the trucks here at Convoy Cymru, the DAF Pace truck in pit lane. Power about to come on. Here we go with race number 4 down towards Hatchett's Hairpin. Ricky Collett and Jock Borthwick lead them off. Michael Oliver and Craig Reed tucked in behind. There's been some contact already in there. Oh my goodness, big contact further back. David Jenkins involved. We've got a tyre leading the Division 2 pack. Who does that belong to? Paul Rivett's been damaged. Well, there was all sorts of mayhem in the pack there. Rivett's got going again. But there are several trucks, I would think, with damage in there. A great cloud of smoke as they piled into each other. There's debris all over Hatchett's Hairpin as well. Now who's got the lead? Looks like it's Jock Borthwick who's gone to the front. I think that's the first time he's led a Division 1 race. Ricky Collett in second place, then Stephen Powell. Well, there was so much going on there. We'll try and get a replay of that. Ryan Smith's got damage. Ryan Smith has hit somebody. Didn't see who it was, but we'll pick up some replays hopefully in a moment. Craig Evans is involved there as well. Looks like he's got a puncture on the right front. That's the end of Craig Evans' race. So Jock Borthwick leads from Ricky Collett. Bit of damage to Ricky's truck as well. It's one of the Reeds. That's Craig in third position. Simon Reed's dropped back in the 89. Bradley Smith. Look at Bradley Smith's truck. That's the truck that's been hit from behind. Look at the state of the bodywork on his machine. So David Jenkins and Bradley Smith, I think, will have made contact there. I can't see David Jenkins in the pack there. We'll see if he comes through. Look at Ryan Smith, the front bodywork valance missing from his truck as Jock Borthwick leads. Ricky Collett in second place. It's Craig Reed in third, then Stephen Powell. Who's leading Division 2? It's Adam Bint in the number 5 Volvo. The only casualty of all that, so it looks like, was Craig Evans. Bodywork flying off Ricky Collett there. He loses the front bumper valance. It's lightened his MAN a little. Ryan Smith is up to 5th place in what's left of his Daimler Freightliner. Now going for Stephen Powell. He's going to try and take 4th place away. Bradley Smith side by side with Michael Oliver, then Stuart Oliver, John Bowler, Simon Faulkner. There's David Jenkins, so he is still going. Side by side with Adam Bint, the Division 2 leader. Ryan Smith now up into 4th place. His bonnet's going to come off if he's not careful. The front end of that truck is falling apart. So there's a bit of a bottleneck off the grid there, which has resulted in several trucks suffering damage. I think it must have been Craig Evans who lost the tyre that we saw fly up into the air. He played his cards right. That tyre would have been leading Division 2. Let's have a look again at the start of that race. Look in the middle of the grid there. Yes, there's the contact. David Jenkins and a couple of others. There goes the tyre. That tyre flew over the top of Adam Bint. David Jenkins and a couple of others just got bottled up at the back of the grid. It was tricky to see who hit who in there. We know Craig Evans was involved because he's out of the race. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by, not by Ryan Smith, by Craig Reed. 112.714 for the Iveco pilot. There he is closing on the leaders. Smith's up to 4th behind them, then Powell, Bradley Smith, then the Olivers. Stewart's got ahead of Michael. Yes, Bradley Smith took a hit in there. Look at the state of his MAN. It's a bit of a nudge there from Stuart Oliver. But it's Jock Borthwick still leading, looking for his first ever Division 1 victory. Can they hold off Flying Ryan in a now rather light Daimler Freightliner? Stephen Powell in 5th place. Bits of bodywork everywhere on the curve as well. Stuart Oliver ahead of Bradley Smith, now ahead of Michael Oliver, so Stuart Oliver's gained the place there. Through Hatchett's hairpin they go for the 4th time, and Ryan Smith has now got the fastest lap, 1:11.515 in the Daimler Freightliner lightweight. Division 2 is still being led by Adam Bint, ahead of John Powell and Paul Rivette, who was delayed in that chaos at the start. John Powell had a go there for the lead, but Adam Bint held him off. Look at the back of Adam Bint's car. It was him who lost the tyre. You can see there on the right-hand side of the truck. Bizarre sight that makes. I'm reminded of Gilles Villeneuve in the Ferrari at Zandvoort all those years ago when he limped it back to the pits, dragging the rear wheel behind him. Look at the state of Adam Bint's truck. So it was his tyre that came off and flew over his own truck. That is causing some serious problems, especially on left-handed corners for Adam Bint, but he's still leading Division 2. I'm not quite sure how. On board with Paul Rivette, who's chasing at the back of the field. How far behind is Paul Rivette? Let's have a look. Catching John Powell and Adam Bint slightly now, as Ryan Smith up the inside on Ricky Collitz. He's already got past Craig Reed. He now takes 2nd place. And now it's surely only a matter of time before he catches Jock Borthwick. Ryan Smith this weekend is becoming the Max Verstappen of truck racing. No matter where on the grid he starts. To the hairpin go the Division 2 trucks, and there was a bit of rubbing there between John Powell and Paul Rivette. Somebody spun out there on the right. That looked like John Bowler. I caught a glimpse off there on the grass on the right of the exit of the hairpin. I think that was John Bowler. Pick that up in a moment, because the Division 2 field is still fighting out. They're catching Simon Faulkner. In the meantime, Ryan Smith has caught Jock Borthwick, and surely he's going to get him on the straight here. Down into the hairpin. Borthwick's got damage as well. But are there any trucks in this field that aren't missing a bit of bodywork after that start? Coming into the pit straight, Ryan Smith goes for the inside. Surely he's going to go through into the hairpin. Here he comes. They think it's all over. It is now. We haven't even reached half distance this time, and Ryan Smith's into the lead. Now watch him pull away. He's in a different league to everybody else this weekend, Flying Ryan. Despite missing half the front bodywork off his truck. Oh, and more contact. That's Bradley Smith and Michael Oliver. More bodywork comes off Bradley Smith's truck. Stephen Powell's got a wheel arch flapping around in the breeze as well. There'll be no panels left on these trucks for race 5. It's been such a calm affair up until this race, and then suddenly everyone's gone mad. This is the battle in Division 2. John Powell's dropped behind Paul Rivette. How is Adam Bint still going with half a wheel on the right rear of his truck? Of course, they have the double tyres on the back of the back axle. He's missing one tyre. The wheel looks like it's been chewed, and somehow he's still there in the lead. Well, it's only really causing him a problem at left-handers. There's only a couple of left-handers on this circuit at Dibeni and at the crossing. It's going to be very out of balance through there. Somehow he's still leading. Chased by Paul Rivette. John Powell is now down to 3rd in Division 2. Over the line they go. Stuart Oliver, quieter race for him this time. He's in 5th place, chasing Craig Reed. He needs to make up some ground here. Of course, finished the lap down in race 3 after having to make a pit stop. Things thankfully calming down a little as we go into the second half of this rather chaotic race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Jock Borthwick is still there in 2nd place. Ryan Smith running away once again, and Ricky Collins still in a podium position as well. 2 MANs. Borthwick's gone wide, coming through Carter's Curve onto the grass, and still they're at it in Division 2. John Powell trying to take 2nd place back again. I don't think you'll get round the outside at Senna into Brooklands. Yeah, Rivette will be on the inside for the next right at Brooklands. Keeps the place. Oh, Ryan Smith's out! What's happened? Ryan Smith's pulled up at Honda Curve. Now, this is going to change things because the 4 out of 4 has gone. It's Jock Borthwick back in the lead. Now, could he take his first Division 1 win? There's 6 minutes of the race to go. I don't know what happened to Ryan Smith there, whether he slid off or whether something's failed on the truck, we didn't see. But he's out of this race. So it's Jock Borthwick, Ricky Collett, Craig Reed, and here comes Stuart Oliver. Now Stuart Oliver will see Ryan Smith's out of the race. They're still at it in Division 2 meanwhile. Can't keep these two away from each other. Look at the way Paul Rivette's going, and he shoves his way past Adam Bint into the lead, looking for his first class win of the season. And there's contact between the two of them there. And here comes John Powell. He's going to try and do the same thing up the inside. Bash! Goodness me. Oh, it's getting rough in Division 2. Adam Bint's not happy there. Well, the other side of his truck could be as badly damaged soon as the right-hand side is. Goodness me, dear oh dear. So a bit of needle creeping into play in Division 2. Meanwhile, Stuart Oliver is up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Craig Reed. Now, Stuart Oliver, as we say, we'll see that Ryan Smith's out of the race, and now he is on the attack. He attacks, well, he's really attacked Ricky Collett. They go off. What else can happen in this race? This is more like stock car racing than truck racing. They've got going again, so we'll establish the race order in a moment. I think Jock Borthwick is still leading, or is he? Yes, there he is. 2nd is Craig Reed, Stephen Powell in 3rd, then Bradley Smith, then the Olivers. Michael's up to 5th, Stuart Oliver's down to 6th. Where's Ricky Collett? There he is, just ahead of John Bowler. Jim Bennett trying to get out of the way there. Jim Bennett's probably thinking, the way this is going, I can win this as the last truck moving if this carries on. The Olivers together. Stuart Oliver up the inside. It's been such a tame affair the first 3 races. Everybody seems to have gone mad in this race. I don't know what's got into these drivers. So the order is Borthwick from Craig Reed. John Powell is, Stephen Powell, sorry, is 3rd. Then it's Bradley Smith, Stuart Oliver, and Michael Oliver are next. Ricky Collett 7th. John Bowler is in 8th place. That could be his best result in Division 1 so far. Then Tom O'Rourke. Rounding up the top 10 is David Jenkins. Simon Faulkner's still going. Paul Rivette is now leading Division 2. Ahead of John Powell. Adam Bint is somehow still going in the Volvo. And here's Simon Reed towards the back of the field in his equally battered Iveco. There's Tom O'Rourke battling with David Jenkins. They were delayed in the start line problems. It's under 3 minutes of the race left now. Things calming down in the closing stages of this rather wild race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Jock Borthwick out in front by 2.4 seconds. Is he going to take his first ever Division 1 victory? Stuart Oliver on the tail of Bradley Smith for 4th place. Stuart Oliver tried the attack on Ricky Collett here at Spitfires. They went sliding wide. These two are rubbing now. Oliver tries to get the Volvo up alongside the MN. He's gone round the outside into DeBenny. Good move by Stuart. the 10 times champion, 1-time European champion as well. His son Michael Oliver's going to follow him through as well in his MAN, the 2 GT tyres trucks. Now trying to catch Stephen Powell for 3rd place, looking for another podium. It's been a good consistent weekend for Stephen Powell. But it's Jock Borthwick out in front. Is he going to hang on for his first ever Division 1 victory? Smoke from the back of Stephen Powell's truck. 2 laps to go, I make it this time. Jock Borthwick just needs to hold his nerve. See what the gap is back to Craig Reed as they cross the line. Here's Paul Rivette leading Division 2, looking for his first win of the season. The gap is down to 1.7 seconds that time through. Craig Reed looking for his 2nd Division 1 win. Michael Oliver's got ahead of Bradley Smith. He's lost 2 places to the 2 Olivers on that last lap. Ricky Collett in behind them. So tense times for Jock Borthwick, the man from St Boswell's in Scotland. Can he hold off Craig Reed? Well, the winning monopoly of, or duopoly I should say, of Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver is going to be broken by the look of things. But who is going to break it? Will it be Borthwick? Will it be Reed? I think they've got 1 more lap to run. Stephen Powell in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver's on a charge though. He's come back up. He was going to take 2nd from Ricky Collett, but they tangled and went wide. That dropped Oliver back down the order. Now he's getting back into contention for a podium. He's on the tail of Stephen Powell in the MAN. He'll go for the inside down the pit straights. Still Jock Borthwick leads. Stuart Oliver, you can see he's fired up. Goes through at Honda Curve, up into 3rd position. Now trying to go after the 2 leaders. The lead gap is down to 1.2 seconds. Can Jock Borthwick hold on for his first ever Division 1 win? Stephen Powell will try to fight back for another podium. Craig Reed, you can see he's closed the gap on our leader. Well, after all the chaos in this race, we're in for a tense finish here. Nervous times for Jock Borthwick. Can the Scotsman hang on? They're on the last lap now. Out of the crossing. Craig Reed's Ready Vico looming larger in the mirrors of the whites. MAN. A little bit sideways there out of Senna. He's got to start to defend now, Jock Borthwick, as they come up into Speedway Straight for the last time. Craig Reed is right with him. He's going to have a look on the inside. Borthwick moves to defend. This is going to be close. Stephen Powell's on the grass in the background. Stuart Oliver's almost with the leaders now. Here they come towards the line. Jock Borthwick defending from Craig Reed. Here comes Stuart Oliver. Look at the way Oliver's closing. He could get alongside these 2. 3 of them line astern. Up towards the checkered flag, and Reed is pushing Jock Borthwick. The checkered flag is in sight. They're going to finish side by side across the line. Borthwick holds it. Borthwick's done it. The 3 of them covered by 3/10 of a second. What a finish. What an amazing recovery by Stuart Oliver. What a great run by Craig Reed. But Jock Borthwick is the hero of the hour. It's Scotland the Brave here in Wales. Jock Borthwick takes provisionally his first ever Division 1 victory. And there's going to be a first-time winner this season in Division 2 as well. Paul Rivette in the Napa Auto Parts MAN is coming home to win Division 2. What an extraordinary race. John Powell in 2nd. That was unbelievable. 3/10 of a second covering the top 3 at the line. Jock Borthwick power slides the MAN in celebration. But what a recovery there by Stuart Oliver. He came through once up into the top 3, collided with Ricky Collett and went off, dropped back down again, and he almost caught the 2 leaders on the line. But it is Jock Borthwick, the man of the moment. His first ever Division 1 win. That one was for Doddy Weir. Jock Borthwick the winner by 0.289 of a second from Craig Reed. Stuart Oliver in 3rd place. They were covered by 0.313 of a second. Oliver 24 thousandths of a second off Craig Reed as they crossed the line. 4th place eventually going to Michael Oliver after Stephen Powell slid wide on the last lap. Bradley Smith in 6th place. ahead of Ricky Collett. John Bowler, good result for him in 8th place after his problems earlier in the weekend. Then Tom O'Rourke, David Jenkins struggling after that contact at the start, and Simon Faulkner in 11th. Then the Division 2 trucks, Paul Rivette taking his first class win of the season ahead of John Powell. Somehow hadn't got what was left of his Volvo home in 3rd place. Simon Reed was next, and then Jim Bennett. We lost Ryan Smith, his first non-finish of the season, and of course Craig Evans, a casualty on the first lap. I need to get my breath back after that one, definitely. So let's head down to Pointy in Parc Ferme.
Wow, what an absolutely fantastic finish and a fantastic race. Jock Borthwick taking his first place of the Division 1 and of the season. Incredible. Let's just get in there. Come on, Jock, get out your cab. The fans are going wild on the side. We've got support from the team. We're just going to give him a chance. The adrenaline must be pumping through him at the moment. Absolutely incredible. Tyre pressures are, yeah, just got to check the tyre pressures. This is more important. Come on, come on. Unbelievable. He held off so many contenders for the win of that race. We're going to have fellow drivers from Division 1 coming over soon to wish him well, congratulate him on that win. Any time today, Jock, it's fine. He's just checking the bearings on his prop shaft.
What a difference that made.
I told you you're supposed to put them in.
You know what, Pointy? I just thought you were a plumber. And I didn't know I had bearings in the prop shaft. The seasons I put them in last night, gee whiz, I went 2 seconds faster, mate. But don't tell the rest of the guys.
I know. Shh, keep it quiet, keep it quiet. 2.4 second lead ahead of the pack for most of that race. What on earth did you do to this truck?
Nothing, mate. And my times are still the same. I'm still half a second off where I need to be.
Wow.
I'm needing.
I think at the front is where you need to be.
And I just try. I try and ignore him if I can.
Yeah.
And I just try to pace myself the best I could. And I've seen Craig chipping away, and that's the longest race. Every lap, I thought it must be the last lap this time. No, it must be and this went on for 5 laps, I think. And then eventually, and I seen Craig coming. My tyres are getting worse, and I'm just trying to bring it home. And then I missed a gear like you do coming out the straight in the back, and then Craig's right there. I thought, oh no.
Craig was right next to you on the pit straight.
I know, because I was defending into Honda in case he had a last minute dive. So I thought, he'll need to go around the long way. But because I took the inside line, obviously it's trying to oversteer coming out, and I couldn't have picked the throttle up, and Craig had the slingshot. And I'm just glad the flag was 100 yards further down, or it might have been a different result.
One more lap and we might have had a different result.
I'd have just pushed a bit harder again. I was teasing him.
Unbelievable. Job,
thanks so much.
Congratulations, mate. I'm so proud.
Northerners rule. Northerners rule.
Too right. Well, what happened there? I mean, Stuart Oliver, great drive from you as well to come so far back in the pack to where you were at the end of the race.
I know. Don't ask us what happened because I don't know. But I did an awful lot of overtaking. I know. But yeah, it was good. It was. You know, like I was just saying to John there, you know, the crowds here today, if they didn't enjoy that, you know, what more could you ask for, you know?
That's got to be what they came to see, truck racing at its best, Craig. Yeah. But what a start, what on earth happened there?
Oh, to be honest with you, I was sort of sitting there and letting it play out. Stuart come past me, and I'd had a couple of nibbles at Ricky, and he just comes over on you, and I think that's what happened with Stuart a bit. So, no, it was a good, the thrills and spills of truck racing that was. And when, as soon as I saw Ryan went off, and I don't wish anyone bad, but I was like, right, we're back in it here, because I was losing power, but no, brilliance, that was amazing.
Absolutely fantastic win, well done to both of you gentlemen. Well, we're going to head back over now into Parc Ferme and the paddock. We'll meet some more drivers, of course, whilst they're waiting to get checked over by the scrutineer, and we'll come back to you very shortly. But wow, what a race, what a result here at Pembrey, second race of the Sunday.
I'm not quite sure what to say after that one. Liveliest truck race I think I've ever seen there, but I have to say, what an amazing recovery by Stuart Oliver to come back and almost catch the 2 leaders on the line. But full credit to Jock Borthwick. That victory was in memory of Doddy Weir. I'm sure plenty of fundraising still taking place for the My Name's Doddy campaign in aid of motor neurone disease research. We've still got 5 races to go here today. We've got 4 races to go plus our truck drifting display. It's the lunch break coming up now. So we have junior saloon cars coming up at around 10 to 2, then the truck drifting display, then the Welsh Sports and Saloons second race, a final truck race, quite a few repairs for some teams to do ahead of that one, and then our endurance race for the 2 CVs, plus the Mini of Team Toy Shed, the interloper on the grid there. 100 minutes with pit stops, something a bit different to end the programme today. We're now going into our lunch break. We'll be back underway, all being well, in about 45 minutes from now. So chance for our marshals to take a quick break, and for our camera crews as well. Thanks to all of them for their services once again. We'll see you back in about 45 minutes. Front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. 2 men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the 2 MANs of number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Steve Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68, Craig Reed, the second of the brothers in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the 2 Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke. With his MAN, his young supporter Holly is going to be here doing another of her cycle rides this weekend to raise money for the My Name's Doddy campaign. We spoke to Holly on the grid at Brands Hatch, and she managed to complete a lap of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Not an easy accomplishment on a bicycle. Given the hilly nature of Brands Hatch, she might have things a bit easier here with the more flat nature of Pembrey. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole. He's raced the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast as he called it, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bint, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivette, the former British touring car racer and Renault Clio multiple champion, with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Great to have Jim back after a few years away this year. So 19 trucks on the grid then. The Freyhouf Engineering Volvo 3-axle pace truck in position. And what a front row. 17 titles between these two. Ryan Smith looking for 8 in a row. Stuart Oliver, a 10-time champion, the man from Northumberland in the GT Tyres Volvo VNL. Ryan Smith backed by Northside Truck and Van Limited. As we said, the Daimler Freightliner has been on display in their showroom recently. David Jenkins, his father Tony was a truck racer before him. Used to race an American-built Mack truck in the British Championship, Tony. Stephen Powell alongside, scored his first Division 1 win at Thruxton in Hampshire last season. Bradley Smith on row 3. His father Tony has had some success in the championship in the past. He used to run in Division 2 with a Finnish-built Sisu. Bradley was racing trucks before he was old enough to hold an HGV licence, would you believe? You don't need an HGV licence to race trucks, you just need an ARDS circuit racing licence, the Association of Racing Driver Schools. 1 minute board is held aloft by our marshal on the starters rostrum, so that means we're about to get the rolling lap underway. On board there with Adam Bint on the front row of Division 2. Once the green flag waves, the trucks will be rolling. The 30-second board is now held out, so that means that everybody has to clear the grid. The marshals will have moved back off their posts as well to a position of safety. These trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. The road, of course, they're limited to 56. Race trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour for safety reasons. And if your truck exceeds that 100 mile an hour limit, you will get a penalty. So here we go then. Trucks are rolling. Looks like we got ourselves a convoy here at Pembrey. I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. We may be missing somebody at the back there. I can't see John Bowler, number 14, unfortunately, so he may have had a problem in qualifying. There's the Division 2 quintet. There's gentleman Jim Bennett at the back, now in his 70s and still going strong. As the trucks head down into Hatchett's hairpin, you can see how tight this right-hander is. Going to be very dicey on the opening lap there, certainly not for the faint of heart. They then head up to the right-hander of Spitfires. Spitfires did fly from Pembrey during the Second World War. It's through Spitfires, then the left-hander at Debeny. I think I pronounced that correctly anyway. On board with Stuart Oliver, looking back. Fearsome sight, isn't it, these 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts. Ready for the first of 5 truck races this weekend on the Pembrey Circuit. Over the crossing, through this left-hander. We call that crossing because the corner doesn't officially have a name. And then up to Senna. That's into the back of the circuit. 2 Ivicos, the Reed brothers. Craig Reed scored his maiden Division 1 win in the final race of last year. He's a former Division 2 champion. There's Craig Evans, number 10 on the left. Desperate for his first Division 2 win. He came within half a lap of a victory at Brands Hatch and then went wide into the gravel coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. Through Senna and then up to the right-hander at Brooklands, named after Great Britain's first ever purpose-built race circuit in Surrey. There is the Sedn Atkinson, the Earsham Gravels truck of Jim Bennett. Certainly the oldest machine on the grid. Form up 2 by 2, then down Speedway straights up to the flick of Carter's curve, then onto Honda curve. About to start our first truck race of the weekend here at Convoy Cymru. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them round. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship of 2023. The revs beginning to rise then. And Ryan Smith starts as he means to go on. Is it going to be Stuart Oliver or will we see a new winner? Powell and Bint divided the Division 2 wins at Brands Hatch. The pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey circuits. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barrelling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3 into 1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into 3rd place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in 4th place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold 5th position in the number 46. Then Jock Borthwick. 7th is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. We'll try and pick up what happened there in a moment. There's John Powell. Didn't get the best of starts in Division 2. It's Adam Bint who leads the Division 2 field ahead of Paul Rivette in the 22, I think. Pick that up as they come through. Simon Faulkner having a go at the number 41 of Simon Cole. Yes, Adam Bint's up among the Division 2 trucks. Michael Oliver's had some contact, some damage to the front of his truck. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back, and Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver. So that's what happened. He went spinning out. Oliver saved it. And Ricky Collett had nowhere to go. Went off rally crossing. Great cloud of tyre smoke as Tom O'Rourke spun round. It's not been a happy season for Tom O'Rourke so far. He ended up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch as well. So Ryan Smith's already leading by 1.8 seconds. He's going to be away and gone ahead of these two, Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell. David Jenkins is in 4th place, then Bradley Smith rounding out the top 5. Leading Division 2, it is Adam Bint. He's up to 9th overall as a result of that bit of chaos towards the back of Division 1. Paul Rivett 2nd, then John Powell, Evans and Bennett. Wait to see if Ricky Collett, Tom O'Rourke get going again. I think they have. They're down at the back of the field. So Ryan Smith leads, coming through towards Honda Curve, and Jock Borthwick running wide onto the grass there, coming out of Brooklands. Stephen Powell running well up there in 3rd position. They're already starting to get a little spaced out at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith completes his 2nd lap. He's 2.2 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. The first 4 have broken away. The battle is joined for 5th because Jock Borthwick pushing on, trying to catch Bradley Smith. 7th place is Simon Reed, the man from Stoke, in his Iveco. Simon and Craig, the bosses of Reed Freight. Borthwick closes up into the hairpin to the back of the similar MAN. The MAN, the numerically dominant mark, but it's the Daimler and the Volvo out in front at the moment. The first MAN is Stephen Powell in 3rd. 2 Ivecos in there as well. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver in problems. We're on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there. It's come down a lot because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Ryan Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin as Hatchets, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. It's only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collett after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. Riding with Stuart Oliver. See David Jenkins chasing Stephen Powell behind us, coming out of Brooklands along Speedway straights. Speed really does mount down here through the right at Carter's. There's our Division 2 leader, Adam Bint. He's keeping up with Simon Faulkner in the Division 1 Iveco. Simon, his 2nd season of truck racing in an ex-Reed family truck. And yes, you can see Adam Bint there has got ahead of, I think that's Craig Reed in the, no, it's Simon Reed in the 89. So he's dropped back as well. Plenty going on in the lower reaches of the Division 1 field. You can see some damage on Simon Reed's truck there, the number 89. Simon Cole's dropped behind this pairing as well. There he is. Then Paul Rivett, John Powell and Craig Evans. Jim Bennett will be somewhere back behind the oldest truck in the field. And the oldest driver as well. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that, Gentleman Jim. Still Ryan Smith who leads by 3/4 of a second at the end of that lap. He was half a second quicker than Stuart Oliver that time through. Powell still 3rd ahead of Jenkins. So much going on further down the pack though. Simon Faulkner's back ahead of Adam Bint, as we saw. Simon Reed fighting back as well after he dropped down the order. And Simon Cole in there as well. Through towards Senna and Brooklands. There's Paul Rivett. He's got ahead of John Powell. This is the battle for 2nd in Division 2. They're closing on Simon Cole in the white and pink MAN. Used to run the Mercedes, supported by Team Hard of touring car fame. Of course, Napa Racing are now big names in touring cars as well. The BTCC with the Ford Focuses. See them in Formula 1 stock cars as well. Jack France sponsored by them. John Powell in the DAF closing up. Still 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Race 1 at Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey. Craig Evans dropping away a little bit in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, I believe, is still going, yeah, but he's quite a way behind. He's closing up on Jim Bennett now slowly, after he was delayed that tangle on the opening lap. Well, Ryan Smith has got his lead back to over a second now. So he's pulled away again from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell just ahead of David Jenkins in third place. The main battle is in Division 2, but it's all for second place. There's a bit of rally crossing there for Simon Faulkner, fighting it out with Simon Reed, the two Ivecos. So yes, Simon Reed has certainly had some contact side panel missing off his truck. We didn't see where that happened, unfortunately, so that's why he's dropped down the order. It's been a collision somewhere. The wheel arch hanging off as well. There's Adam Bint in the background, still dominating Division 2. Simon Reed has a look as they come through Carter's. It's a lightweight Iveco Stralis now, with that large section of bodywork missing. Coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. And he's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that third place. Simon Reed at the inside, up the hairpin, he goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchett's hairpin. Well, in such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. So whether Ryan's having handling or braking problems, I'm not sure. They're coming up to lap Jim Bennett in the 28. Now Paul Rivette having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivette, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get round the outside at Senna though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivette is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell, that's for 12th overall. Paul Rivette's fighting back though. Here they come, down towards Carter's. He gets squeezed there, almost onto the grass on the inside. John Powell holds the place. Behind them is Craig Evans. He's been able to close back up again, the silver and blue number 10 MAN. It's a great fight. This is for 11th place overall, these 4. The lead gap is down to 0.6 of a second in the overall classification now between Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Still Stephen Powell holding off David Jenkins for 3rd. Bradley Smith going well up there in 5th place. Simon Reed is back up to 8th, and that's significant for race 3 tomorrow, because of course the grid will be set by the result of this race with the top 8 reversed. So it's currently a Reed brothers front row. Here are your leaders, Smith and Oliver. They've lapped Jim Bennett. They're going to lap Tom O'Rourke as well. There's the 86, the Scotsman, the boss of MV Commercials. Initially came into truck racing as a sponsor when he brought some vehicles to Convoy in the Park at Donington for the truck show. Sponsored the British Championship and then decided to have a go at racing. Had a bit of a fraught career so far, Tom O'Rourke. He had a massive accident at Thruxton in 2020. Suffered a back injury, sadly, but he's now fully recovered and back racing once again. He ended up in the barriers at Brands Hatch as well at the start of this season. See how the gap is fluctuating slightly here. Now Ryan Smith pulling away slightly from Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks. 2 of the all-time greats of British truck racing out in front. They do look impressive, don't they? The almost American-style bonneted trucks. Stuart Oliver's machine reminds me of the Volvo that Richard Walker used to run in the 1990s, the blue and green Lucas-sponsored machine. There were the Phoenix MANs as well, run by the likes of Gerd Korber. Smith pulling away again there from Stuart Oliver. Here's the battle between John Powell and now Craig Evans on his tail, so pulling away from them slightly is Paul Rivette into 2nd in Division 2, so he's got back ahead of John Powell, having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes Paul Rivette. He's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivette has shaken off his Division 2 rivals. He's having a go at the Division 1 truck, and he goes through into Carter's Curve. Meanwhile, Simon Reed is lapping Jim Bennett there. Stuart Oliver about to lap the MV Commercial MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to get out the way for him at Brooklands, or is he going to wait till the straight, I think? But Stuart Oliver will be getting frustrated here because he's losing time to Ryan Smith trying to get through the back markers. He'll get him on the straight, I'm sure. Right on board with the Volvo. You can see they've dropped Stephen Powell and David Jenkins, and Oliver still hasn't got past Tom O'Rourke. Now he has. He's getting through there towards the end of the lap into Honda Curve they go. Stephen Powell still clinging on to third place, but only just. And they're clear in turn by 5 seconds of Bradley Smith in the 46. Not to be confused with Brad Smith, who raced in Division 2 last season in number 16 with his DAF. But we haven't seen Brad Smith in the championship this year. John Powell under fire from Craig Evans. Adam Bint still leads Division 2. He's 11 seconds ahead of Paul Rivette now. So the divisions have been mixing quite nicely as Craig Evans nearly loses it, getting a wheel onto the grass coming out of Brooklands there. I thought he was going to spin onto the infield. That's dropped him back from John Powell. You can see the rallycross course there on the infield here at Pembrey, but it's not designed for use by trucks. David Jenkins still stuck behind Stephen Powell, and Powell's actually pulled away a little bit there. The Dines Recovery and HGV Direct MAN. Stuart Oliver. These two have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass to let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Let's see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, who are already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session. Ryan Smith has now pulled away. With 1 minute of the race to go, he's nearly 4 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. Stuart, of course, losing time lapping the back markers. There he is in second place. I don't think he's going to catch back up to Ryan Smith now. They'll be coming round to start their final lap. There is Adam Bint, our runaway leader in Division 2. See what the gap is to Paul Rivette. 10.6 seconds at the line that time. He's just lapped Jim Bennett. Great to have Jim back out there, one of the great characters of truck racing. And that's almost classic Seddon Atkinson. Seddon Atkinson ceased trading back in around 2006. They were taken over by Iveco, so the brand doesn't exist anymore. Wouldn't it be great to have a classic truck racing series as well for the older models? When truck racing was its boom period in the 1990s. The European Championship came to Donington every year. The likes of Kurt Goranson, Gerd Korver, Richard Walker, Heinz Denhardt in his 3-axle Mercedes, Steve Parrish, of course, the ex-bike racer. Even Barry Sheen had a go at truck racing. Anyway, never mind the nostalgia, because we're coming towards the end of our first truck race of the day here. Our only race before the lunch break here at Pembrey. And it's going to be a win for flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends. Stuart Oliver further back behind him now. It's going to be a win for the number 1 of Ryan Smith. The Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner comes through towards Honda Curve for the final time. He will see the checkered flag as he comes into the Cowell Straights, picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion flying Ryan Smith comes in to take the victory. Second place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for 3rd ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way. Bradley Smith a good 5th, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed for 6th place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Next through should be Simon Reed. There he is, sliding his way home. That will put him on pole for race 3 tomorrow. It'll be a Reed Brothers front row, subject to any change to the results of this one. And now we await Simon Faulkner, who should be in 9th place. Here he comes with his Iveco. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kurt Goranson style finish for Adam Bint. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. Who's going to be home in 2nd? It should be Paul Rivette. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivette 2nd in Division 2. John Powell is 3rd. Craig Evans 4th. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. It looks like we've lost Simon Cole, unfortunately. We know we lost Tom O'Rourke, and after that first lap tango, Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett pulled into the pits. Well, there's Tom O'Rourke, the 86. We saw him pull off onto the grass at Honda Curve. We don't know what's happened to Simon Cole. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. And as we said, Craig Evans making a bit of a habit of doing that on the last lap of races, so he should just curb his enthusiasm a little bit. Well, that means Jim Bennett's going to be on pole for race 3 in Division 2 alongside Craig Evans. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bint beating Paul Rivette by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett victims of the early pile-up. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers.
Right then, welcome down to the pit lane for the finish of the first race here at Pembrey, the British Truck Racing Championship. Thanks to Dave, of course, for doing a fantastic job, as always, for commentating on that event. Quite an interesting start, but if we look to your left now, we see reigning champion Ryan Smith and his number 1 Daimler Freightliner, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van. We'll get straight into the doorway for him. Looked like a very simple race for him. Here we go. And we're in. Get his ropes, Billy, come on. And of course, 2nd place, we've got Stuart Oliver, and an absolutely fantastic effort for Steve Powell. We'll definitely get a chance to speak to him. But of course, we're just waiting for the unstrapping of Ryan Smith now. Of course, having some issues with his truck in practice yesterday and even qualifying today. It's brilliant to see him start the weekend on a high. A couple of trucks didn't make it out, of course. Poor Michael Oliver having an issue at the beginning of that race. Slipping clutch for John Bowler, and I believe Ricky Collett didn't make it out either. Blimey, come on guys, how many men does it take to get a man out of a truck? Right, excuse me, here we go. Oh, sorry. There we go, yeah. Sorry, mate. Hello. Right, how are you doing, bud? You alright, you well? So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab?
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But I wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it. So he held on to me for a little bit, but no, honestly delighted with that.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, Ryan, congratulations. We'll get you chatting very quickly then. We need to speak to Ryan. We need to speak to 2 of the 3 amigos. First of all, and more importantly, Mr. Powell. Look at this hat, sir. 3rd place.
Don't get many of them. It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know what I mean? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory, who's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he's just had a baby boy today.
Is
so
he going to call it
congratulations,
Steve
Dory.
then, right?
I think he's going to call it Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a 3rd place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be weird.
Caravan's not that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. And Stuart, 2nd place in the championship, not by much, but 2nd place nonetheless, and 2nd place in the race today as well. You guys, you know, you've got to be happy with how this is going.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that's right. It was. It was, you know, a good start, but like I just said to John there, you've got to be careful on the first corner. You've got to get round it. You know, all the qualifying, all the best what you're doing, just goes out the window on that first corner. So, you know, I knew Steve and David would be battling, wouldn't give each other room. So I dropped in behind Ryan. Couple of laps in, Ryan ran completely out of talent around the back, went on the grass.
Of course.
So I thought I had him, and then he come charging on in front of us. I had to give him room, so that was it. I just had to follow him, but that was good.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Well, 2 great faces to have on the podium. Let's have a quick chat to Division 2 now. Thank you very much, gents. Very quickly then, over here with Adam Bent and Paul Rivette from Division 2. How was that race from behind? You all look quite well, you know, clogged together in that race. There wasn't as obvious a gap as you'd think.
I think we were in the Division 1 race, weren't we? I spent most of the race trying to get past Simon Cole. So,
don't know what you're talking about.
But no, great race. I mean, Binty was gone at the start. He got through. John was a bit slow off the line, so on the left line we managed to go through into 1 and 2 and managed to stay there. John did pass me when I was trying to get past Simon at one point, but managed to get him back again. And yeah, truck feels much better now. Well, we're really getting there with this Napa truck. So
yeah, we've got to come and talk to you a little bit later on about what on earth happened at Brands Hatch. But of course, it's fantastic to see you back on the circuit and doing very well because of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely mega to be here. You know, I do love my truck racing, that's for sure. You know, ever since I did the season in 2019, I
remember giving you a trophy there.
Yeah, I can't wait to go back. Well, I had my first win in trucks here, so you know, I've got to have a win at some point this weekend. That's the goal.
Yeah, well, that's it. We'll keep head. I mean, you're only one behind, so you've got this. You've got this. You just got to wait for Adam to slip up, but he is a veteran. He's been doing this a while. Do you think you can look at Adam's driving style and maybe take any tips from him and maybe utilise them in your own ways?
No, I'm going to do it all my own way.
Did it my way. And Adam, now we've got you back. Thank you very much, Paul Rivette. We'll swap over if you want to have a chat with John, the circuit commentator. We have to share. We have to share. So we've got a bottle of BARC race winner champagne.
Yeah, it was a very good race, action-packed. We seemed to get into the middle of Division 1 and put up a good race against Simon Faulkner, Simon Reed. I let him pass, so it didn't affect my race too much, but I was enjoying just racing with different people. Obviously, they got a higher calibre of machine, but we've still been able to keep up with them, and they didn't go walking away once I let them past.
Indeed. I mean, you've probably been able to see some of what's been going on. I mean, poor Tom O'Rourke's had a bad start to the weekend again. He's getting towed home by a tractor as we speak.
Tractor Tom, eh?
Tractor Tom. Not changing that. Right, yeah, we'll leave that there, I think, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to head over to Parc Fermé. We'll come and chat to you in a bit, and don't forget to come and get your trophies. I'm going to head back across the circuit now, which means we've got to jump over barriers and things. So why don't you join us shortly when we hand out some trophies to the lucky winners of the first race here at Pembrey Circuit, South Wales.
Coming towards the end of our lunch break then here at Pembrey Circuit at Convoy Cymru. Oh, look out, it's that bus again. Viewers who were watching Convoy Cymru on BARC TV last year will remember that bus. Nearly ended up on the grid with the two CVs. Hopefully he knows where the pit lane entrance is this year. Hope you've all enjoyed your lunch break. We're still in beautiful sunshine here at Pembrey. We've got 4 races to go this afternoon. 3 15-minute races, the junior saloon cars for their third race of the weekend, the Welsh Sports and Saloons, and another truck race. And then we've got our 100-minute enduro for the 2 CVs and a lone interloper, one of the minis out there as well. That's going to be something interesting. I've had the driving order through for some of the cars for that one, so thank you to the Classic 2 CV Racing Club for the extra info. Hopefully we'll be able to tell you who's in the car at a given time. So next up on track, it is going to be the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just checking if there has been any amendments to the results from the earlier race. No, there haven't. So the man we're pinning our hopes on, Dara Flock, the young Irishman, looking for a hat-trick here at Pembrey to break clear at the top of the point standings. We'll be underway in about 10 minutes time with that next race of the day. The marshals just finishing their lunch break. Bus tours of the circuit taking place, as you can see. South Wales Transport's old Bristol VRT bus there. I think it's Eastern Coachworks or East Lancashire Coachworks bodywork on that machine. Yes, I am a bus nerd as well as a car nerd. Yeah, Eastern Coachworks it was who bodied the Bristol VRT, based in Lowestoft. Seen a Leyland Olympian on track as well this weekend. No bus racing this year, hopefully, though. I've seen that on the short oval at Northampton. They had a double-decker bus race a few years back. Yes, one of our commenters says they've seen coaches doing banger racing. Yes, many years ago, my local venue at Hensford, we had bus bangers. A few coaches and a West Midlands travel double-decker as well. Crowd probably enjoying the truck show on the infield at the moment. Fairground rides and plenty more as well. Our marshals back on post, as you can see in the foreground there. That's coming through towards Honda Curve. Full credit to them once again. If you'd like to become a marshal, join the Orange family, take a look at the BARC website at barc.net to find out how you can sign up to marshal at their events, or the British Motorsport Marshals Club online as well. Find out how you can don the orange overalls. It's not all about waving flags. Seen the marshals clearing up fluid spillages, recovering cars as well. Great way to get up close and personal with your motorsport heroes. Full credit to everyone who does so. We couldn't go racing without them. Thank you to everybody else here at Pembrey this weekend. The medics, the recovery crews, the race control staff, the timekeepers, everybody else. Also Phil Davies, the circuit manager here at Pembrey. Certainly has made the venue very smart indeed this year. And all his team as well. Just a few minutes to go now until we get underway with our next race, which is the Junior Saloon Cars. Dara Flock looking for win number 4 of the season and number 3 of this weekend. I know we get plenty of commenters during the Junior Saloons, everybody getting their friends to watch. Ex-karters, ex-sim racers, ex-short ovalers, so on. Right to Zoe Fuller, she's cheering on Oscar Dix. Oh, Beachy's back on as well. Jonathan Moore's #1 fan. Hi to Jensen Bell, who we saw in the Junior Saloons last season. Good luck to the Westbourne Motorsport drivers, he says. Jill Macker says, I'm tempted to be a volunteer marshal, but I'd want Dave to supply pork pies in payment. You get your own pork pies. Ask Pork Pie Racing. They're in the 2CVs this weekend. Simulation Aiden says, go on Disco. That's Francisco Disco Howitt. So unfortunately, a non-finish for him earlier on. And the number 50 Saxo for DW Racing. Nick Roberts says, good luck to Kieran Roberts. Ginger Rascal also says, come on Francisco Howitt. So he's got some fans. Meanwhile, let's see who Ewan Dunlop's found to talk to down in the paddock as the bus tour of the circuit continues.
Cheers, Dave. We've got our 100-minute 2CV race coming up later on. It's our last race of the day. I'm here with Richard Knight. Hey, Richard, talk to us about 2CV racing and 100-minute racing. First of all, why?
Why? I think it was originally done to show the endurance of the car and the how much you can push these cars to their limit. And you know, they've taken them to the Sahara Desert. They've taken them all over the place. And it was originally designed to the racing was so that people could get out there and show these cars would last for like, you know, this period of time.
If I walked into the garage now and I looked at this, I would think that's not particularly durable, but they absolutely are, aren't they?
No, absolutely. I mean, in the 24-hour race, you know, we sometimes don't even change an engine, sometimes don't even change tyres. So in 24 hours, so you know, we're literally a 100-minute race here now. It should be a walk in the park already.
Really,
you know.
well. There's a bit of damage. Talk us through it.
Yeah. So I ran out of talent on the corner here. The back end went into the tyre wall. I have to thank everybody from all the teams. People came running from everywhere. I bent the arm. The wheel was tucked underneath. The corner was pushed in, and people came from all over every other garage and came to help me. So
I get the impression the paddock here is like a family, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it is, and that's part of the real fun of 2CV racing. It really is. Everybody's here to help everybody else out. Everybody has come up to me and said, "Rich, get out there, you know, do it again. I've crashed before, you know, etc., etc." So,
now you are yellow and peril, you and Giles. Just explain that for us.
Yeah. So Giles likes wearing yellow and likes positivity. He's in the car wearing yellow, always wearing yellow. Yeah, I'm the dangerous one, as you can tell. I'm definitely peril. So. And
finally, hopes and ambitions for the race.
Yeah. Well, so Giles is going out first. He's done really well in qualifying. I think we're up to, is it P10? P11. So he's in a really good position. The car was handling absolutely lovely, and yeah, you know, who knows? If I get back in the car and have another go and keep it on the track, we might have a reasonable result.
Richard, best of luck.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
And Giles, best of luck too. All right, right, we're about to go junior saloon racing a little bit shortly. I spoke to a couple of the drivers before that race comes up. So third and final race of our junior saloons coming up very shortly after our lunch break. Catching up again with Jonathan Moore. Spoken to Jonathan a couple of times today, but it's a fantastic story. So again, just touch on that progression from last year where we didn't manage a top 10, and now you're being really sort of super competitive, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually against track last year where I nearly got a top 10. I was running, I think, P7 or P8, but then got involved in contract, which took us out of it. Cadwell, I knew we would be top 10. P6 I was happy with, and then qualifying to put it P2 I didn't expect it. I knew we're quick here, so I kind of thought maybe top 5 I'll be happy. To put it P2 in qualifying was mega, and then race 1 didn't really go our way. Got two good starts, but unlucky red flags and whatnot just kind of caught us out. So to kind of just get that P2 in race 2, and I guess just put myself up there as one of the quick guys.
Because fourth in race 1, second today, again great progress. What does that do for your confidence now?
I've always been fairly confident in my own ability. I know what I can do, I know what I'm capable of. And if I didn't think I could win, then there's no point being here. So
I love that.
I've always been fairly confident in myself, but being able to secure that P2 definitely helps that. And being able to follow Dara and be on the back of him for as long as I was, just, you know, helps me feel like, okay, if I would have been ahead, I could have won it.
Totally. With Dara's a great driver, we know that, and you are right on his tail the entire time now. And I probably shouldn't be leaning on the car here, because we are up on stilts at the moment. Everything okay ahead of race 3? Any changes being made?
Not that I'm aware of. We might look into a slight change, but I'm happy with the car as it is, to be fair, so I don't really see the need to change anything.
Fantastic, mate. Good, best of luck.
Thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, we've got time now. Let's see who else we can find in the junior saloon paddock. And I've come along and found Cameron Pratt-Taylor, triple pole sitter this weekend. You converted yesterday's into a podium. What happened this morning? We saw you were going very well, but on the straight seemed to lose a little bit of power.
Yeah, rookie mistake really. Just missed the gear. Went from 4th to 5th, which I've never done before, so I don't really understand why I did it then. But you know, the mistake's the mistake. That's what happens, and you move on.
And this is all about learning. I know you've been speaking to your coach and debriefing. What happens in a debrief for you guys?
We sort of review how the session went, what we can do better, and what we did well, what we need to repeat. So Nessie was telling me what could have been better, what could have been, what needs to be improved, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Can we have any insights? What could have been better? What's going to change in race 3, hopefully?
I think get another good start off the line and then not miss the gear would have been a bit of a different story, as to be honest. But yeah, I think other than that, I didn't drive badly. It was tough, fair racing in the pack, and I think yeah, it was a fun race, just not the result we wanted. I mean, it's a super competitive series. It's great, and having a triple podium, that must give you a massive boost of confidence. Yeah, triple pole was good to start the weekend and to build confidence within the team, but you know, you don't score points in quali, so we've got to make sure that in this last one we can convert it to the result we really deserve. And
with the frustration of race 2, is there going to be a little bit of anger in there maybe going into the first corner?
No, I'll clear my head and sort of play the situation out the correct way.
Right, brilliant. Fingers crossed for you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, it's time for our 3rd race of the weekend in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Let's go and watch it with Dave Goddard.
Cars not yet out on the grid then for our next race, the Junior Saloon Cars. We'll give you the grid as soon as they are. Thanks again for all your comments. The bus tours of the circuit just coming to an end at the moment. Nice to see Harvey Dent is watching as well, one of our Junior Saloon racers from last season. Who else have we got in the comments at the moment? Matthew Harrison says, good luck Jack Harrison 317. Great repair from Alex Solly Racing. Yes, of course, we've seen Alex find success in this championship in the past. He's now in the mini challenge and helping out Jack Harrison with his car. Jack picked up some damage in race 2 this morning. Ready for race 3, Dubai Autodrome are rooting for you, it says here. Maybe we'll see Jack Harrison racing in the Middle East soon then. Elmas 8000 says, come on Jonathan Moore. Jonathan Moore's got half the comments in here. He's the new Jimmy Broadbent. Julie Papworth says, good luck Jack James from the Essex Fan Club. Jack James, the number 53. Beth Merton cheering on Jack James as well, and Jane Barnett. Luke Scrooby, another ex-racer in this championship, is backing the Oryx competition drivers. Michael Harrison says good luck to Joel Daniels, 36. He's not had a lot of luck this weekend, sadly. So they're on their way to the grid now. Let's have a look at the grid. It's once again Cameron Pratt-Thompson, number 37 in pole position, number 12 Jonathan Moore alongside him. The 3rd quickest time for each driver in the qualifying session yesterday set the grid for this one. 2nd row is Jack James and Dara Flock, the man we're all pinning our hopes on for a hat-trick. Row 3, CJ Morgan alongside Oscar Dix in the number 11. And on row 4 it's number 78 Kieran Roberts along with number 10 Harry Smith. Row 5 has treble 3 Zach Palmer alongside number 7, a better grid position this time for Elliot Fuster, completing the top 10. Row 6 of the grid, we have Charlie Constable, number 6, and number 30 of Will Fallon. The 7th row, 77 Oliver Law and Josh Salvadori in 110. Hopefully his car repaired after a bit of a shunt. It brought out the red flag earlier on today. Row 8 is James Sherrington, number 40 Cole Lynch in the 353. Row 9, Francisco Howitt in number 50 and 36 of Joel Daniels. The 10th row is Harvey Kersley, 88, and number 70 Will Butler. Then on the 11th row, moving on back, 52 Noah Checkley will start alongside the number 33 of Jacob Baldry. 17 Will Cruz, and I don't think is there. His car was wrecked yesterday, sadly, in an accident. And number 4 Jude Cooper will start there on row 12. Row 13 is Jack Harrison, we've just mentioned, alongside Caleb McDuff in the 38, so a bit of damage in the collision with Josh Salvadori in the race earlier today. And the final row is Oliver Kerr in treble 2 and Alexander Mosthav in 888. He had some problems in qualifying yesterday, unfortunately has to start from the back. So can Cameron Pratt-Thompson get it right this time? Led home the first race yesterday, but got a 5-second penalty. Then was fighting for the lead this morning, but as we heard, he missed a gear down Speedway Straight, and that's dropped him back. Jonathan Moore on his first podium earlier on, looking for his first ever win. Nice to see Harry Hickton Racing cheering on as well. Harry came close to the title last year, was just beaten by Max Hall. They're now rivals in the Mini Challenge. Lewis Barnett says good luck Jack James, so does Molly Rhodes. Chantel Daniels says good luck to everyone at Chandler Motorsports. Dan the Paint says good luck Harvey Kersley. Lewis Davis says good luck to Jack James as well. Plenty of fans of Cole Lynch, also Adam H333. Wonder who that is. Cheering on Harry Smith in the number 10. Off they go on the green flag lap then. I'm looking forward to this race. There is Harry Smith, car number 10. A little bit of damage on the rear quarter panel of the Saxo. Number 11, Oscar Dix, won the season opener at Cadwell Park, ahead of Charlie Constable, Dara Flock and Jack James. Second race there was Dara Flock who took the win. Dix second, James third. Mixed fortunes that first round for Zach Palmer. Still more drivers to come as well. 1 or 2 drivers waiting to turn 14 so that they can move into the category. Ex-Ninja Kart racer Kyle Wells, number 448 is one. We'll see him out in July when he turns 14. It's the number 17 car, I think, is the only one that's not there, for Will Crewston. Sadly, his car wrecked yesterday. There's the silver car of number 38, that's Caleb McDuff. They've got him back out, so it's good to see. I think Josh Salvadori's back out as well, the 110. Yes, there he is, behind the grey car of Oliver Law, who I believe is the son of Justin Law, the great historic Jaguar racer, former Goodwood time shootout winner at the Festival of Speed with his Group C Jaguars, prepared by Don Law Racing. Up to the grid they come then. Race 3 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The white and black car on pole position is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jonathan Moore alongside. Cole Lynch, incidentally, 353, has a 2-place grid penalty in this race for a collision earlier on. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be a hat-trick for Dara Flock? To the grid they come. Just before we get underway, we've had a request to say get well soon to Joel Daniels' brother Casper. Get well soon to him. That's from Liam Loughlin. I was being sarcastic, Adam H333, we know who you are. Adam Harding, of course. So the 5-second board is held aloft. Revs rise from the 1600cc engines. Is it going to be a hat-trick for Dara Flock? Watch for him from the second row. We're underway. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Good start by Jonathan Moore. Tries to swing across into the lead. He's got the lead as they head down the hairpin. Here comes Flock. Is he going to send it round the outside? Once again into Hatchett's hairpin. He's going to try it. Jonathan Moore might be wise to him this time, though. Not the best of starts for the pole sitter. Cameron Pratt-Thompson could drop down to 4th. Dara Flock gets the cut back out of the hairpin. He's up alongside Jonathan Moore. They're all round the hairpin, okay. And Dara Flock, has he done it again? Not quite. Jonathan Moore has the lead in the number 12. Flock slots in onto his bumper in second place. It's Jack James side by side with Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Oscar Dix is in 5th position. Then it's CJ Morgan with the yellow wheels. Jack James on the inside, just about holding that 3rd position. They head out into the back of the circuit for the first time. Kieran Roberts side by side. And there's somebody out of the race. That's Caleb McDuff has pulled up. He's on the track there on the exit of the hairpin. That could be a safety car to retrieve Caleb's car. And onto the grass goes Jack James. Dara Flock slowing. Dara Flock's in trouble. There goes the hat-trick. Oh, what a shame. The Irishman out of the race. Something broke there coming out of onto Speedway straight from Brooklands. Now, whether it was contact that's caused that, we didn't quite see. So Jonathan Moore leads, Cameron Pratt-Thompson second, Oscar Dix in third, and he's flashing the headlights there to warn the second place man, but he's there, but there's yellow flags into the hairpin. Does that mean the safety car is being scrambled, or is it just a yellow flag for Caleb McDuff's stranded car? There is the car. The marshal's waiting to try and retrieve it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see the safety car scrambled. Out of the yellow flag zone, Jonathan Moore from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Third place, it is Oscar Dix. In the number 11, CJ Morgan is in fourth place in the 59. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Dara Flock there, but he's out of the race. Problems for the Westbourne Motorsport car. The first two pulling away slightly. It's Harry Smith up to fifth place in the number 10. Then Kieran Roberts in the lime green car, chased by Charlie Constable. Then Zach Palmer in the treble 3. Jack James has dropped back. Still the yellow flags waving. Just waiting to see if the safety car is going to be scrambled. It would not surprise me at all if it is. Yes, the driver's slowing down on Speedway straights. And we have a safety car by the look of things. Well, Caleb McDuff's car being pushed away by the marshals. I suspect if the safety car is out, it will stay out for one lap. We saw the yellow flags there towards the hairpin. We'll see again what happened to Dara Flock here. Did he just slow, or was he clipped? Side by side there, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jack James. No, there was no contact. Dara Flock just suddenly slowed. Jack James went wide onto the grass to avoid him. So it was mechanical problems for Dara Flock. And the Irishman is out. No hat-trick, sadly, this weekend. There he is. Unlucky Dara Flock. That's the end of his race. Now, I'm not sure if the safety car did come out. I saw the drivers slowing. You haven't had notification on the timing screen that it's out. Yes, it is now. It's most likely to be just one lap. We didn't get notification on the timing screen. I wonder whether it was just a local yellow flag there at the hairpin at first. Roger Dowden scheduled to be driving the safety car today, the former chairman of the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. He's got a little Davrian sports car, which I think has either a Mini or a Hillman Imp engine in it, that he runs occasionally in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Championship. Jonathan Moore is your leader in car number 12, the man from Leeds. Cameron Pratt-Thompson up there in second place. Oscar Dix in third. CJ Morgan, Harry Smith, Kieran Roberts, Charlie Constable, Zach Palmer. Jack James dropped back after that grassy moment. Then we've got Elliot Fuster in the number 7. Better run from him this time, completing the top 10. Josh Salvadore is behind him. Then we've got James Sherrington, Bill Fallon, Joel Daniels and Oliver Law rounding out the top 15 ahead of Cole Lynch. 25 cars still running out of the 27 that started. We lost Caleb McDuff on the exit of the hairpin, and sadly, double winner Dara Flock. Drivers weaving to keep their tyres heated up. Back of the field is the number 4 of Jude Cooper. Comes from Wyndham in Norfolk. Looks like another lap behind the safety car then. Thumbs up from the Vinner Sport team to Cameron Pratt-Thompson on the pit wall. Their other man, Zach Palmer. Vinner Sports also seen running Ginettas. Maybe we'll see these two drivers move into Ginetta racing someday. Safety car still heading them round, but at a decent pace here. Cameron Pratt-Thompson has the fastest lap of the race, 1:25.601. Roger Dowden and Rodri Jenkins are two safety car drivers. Glenn Davies, the safety car observer, alongside him as well. It's Jonathan Moore still with the lead. The clock's still counting while the safety car is out. Will we get back to racing this time through? Yes, we will. The lights are out on top of the safety car. That means it's coming into the pit lane this time. So Jonathan Moore will control the pace around the final corner in the Westbourne Motorsport Saxo Vinner Sportman. Cameron Pratt-Thompson on his tail. Keeping it steady at the moment. They come round towards the Cowles Straight, and well, Jonathan Moore's not keeping it steady. He's not hanging about. He's gone. Here we go then. We're racing once again with just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Down towards the hairpin, Oscar Dix on the attack, trying to go for the outside on Cameron Pratt-Thompson. On the brakes, he's going to try and do a Dara Flock. The leader has locked up big time, Jonathan Moore, and he brings it back in again. Cameron Pratt-Thompson's going for the lead on the inside. Oh, Jonathan Moore charged off almost into the escape road there. Just about got the car stopped, but he's lost the lead. Cameron Pratt-Thompson into the lead. Bash, there's contact between the two of them, and off goes Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Oh dear. It's all come apart there in the battle for the lead. And now Jonathan Moore's going to lose out, I think, to Oscar Dix. He's gone through as a result of that. CJ Morgan's having a look for second place as well. I don't think that was intentional through DeBenny there. It's a controversial incident there in the fight for the lead. Look at Harry Smith going up the inside, and Kieran Roberts. It's all happening for third place because CJ Morgan ran a bit wide there. Harry Smith trying to go through. At 4 abreast almost down straight. This is more like the 2 CVs from yesterday. Charlie Constable up the inside now. He's gone through into fourth. That's a great move by Constable, past Morgan and Roberts in one move. Zach Palmer's in there as well. But the first two starting to escape slightly. Oscar Dix and Jonathan Moore, the two Westbourne Motorsport cars. I think possibly Jonathan Moore just pushing hard to recover after he ran wide, just clipping the back of Cameron Pratt-Thompson there. But it's Oscar Dix who has got the lead as a result of that, looking for his second win of the season. He won the season opener at Cadwell Park. Moore in second place. Through towards the crossing. 6.5 minutes to go. Harry Smith up there in third position, looking for his first podium. Smoke out of the back, or is that so? No, it's a bit of dust being kicked up by Francisco Howitt. He's run wide out of the hairpin. Look at the way Jonathan Moore is going here, right up on the tail of Oscar Dix. Harry Smith heads the third place battle in the number 10. It's a Westbourne Motorsport 1, 2 and 3. Fourth place for Chandler Motorsports is CJ Morgan. And the first of the Oryx competition cars, that's Charlie Constable. Running wide on the grass there, Josh Salvadori in the background. Kieran Roberts defending from Jack James, who's starting to recover after he went off on the first lap. Through he goes in the 53. That's another of the Westbourne cars. Similar to the Falcon tyre colours, the green and blue. He's got the very lime green car of Kieran Roberts on his tail. Over the line go the leaders. Is Jonathan Moore going to try and move into Hatchett's hairpin? Oscar Dix not giving him the chance. He goes to the inside. Moore's going to go for the outside, try and do a David Jenkins. Doesn't quite work. He'll try and get up alongside. No, he gets a wheel onto the grass. Dix able to defend the place. Good racecraft there between these two. Through the crossing. Just over 5 minutes remain. Great drive by Harry Smith up there in third place, looking for his maiden podium. Oscar Dix under real pressure for the lead of this race from Jonathan Moore. And his first ever podium with a second place earlier on behind Dara Flock. Now he wants his first win. Oscar Dix looking for his second win. They run a bit wide onto the dust there out of Brooklands corner. Smith in third. Behind them, CJ Morgan, Charlie Constable, then a small gap back to Zach Palmer in sixth place. Jack James is seventh. Further back in the order, there's Harvey Kersley in the Lancaster Insurance car, getting a bit of a slide on at Brooklands, chased by Francisco Howitt. In the DW Racing car, that's Darryl Wilson, the TCR racer. Oh, somebody on the grass, that was Josh Salvadori running wide, coming off Honda Curve. CJ Morgan looking to get onto the podium in the Chandler Motorsport car, number 59, trying to break the Westbourne dominance at the front. Charlie Constable in there as well, the first of the Oryx competition cars. Jack James, I think, has got ahead of Zach Palmer, possibly further back. Yes, he has. Next in the order, Elliot Fuster. He's running well. Salvadori is next. Here's a battle further back. The number 70 of Wilf Butler, the 222 of Ollie Kerr, who started from the back row, and 88 of Harvey Kersley. That third place fight is catching the two leaders here. They lapped about half a second quicker on that last lap. Third place Harry Smith. Elliot Fuster with a lock-up at Brooklands. Oscar Dix defending his lead from Jonathan Moore. These three are definitely catching them. Charlie Constable, who had a cracking season opener at Cadwell Park, pushing on, entered this weekend third in the points. Had a bit of a quieter run over the course of the weekend today, though. He wants to put that right. Across the line they go once again. 8 laps completed, 0.4 of a second between the two leaders. Did the gap close that time through? No. Personal best from the two leaders that time, so they're responding to the pressure from behind. Fuster's gone through into 8th place there, I noticed. He's got ahead of Kieran Roberts. James Sherrington now completing the top 10 after Salvador. He ran wide earlier on. Here's Wilf Butler coming under fire from Ollie Kerr. They're closing up on Jack Harrison in the blue and red car. Ollie Kerr goes through. There's Harvey Kersley making his move up from karting this season. We've seen his dad Alex win several times in the Hyundai Coupe Cup in his Lancaster insurance car, the Lancaster Bomber as we call it. We'll have to name Harvey's car that. Actually, as it was the Dam Busters anniversary a few days ago. No dam busting going on here at Pembrey though, just good clean racing at the moment. There's Francisco Howitt closing on Harvey Kersley. And he locks up and goes wide, nearly loses it. That's where he came to grief in this morning's race. He's held it together this time though. Jack Harrison under fire from Oliver Kerr. This is the battle for 20th place, so there's battles all the way down the order and here at the front. 9 laps completed, still Oscar Dix from Jonathan Moore. Harry Smith is 0.8 of a second down in third. CJ Morgan, Charlie Constable and Jack James is catching them as well. That's off on the first lap up at Brooklands, where he went wide avoiding the slowing Dara Flock. Has really hampered him here. He's trying his hardest to recover. 90 seconds this race goes. These two still at it, Ollie Kerr and Jack Harrison. Someone's kicked up some dust ahead of them there. Didn't see who it was. Zach Palmer is rather on his own now, the treble 3. There he is in 7th place. This is the fight further back. Kerr has got ahead of Wilf Butler. Here's the lead train, and Kieran Roberts back ahead of Elliot Fuster further back as well. That's for 8th position. Charlie Constable could be lining up a move on CJ Morgan for 4th place, the Chandler Motorsport car. Less than a minute on the clock now, so they're into their final lap. Oscar Dix from Jonathan Moore. Jonathan Moore will know it's the last lap. He knows he's running out of time to make a move. Speaking of making a move, CJ Morgan closes up on Harry Smith. There isn't room on the inside though. Smith having to defend now. That's going to prevent him from breaking away and attacking the two leaders. So it's going to be between the two of them for the win, I think, Dix and Jonathan Moore. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. We haven't forgotten about him. He's down in 11th place, recovering after his off earlier on. Through they go towards the checkered flag once again, through Brooklands. Still this fight going on further back between Harrison and Kerr, but it's a fight between Dix and Moore that is going to go to the line. Is Jonathan Moore going to get there on the run through to the checkered flag? I don't think he's quite going to do it. Harry Smith is going to hang on for his first podium of the season. CJ Morgan under fire from Charlie Constable with his best run of the weekend. They're coming round towards the checkered flag this time, and it's going to be Oscar Dix in car number 11 takes the win. Jonathan Moore second. Third goes to Harry Smith. Well done to him. Then CJ Morgan, Charlie Constable, Jack James recovering to 6th, Palmer 7th. 8th goes to Elliot Fuster. Great fight with Kieran Roberts. And Cameron Pratt-Thompson ends up in 10th. A pretty luckless weekend for him, really. Harvey Kersley still fighting it out with Francisco Howitt further back. Rest of the midfield come over the line. We'll confirm the result shortly. You have to feel for Dara Flock though. His car letting him down when he could have been on for a hat-trick of wins. 25 cars go the distance in that one, and well done to number 11, Oscar Dix of Westbourne Motorsport, his second win of the season. I think he will stay second in the points behind Dara Flock. Provisional results then of our junior saloon cars. Oscar Dix the winner by just over half a second from Jonathan Moore. Harry Smith a fine third, his first podium of the season. CJ Morgan in fourth, ahead of Charlie Constable, then Jack James. Zach Palmer taking 7th place, then further back Elliot Fewster was 8th, then Kieran Roberts and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the pole sitter, has to be contemporary 10th. Will Fallon 11th, ahead of James Sherrington. Josh Salvadori in 13th, then Oliver Law takes 14th. Cole Lynch rounded out the top 15. Behind them, Jacob Baldry, Alex Mostave, Joel Daniels, Noah Checkley. Jack Harrison topped his battle with Wilf Butler and Oliver Kerr. Behind them, Harvey Kersley, Francisco Howitt. The final finisher was Jude Cooper because we lost Dara Flock and Caleb McDuff on the first lap, bad luck to them. Brilliant weekend from the junior saloon cars, then action and incidents aplenty. Congratulations to Westbourne Motorsport, certainly there, a clean sweep of the podium. Clean sweep of the wins this weekend as well for Westbourne. We'll hear from the drivers down in Parc Fermé shortly. The next race on the programme is the second race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, but we'll wait to see if we're going to see our truck drifting display as well. Thank you again for all your comments during that race. As they head back into the paddock, certainly been an entertaining weekend. They always are entertaining here at Pembrey, the young guns in their Saxos. Top 3 are already in the post-race podium area, I should say, down there. And Ewan Dunlop will be down there with them very shortly as well. Full credit to all the teams as well for keeping these cars going. 1 or 2 teams with some repairs after yesterday. Probably some late nights in the paddock getting the Saxos straightened out. Great display of racing from the saloon car stars of the future. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop and hear from our podium finishers in the pit lane.
Cheers, Dave, here with race winner eventually this weekend, Oscar Dix. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it took a while, I think, to get here, but yeah, I'm glad it all ended well.
It's been an up and down weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it started off well, then didn't quite go as well as we wanted, but it's ended up good, so yeah, it's brilliant.
So when you summarise the weekend as a whole, you mean you came here on top of the championship, went down to second, now you leave it on top. It's been a great weekend in Wales, hasn't it?
Yeah, I can't complain really. Points are points, and you know, as long as I'm finishing the race, anything else is a bonus. You know, you don't want to lose unnecessary points early on and regret it later. So yeah, I'm definitely positive weekend.
Mate, championship leader, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Let's get in with Jonathan. He's just having a chat with our... Actually, let's get Harry in here. We're going to jump to 3rd place, Harry. Harry, P3, hat on. Get your hat on there. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you. I mean, like I said, we've had some problems over the weekend with the car. We managed to get it sorted before we went out, and I said this race is just going to be full push for everything I have. And I think I've certainly done that.
I mean, it was a big difference, wasn't it? The weekend didn't start perfectly well, but you've entered it on an absolute high note, haven't you?
Yeah, we had some problems in qualifying with the tracking, so I was struggling to get a quick lap in. But yeah, I managed to put a P8 and I got a decent start and just stuck with a pack. Yeah. And then obviously safety car come out, I got a good restart and just sat behind everyone and picked them off.
And you've got a very happy team behind you as well.
Yeah, I think my mum's the most emotional one out of all of them. But yeah, it's the best way to end the weekend.
Mate, well done, congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Mum, come on, let's have a chat. Come on in. Yeah, you are. When Harry crossed the line there, you looked incredibly emotional.
I was very, yeah. It's been a long time coming, and he's done well, and yeah, it's I'm super proud of him.
Now, as a mum behind the scenes, what do you get up to on race day?
Yeah, a lot of confidence building, I think.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of confidence building. He's not had a good run to the start of the season, so he's struggled a little bit confidence-wise, but I think that third's now, he's got it back.
Do you think he'll believe now he is a really good racing driver?
I hope so.
Oh, you believe he is, don't you?
Oh, I believe he is. Oh, of course I do. Yeah, I'm totally 100% behind him. So yeah, I do, definitely.
Congratulations, enjoy this evening.
Thank you so much.
Well,
thank you.
Safe journey home as well. Let's speak to, where did Jonathan go? Jonathan, turn around for me. Oh, look, it's Charlie here as well. A solid weekend, a couple of second place finishes.
Yeah, I mean, I was leading the race for the first part, got P1 into turn 1, held it through his safety car, got the safety car restart right, but then a mistake at turn 1 cost me P1. Eventually, Oscar got past, then just started setting laps, and I was pushing, I wasn't catching, he wasn't getting away. I think we're pretty much equal on pace. But Oscar from, I think, 5th or 6th on the grid to get to wing is doing an incredible job, and Harry from 10th to 3rd as well.
Now, the 2 championship leaders, Oscar Dix and obviously Dara, dropped out on that one. This weekend, you've battled with them both super, super hard. When you go away and you look back on Pembrey, 2 second-place finishes, is it what might have been, or is it just super, super happy with those results?
The first race maybe what might have been, because I do think, I mean, obviously I get red flags necessarily, I'm not saying I'm not, but I do think had it not been for the first red flag, I could have had a good shot at winning it. But apart from that, I mean, to get 2 podiums in my 2nd weekend with the team, and my first full season, obviously I didn't do 2 rounds last year, so, I mean, to come away with 2 podiums and to fight, you know, these incredible drivers and to be quickest in a team full of such talented people, it's a good feeling, yeah.
Mate, a weekend to be proud of, well done.
Thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Right, I'm going to turn around because I'm just hearing in my ear we're not sure if we're going truck drifting yet, so I'm actually going to jump in with Charlie. Come have a chat here. Former junior saloon car champion, and now you've moved up to Ferraris and all sorts, and we saw your previous car here racing this weekend as well. What are you doing here this weekend? You're a mentor for some of the drivers, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm the driver coach for Westbourne, and obviously it's going well so far. We've had a top 3. So yeah, really happy with the results today. Obviously we have 2 wins earlier, so the guys are doing great work. Obviously just adapting their styles and things to different tracks, and just sort of honing their racecraft because they're still young, mouldable. So yeah, we're making some good progress.
And for those that haven't watched the streams in what you're up to, what are you doing right now in Ricker?
So I'm in the British Endurance Championship in the Ferrari 458. It's been going well so far. We've had 1 win. We had a DNF at Brands, unfortunately. We're out again next weekend at Alton Park, so hopefully we'll be up there again. And
your cars just get faster and faster, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, bit of a difference from a Saxo, but and then hopefully next year.
And just looking forward, what's the ambition, what's the dream?
Just getting paid to do what I love is the dream. Just involved in motorsport in any way. I mean, I've always loved it from a young age. So just to be here, even just coaching, is just such satisfaction when you see them do well. So yeah, just sort of staying in this world.
It's a great journey. Keep up, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Right, that is us for the time being down here in the pit lane area. I'm not sure if the truck drifting is happening. It would have been fantastic, but as with all racing, we've got to keep to schedules and keep things really, really tight. So for the time being, it is back to Dave. He'll keep you up to date with the entire schedule, but we'll be back down here quite shortly.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan. Good to hear from Charlie Hand there as well, the former champion, now racing, as we heard, in British Endurance in Chris Compton Goddard's Ferrari. That's the blue Ferrari with the tricolour stripe, and they'll be out next weekend at Alton Park here on BARC TV. We're waiting to see what's going to happen next. We're not sure if the drift truck is going to come out. There's been a bit of uncertainty over that this weekend, so sorry for the confusion. The next race we're going to see is the second race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon cars. The grid, based on the results of race number 1 earlier on. It was a bit of a race of attrition with the 2 quick kit cars, both suffering problems. Damien Longatano's Westfield had a wheel arch come off, and that cut the tyre as it came off. He tried to keep going, but the tyre eventually disintegrated, and he was out. And number 80, the Stuart Taylor Phoenix of, well, it's listed as being driven by Stuart Taylor. It's actually Nick Crompton driving that car, the former Mitsubishi Evo racer. Ah, there's our drift truck. It is coming out. That was a couple of them. That is one of Stuart Oliver's old race trucks. I recognise that machine. Yes, Team Oliver Racing. That's their old race truck that Michael Oliver used to compete in. We don't know who's driving them. I suspect it's Stuart and Michael possibly in these 2 trucks, but hopefully someone can give us the info. Hopefully Pointy has got some info on the drivers down there. So these are the drift trucks, supported by Truck Sport UK and GT Tyres. And let's see how to go sideways in a race truck. Bit of grass being kicked up there. As I say, Pembrey's not one of the widest circuits. Beautiful DAF CF. So you can get sideways through the crossing, that's it. Nicely done. Hopefully Pointy can find out who is driving these two trucks, or maybe we've got to keep it secret. Maybe it's Rig Stick from that Top Gear appearance a few years ago. Of course, you can't reveal the identity of the stick. I think that might be the Team Oliver Scania that Michael Oliver used to race. Oh, I've got a burnout competition, I think, now. Where's he going? He's going on the rallycross course. Truck rallycross, there's something. They were looking to try that at Liddon Hill a few years ago, but it never got off the ground. This is also a showcase of how durable GT tyres are, as you can see. Just how Kurt Göransson would drive them. See, a few of you in the comments have mentioned the great Swede. This is how he used to drive trucks in a race. He was always sideways, the Swedish logging contractor. He used to drive trucks on icy roads in his homeland, so you'd always be sideways. Burning rubber coming off the Scania. Needs to be careful on that infield. You'll be in trouble with the circuit manager for digging the grass up. Phil Davies won't be happy. Where's he going? I think he's going wherever the truck takes him at this point. Yeah, wrong way up the pit straight. Oh no. At least the marshals are well back. Most likely the same drivers that were involved in the caravan stunts at Donington at Convoy in the Park a couple of years ago. Now this is, as we say, Kurt Göransson used to be this sideways during a race, and he did overcook it trying to showboat through the final corner at Paul Ricard in France once and spun himself out, and through the smoke Days of Thunder style went Gunther Spindler, the Austrian, in his MAN to win. Had a message in from Christine Wells, who says, looking forward to watching my grandson Kyle Wells race in July for the first time. Yes, Kyle, not yet 14. We will see him in July when he turns 14 years of age, the minimum age for junior saloon cars. Who knows, maybe some of our junior saloon cars could go into truck racing someday. There's the Scania from Team Oliver. And now the red flag coming out, so I think that's the end of our drifting display. Certainly pretty impressive. Wonder what scores the judges would give them. New sets of GT tyres needed there, I think. Martin Gibson, the truck racer of a few years ago, is one of the main development men behind GT tyres, based at the Motor Industry Research Association in Warwickshire. Haven't seen him racing for the last couple of years, been concentrating on car racing. Nice comment there. But these trucks have a tyre sponsor, they need a grass seed sponsor now as well. Yes, the circuit manager, Phil Davies, won't be too impressed, I don't think. Thanks to Phil and his team for air upkeep of Pembrey. Okay, so that was our truck drifting display. We didn't see them yesterday, sadly, but they've made it out. Next up, it will be the Welsh Sports and Saloons. 15-minute race for them, followed by our final truck race of the weekend, and then it's our 100-minute 2CV endurance race. Looking at the lineup, we've got some cars with a single driver, some with two, and a few with three. Minimum of 2 pit stops during that race. The pit window opens 25 minutes in, closes 75 minutes in. So we'll await the Welsh Sports and Saloons once the circuit has been checked for any debris from the truck drifting. The Welsh Sports and Saloon cars, the grid is based on the results of the first race. So it'll be the two Mazda RX-8s on the front row. There, a bit of the live music and also the freestyle motocrossers in the background. Thank you again to everyone for joining us on BARC TV this weekend. Our next meeting comes up at Alton Park next Saturday. A one-day event, but a big one. British Endurance Championship going into action at the Alton Park International Circuit. Don't have an entry list yet for that one, but we'll see the British Endurance Championship and the Brick Car Trophy Championship in action at that event. Two 50-minute races for the trophy and a big 3-hour race for the British Endurance Championship as well. That's all coming up at Alton Park on BARC TV next Saturday. So Peter Erteg's Audi R8's GT car win the last round at Brands Hatch. It was the Lamborghini that Dave McDonald and his team that won the first round at Silverstone. Plenty more GT cars and TCR cars and lots more joining them next weekend. The various saloons and GTs in the Brick Car Trophy class as well. Charlie Hand will be there in the Ferrari with Chris Compton Goddard, no relation incidentally. So it's a short pause here while the circuit is checked over, and then we will be underway with our next race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
Second race of the weekend and the day in the Welsh Sport and Saloons coming up, and we're here with Damien Longatano. Car 44, it was the fastest on track by a mile, but you got to finish races, of course. We all saw it, but what actually happened?
Oh, I don't know, just came around Honda, and next thing I knew the cycle wing was going through the air, and there was a bit of tyre rubber coming everywhere. Yeah. I
mean, to be fair, you gave it a really good go. You kept going, and then eventually it sort of just fell to pieces, didn't it?
Yeah, so through some of the corners you could sort of feel it rubbing, and I thought if I just give it a little bit less on some of the corners it might last, but it wasn't to be.
We're talking ahead of race 2. Are we going to see you in race 2?
Apparently we'll be able to take them off, and as long as they're both off, we can race with them both off, apparently. So
now, in that first race, early on, you had a 1:01 lap, the fastest of the weekend. Is that a surprise to you, or do you know it's capable of that, I'm sure?
Yeah, it should be capable of a second or two less, I would assume, if the conditions are right. Seems a little bit sort of loose out there at the moment. Cars wanting to understeer. I don't know if it's because we've got the lorries out with us and the grip isn't quite there.
Fingers crossed we see you and Nick 8 there in race number 2.
Yeah, I hope so.
Cheers, mate. Right, let's go. Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Racing. Hopefully with the car number 44 and the 80 over there. Could be a great battle at the front. If so, over to you, Dave.
Marshall's back out on the grid, so we are almost ready for them to come out by the look of things. Thanks, Ewan. Hopefully we will see both of the kit cars from the back of the grid in this one, but it's going to be 2 Mazda RX-8s on the front of the grid, with the grid based on the results of the first race. Everyone's still enjoying the sunshine here at Pembrey. Not quite as warm as it was yesterday, I don't think. Probably a welcome occurrence for the drivers in their cars and trucks. It certainly gets very hot in the cab of a race truck. When I was very young, I remember being taken for a short ride around the paddock at Donington Park in the cab of a race truck. That was Mick Johnson and his Ford Louisville. He then proceeded to spin it into the gravel at Donington Park in the race. Certainly is a brilliant family weekend here at Pembrey, Convoy Cymru. The next one is at Thruxton, Convoy on the Plain. Plains of the southeast at the Airfield Circuit. Trucks always spectacular around. That's one of the fastest circuits in the UK. They go to Snetterton as well, to Donington for Convoy in the Park. That's always the biggest weekend of the year. They go back to Pembrey and also to Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend for the fireworks finale. See if Ryan Smith can land that incredible 8th consecutive title. We haven't heard what the problem was with his truck in the previous race. Hopefully he'll be back out for race 5, where he'll start again from 8th on the grid. So we should shortly see the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship out from the assembly area in the paddock. Hopefully there will be a Westfield and a Stuart Taylor Phoenix at the back of the grid. Two RX-8s, two Clios and a BMW making up the rest of the rather small field, sadly, today. We've seen everything in the championship over the years, from big modified saloons, GT cars, BTCC cars, radicals, right down to Ford KAs. So Wayne Spiller and Craig Attard will be on the front row in their 2 Mazdas. The second row, 180 Mark and 88 Andrew Williams in their Clios. 52 Mike Cook's BMW. Damien Longatano should be there in the Westfield. And number 80, which is the Stuart Taylor Phoenix, driven by Nick Crompton, will round out the field. Waiting the cars to be released from the assembly area. A little bit of sweeping up needed after the truck drifting display. It'd be good if they had had a drift match around Pembrey, like the MSUK British Drift Championship does. Two cars head to head around a lap. Imagine 2 trucks doing that. Chill Mackers says, I rode in Andy Levitt's Scania in the late 80s. Yes, I remember Andrew Levitt from the days when my father was a truck racing official. It's one of the bonneted Scanias, the likes of Rolf Bjork famously raced, the Swedish driver. Rod Chapman had his Volvo as well. Mentioned some of the great names of truck racing over the course of this weekend. The European Championship is racing in Italy at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli this weekend. I know John Newell is out there. Saw him in the British Championship over the last few years. In the European Championship, Norbert Kiss, the Hungarian, is looking for his third consecutive title. Likes of Jochen Hahn, Sascha Lenz, his father Heinz Werner Lenz, an ex-racer as well, his main challengers. Steffi Halm, the leading lady of truck racing. Antonio Albacete, the veteran Spaniard as well. John Newell representing Britain, and Mark Taylor, I believe, is doing the European Championship this year as well. But anyway, from trucks back to cars. Settle in on the grid then, the two Mazdas and the two Clios are there. I can't see Mike Cook's BMW, but there is Damien Longatano, so he has made it out. No, Mike Cook's not there with the BMW, nor is Nick Crompton's Phoenix. I could make a joke about the Phoenix not rising from the ashes, but that's too obvious. Shame we haven't got Nick back out there. So if Damien Longatano's Westfield holds together this time, how long is it going to take him to come through past the two coupes and the two hatchbacks? Just awaiting the all clear then from the clerk of the course to get the rolling lap underway behind our Ford Focus Estate safety car. This will be another 15-minute race for the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Wayne Spiller, the championship leader after the opening round. Oh, hello. We've got a latecomer. It's Mike Cook. Very much last second there out of the assembly area in the BMW. You're late, Mike. You brought a note. So 6 cars on the grid then. Good to have Mike back out. He was battling with Mark Williams' Clio in the early stages of race 1. Can anyone stop Damien Longatano from coming through the field then? Watch for the Westfield. Rolling lap about to get underway. Here we go. So no Nick Crompton, sadly, unless he does appear from the pit lane. We don't know what the problem was with his car in race 1. Hopefully we will see Damien Longatano's Westfield last the distance this time. We can see just how quick and how potent that little car is. It weighs virtually nothing. It's got an incredibly quick 2-litre engine. There he is, just lurking at the back. There's Mike Cook in the BMW. Two Mazdas, Wayne Spiller and Craig Attard on the front row. The two Williamses, Mark and Andrew in the Clios. Longatano He's lurking back there, maybe giving his competitors a bit of a head start because he knows how quick that Westfield is. Pace car is pulling into pit lane. How long before he catches them up, do we think? This is race 2 for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. They come out onto the Cowell Straight. The red lights are on. They go out now, and we're away. Down towards the hairpin for the first time. Good start by at the number 88, Andrew Williams in the Clio. It's the two Mazdas who lead the way into the first corner. Is Craig Attar going to try and take the lead around the outside? It is Wayne Spiller from pole position who leads. Attard in second. It's Mark Williams in the Prompt Transport Clio that's in third place, number 180. The 88 in fourth place is Andrew Williams with his Clio. Mike Cook in fifth place, and Damien Longatano is just going to run the car in, I think, around the first lap. Just make sure his repair to the right front is okay, and then he'll go after his opposition. Although I didn't see him there in the background. Don't tell me the Westfield's in trouble already. Oh no, there he is. Now, just getting the car warmed up at the moment. He's made a quick repair to the right front. And now he's going to see if he can catch up to the other 5. Maybe just giving them a bit of a start because that Westfield by far the quickest car out there. At the moment it is the two Mazdas who are battling it out for the lead. They complete the first lap. Is Wayne Spiller's transponder working this time? No, it's not, because he's showing us down the order as they come across the line. So still no transponder working on the Mazda. He's going to have to be timed manually. Half a second in it between the two of them then as the time corrects itself. Mark Williams third. Then Andrew Williams and Longatano. His first lap was a 1 minute 27. So once he gets fully warmed up, we shall see if he can catch them up. But whether there is more permanent damage done to that Westfield, there he is. Doesn't look as quick as it usually does. Been in the championship for many years. He's a former champion in 2019. We'll see if he can catch his opposition up here. Spiller and Attard fighting it out for the lead. Craig Attard having a look there on the inside at Brooklands, but he doesn't manage to get alongside his fellow Mazda man. Down the speedway straight they come. Out to complete the second lap. The two Mazdas, the two Clios. Mike Cook in the BMW. Only just made the starting grid in time. He nearly had to start from the pit lane. Just made it out of the assembly area. Mark Williams has gone clear in third in the Clio. There's Andrew Williams. Now let's see how close Damien Longatano is. Now he's up to speed. He's just on a 1 minute 2.408. He was just getting warmed up on the first lap there. He's got to within a second of Mike Cook already. Have a look in the background. There he is. He's past the BMW. Here comes the charge from the back. Longatano. He's past Andrew Williams now. I see in the background there coming out of the hairpin. It won't take him long before he's through to the front, I'm sure. There's Mark Williams. Where's the Westfield? There it is. Here comes Longatano. Yep, he's up to speed now. Extraordinary little machine. Look at the size of that rear wing. Absolutely mad machine, but that's what open series, run what you brung series like this are for. While that was going on, we've had a change for the lead because Craig Attard has taken over. He's done that coming out of Brooklands. So Craig Attard's Mazda has gone to the front and he leads Wayne Spiller for the first time today. Across the line they go. It's Spiller a few tenths of a second slower on that lap. He's trying to fight back down towards the hairpin. Now has Longatano got third yet? No, he hasn't. He's just done a 1:03.6 on that last lap. We'll watch his lap times. Now he's got third. He's ahead of the Clio. Westfield nearly snaps sideways on him. Coming out of the hairpin. Enormous fun to drive, that little Westfield. Let's see if he can catch the two Mazdas then. I must say, I'm loving that Welsh flag Armco at the crossing. That's a great new feature of Pembrey. Craig Attard leads, the man from Cardiff. But in their mirrors, here comes Longatano. It's almost caught them. It's like watching Ryan Smith come through the field in the truck races, isn't it? That Westfield a bit quicker than a truck, though. And weighs about 4.5 tons less. Wayne Spiller, I think, is waving him through there. Yep. The Mazdas know they can't match the Westfield for straight line speed. Look at him rocket through there, takes the lead. Well, the answer was 4 laps. Oh, he's sliding it through the hairpin. He's showboating here, Damien Longatano. He's loving this. And the fans love it too. It's even lighter now because he's taken those front mudguards off. Quickest lap of the race, 1:01.617, so he's matching the pace we saw before the car broke in race 1. Away he goes, the Westfield. Attard second, Spiller third. Now Spiller will want to get back ahead of Craig Attard because the two Mazdas are both in Class 2, and Wayne Spiller will want maximum points in his class to keep up his overall championship lead. Further back in the order, Mark Williams is 4th. He's 7 seconds clear of Andrew Williams at the Battle of the Clios, and 2 seconds further back is Mike Cook in the BMW 330 Club Sport. Longatano over the line, he's already 6 seconds ahead of the two Mazdas. 1:05:03 is lap time that time. Could we see the Westfield lap Pembrey in under 60 seconds? That might be a challenge for Damien Longatano. Attard up there in second. The gap between the two Mazdas, 1.1 seconds. There goes the Westfield. Almost too quick for our camera there. Here's Mike Cook running in 6th place with his BMW. Through the hairpin he goes. Running in Class 3, the only Class 3 car in this race with no Nick Crompton. And there's Andrew Williams, the 88 Renault Clio. It's the Hillcroft Garage car, comes from Caldicott. Longatano has gone through to complete his 6th lap, 1:070. He's getting closer to that 60-second barrier. Through around the back of the circuit he goes. A little bit of understeer there for Longatano. Able to pace himself now, but is he going for faster laps? 1:070 was his last lap around this circuit. Across the line he goes, 1:053, he's quicker again. I think this series used to have a rule where you couldn't lap under 60 seconds. That was a bogey time, as they say in club rallying. You couldn't go under that lap time, but I'm not sure if that's still in place. That might be why Longatano isn't lapping under the 1 minute barrier. Meantime, the Mazdas are fighting it out again for second place. They're 19 seconds down on Longatano now. So it's a race for second place between the two Mazdas. It's under 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're already into the second half of this Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship race. One question in our comments is, can Damien Longatano lap the whole field? Not sure he'll catch the Mazdas, but he'll most likely catch the two Clios and the BMW. Did he go quicker again that time? No, his last lap at 1:02.5 for the Westfield. So maybe he's just pacing himself at the front of the field, just making sure the car makes it home. He knows as long as he keeps going, he'll be clear of his opposition, Damien Longatano, looking for his 2nd championship this year. Won it in 2019. Through go the Mazdas, 23 seconds down now. So the Westfield pulled out another 4 seconds on that last lap, even though he backed off just a little. There's Andrew Williams, 5th place in his Clio. How far behind the other Clio is he? 11 seconds. So everybody other than the Mazdas is fairly well spaced out now. Well, there's the first back marker being lapped by Longatano, Mike Cook's BMW. Longatano continues to press on. He's probably disappointed that he doesn't have Nick Crompton out there to battle with, because it would have been fairly close between those two. Looking at the qualifying times from this morning, they were separated by 3.5 seconds, the two kit cars. There go the Mazdas, still Craig Attard ahead of Wayne Spiller. The gap was 23.7 seconds, we'll see what it is this time through. 25.1, so again a slightly slower lap for Longatano, a 105.17 for him that time through. So maybe he's eased off just a little. The Mazdas haven't eased off though. Wayne Spiller wants to have a go for second place. He wants to win the class. The gap is fairly consistent between the two of them, you can see from our comparison. Notice the very purposeful looking rear diffuser on Wayne Spiller's car to help with the aero. Towards the right-hander at Brooklands, 4 minutes to go. There's our fourth place man, Mark Williams, with his Prompt Transport Clio. There's a bit of trim loose on the edge of the windscreen there. The windscreen rubbers come loose. I noticed that in race 1. Longatano's latest lap, a 1 minute 9.1. So his lap times are steadily getting a bit slower. In fact, the two Mazdas closed up a little bit there. Wayne Spiller had a look there towards the hairpin, but he's not close enough to Craig Attard. See what the gap is between the two of them. Yes, it was only a few hundredths of a second. Craig Attard hanging on, but Wayne Spiller wants another class win to extend his championship lead. There's the Westfield in the background. Keep an eye, half an eye on Damien Longatano. That Westfield's slowing down. I think Longatano's slowing. We'll pick him up when we can. But I think Damien Longatano is slowing down a little. We could see him there. He's slowed a little, yeah, lapping in the 1 minute 9s now. But he's definitely slightly off his previous pace. Whether it's because he's been lapping back markers, he's just taking it easy. Car looks okay. He's lapped Andrew Williams is clear. There go the Mazdas. I think Longatano, I think he is okay, he's just eased off. He's only got 2.5 minutes of the race to go, he can afford to take it easy. And Craig Attard's run wide on the hairpin. Thank you very much, says Wayne Spiller. I'll take the lead of the class. Craig Attard just went too deep into Hatchett's hairpin. We've seen earlier in the weekend, very easy to do that. So I don't think Damien Longatano is going to lap everybody. I don't think he'll catch these two. Now the Mazdas are catching Mike Cook's BMW to pull a lap on him. Down Speedway straights. Two Clios separated by 19 seconds. Clio's over 30 seconds off the two Mazdas. Here's Longatano. Yeah, he's pushing again now. His last lap was a 1 minute .945, so maybe he just eased off to get through the back markers. Now one final push to the finish. I think he'll be coming around to start his last lap this time. There's Mark Williams' Clio ahead of him, so it looks like we're going to have just 3 cars finish on the lead lap. Here are the Mazdas. They've split apart now. Spiller having pulled away from Attard, lapping the BMW. Over the line goes Longatano. What's his lap time that time through? 59.982. He has lapped under 1 minute. So he's broken the 1 minute barrier. So the 60-second barrier has been broken by Damien Longatano. He's heading for the checkered flag this time around. Here he comes then. Checkered flag this time. Damien Longatano takes the win. Last lap of 1 minute, 6:22. Who's going to be second? Here come the Mazdas. It's going to be Wayne Spiller. Will take second place. And third will go to Craig Attard. So Spiller wins the class. Fourth place will go to Mark Williams, fifth Andrew Williams, and Mike Cook will be sixth, and he will win Class 3. So the provisional results then of the Welsh Sports and Saloon Cars Race 2. Damien Longatano, the winner, eventually finishing 37.2 seconds clear of the two Mazdas of Wayne Spiller and Craig Attard, who finished just over a second apart in second and third. Mark Williams in fourth ahead of Andrew Williams. Mike Cook a class win in sixth place, the final finisher. Fastest lap of the race, Damien Longatano, 59.982 seconds. He did break on one occasion the 60-second barrier. We'll head down to Ewan shortly. I'll check the regulations as well. I mentioned the 60-second lap rules. I couldn't see it in the regulations, so I think Damien Longatano is okay there. I've just checked the championship regulations on the Welsh Racing Drivers Association website and couldn't see mention of it. So Damien should be okay with that sub 60-second lap. Just a couple of races to go, then our final truck race will be next up. We'll see if everybody's repaired their panel damage from that rather bruising race earlier on. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ewan.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race winner, Damien. That is what you were trying to do in race one, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, the plan was there, but unfortunately it didn't execute like it was.
Like we spoke before the race, and you said you're pretty confident you would be racing. Clearly, everything was absolutely fine in the end. You've got a great team behind you in the paddock, haven't you?
Yeah, very good. Work hard in the garage, try and keep it running, because it doesn't like to stay together well.
Now, the first few laps, were you just playing? What were you doing?
I was just trying to sort of make it a little bit interesting for myself more than anything, because being out in front is it's a bit boring.
Yeah. But great fun once you got put the medal down.
Yeah, it was good fun.
And you also broke 60-second barrier as well.
Did I?
Yeah. So congratulations.
Oh, my timer got me on a minute dead. I was wondering what TSL might have caught me on.
You did absolutely. A great end to your weekend, well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Let's try and speak to Wayne and Craig here. We might jump in with Craig first of all. Craig, can we grab you across here? Is that all right?
Not the chance in the world.
So, I mean, it's another podium, another second, that ruddy Wayne, but great racing again.
Yeah, it was really fun. I drove that thing as hard as I could drive it, and I just ran out of tyres. Yeah. I ran out of tyres and brakes, and the best part was I knew he was sat there seeing me sliding and rubbing his hands. But yeah, again, I'm pleased with how the car went. The car performed well. Again, to be able to battle with Wayne, because like I said earlier on, he's some driver. I've worked with him for a long time, and he's some driver. Like, so I'm really pleased with the car and myself. Like,
and 2 podiums, well done, great weekend.
Yeah, it's a fantastic weekend. I was close to giving up on Wednesday, but I'm glad I didn't. It's been a great weekend.
We're glad you didn't too. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And Wayne, I mean, it's very difficult to beat that man over there when his car's working. But it's a second place, it's another podium, and a class win as well.
Yes, and a great day racing with Craig. Yeah, real close action. About time.
It's been great.
Really enjoyed it.
When you look back on Pembrey, great success. What do you do now? How do you celebrate as a driver?
I shall go and have a nice cold sharp pub.
Enjoy it, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Not many cars, but fantastic racing in the Welsh Sport and Salute Car Championship. Coming up next is our final race. It's race number 5 of the British Truck Racing Championship. It is over for the final time this weekend to Pointy and Dave.
Thanks very much indeed, Ewan. Incidentally, talking of lap times here at Pembrey, I have just looked up the all-time lap record here on the Pembrey Circuit. That is 44.43 seconds. Yes, 44.43 seconds. That was set by none other than Ayrton Senna. That was back in the late 80s or early 90s. I don't know the exact dates, but Ayrton Senna was testing a McLaren Formula 1 car. They had a tyre test here, and Senna set that all-time lap record. The race lap record is set by Brian Smith in 1997 in British Formula 3, and he set a time of 50.079 seconds. That's the race lap record, but Ayrton Senna has the all-time Pembrey lap record, which is why there is now a corner named after him here at Pembrey. 2 races to go then. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, race 5 of the weekend up next, and then we've got our 2CV mini endurance race. 100 minutes with mandatory pit stops. That's going to be something different, to say the least. Have a look at the grid shortly for our final truck race of the day. It's based on the grid. The grid is based on the results of race 3 from this morning, with the top 8 in Division 1 flipped around, the top 4 in Division 2, because of course Jim Bennett has requested to start his Seddon Atkinson from the back of the grid. Anyway, while we wait for the trucks for this race, let's see what Pointy's been up to.
Looking at paddock and looking at my timetable, we have the penultimate race of the weekend. The second to last race of the weekend is about to get underway.
Of the last race of the weekend, we've had a chance to catch up with John Bowler. John, we started Saturday with some serious clutch issues. Tell us more about what you had to do with that yesterday.
So we had some minor issues through testing on Friday. They continued into qualifying Saturday. We thought we resolved the problem. That continued into race 1 and then race 2. So to save any additional damage, we decided to DNF the race and get it repaired last night.
Yeah, we spent a few hours, well, say we, you guys spent a few hours on the floor, right here in fact, taking things off the truck, pumping the clutch pedal, hoping it'd fix itself.
Yeah, we did. We went through quite a rigmarole. We thought the issue was external, it turned to be internal, so we did a clutch change, which took me and the lads about an hour and a half, which was really quick timing, and yeah, we moved forward from that.
Take me quicker to do it in a car, to be honest. I mean, the size of these gearboxes is redonkulous. How heavy would you say one of those things is off the top of your head?
Yeah, about 200 kilograms, I think, roughly. So
one, that's 2 of me, 1 gearbox. Wow, that is some serious heavy lifting, man.
Yeah, that's it. We used the forklift to assist us getting it out. So it was
right, just a little bit. Like, you lifted it yourselves most of the way.
Well, lifted it back in, but used the forklift to take it out.
On your shoulder by the end of the night.
That's it, yeah.
So we've got 1 race left. Do we know where we're starting in that one?
I'm not too sure, to be perfectly honest.
See where the marshals line you up.
That's it, yeah, that's it. We came in, we had some minor issues in the last race. We got them resolved. done some tyre rotation, changed the setup, so we're looking forward to the final race. Hopefully we've got things toned in a little bit better.
Hopefully so. Did you get to see any of that action in race 4 this afternoon when everybody decided to just drive at the pit wall instead for fun?
I dodged it and went around the outside like normal people do.
Around the outside?
Yeah, that's it, yes.
Just got to say round the outside after someone says round the outside. It's an in-joke, it's an in-joke. Right, John, well, thank you very much for talking to us. Massive congrats to you and the team for keeping the truck on the track this weekend, because that is half the challenge of truck racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're just bringing it home, getting the points in. The minute we're still learning, because we're first year in Division 1, so we're just bringing it home, get the points in, and just learning day by day, race by race.
Well, we saw Division 2 to Division 1 newcomer Jock Borthwick take his first trophy victory this weekend, so I can feel it in the waters for the bowler team to be getting theirs very soon as well.
That's certainly the plan.
Thank you very much, John. Good talking to you. Good luck for the last race of the weekend. John Bowler down here in the paddock at Pembrey.
Thanks to all the companies who support the British Truck Racing Championship 2023. We await the drivers to head out for our final race for them this weekend. As we said, the top 8 in Division 1 from the race for the race this morning, race 3 of the weekend, flipped around. So Ryan Smith will once again start from 8th place, assuming he's repaired his problems from race number 4 when he retired from the lead. It'll be Michael Oliver who starts from pole. He's been stuck in the midfield this weekend in his MAN, and Stephen Powell will start alongside. Now, Stephen Powell's had 3 podiums this weekend in his MAN, so he's going to be one to watch here, I reckon, from the outside of the front row, looking for the 2nd Division 1 win of his career. 2nd row, Jock Borthwick. Biggest smile in the paddock earlier after that brilliant defensive drive in the latter stages of race 4 to take his first ever Division 1 win. He was absolutely elated after that, and all his supporters certainly were as well. You can hear the trucks on the move in the background. They'll be heading to the grid any moment now. Starting alongside Jock will be Bradley Smith. Good consistent performances from the MAN pilot this weekend, the young gun. Craig Reed and David Jenkins will fill the 3rd row. Here they come. Ryan Smith has made it back out. He'll start alongside Simon Reed. There's the number 1. Bit of front bodywork missing. I think just about all the trucks have got a bit of bodywork missing at this stage.
What was the problem?
Tom O'Rourke, the 86, will start on the 5th row. He's had a quiet weekend so far. He'll be alongside Ricky Collins. He got an entangle with Stuart Oliver, which ruined his chance of a podium in race 4. Crazy race earlier on. John Bowler next ahead of Simon Faulkner. Stuart Oliver will be at the back. Of course, in race 3, he had to make a pit stop and finish towards the back of the field, so he'll have to start from the back of Division 1. No Simon Cole. He has withdrawn for the weekend with mechanical trouble. Then Division 2 will be headed up by Craig Evans in the number 10. He's desperate for his first Division 2 win. We hope he's there after he was eliminated on the first lap of that race 4 with a start line collision. I think what's happened off the start line is Simon Reed hit the back of David Jenkins. And not the first time that's happened this weekend. And everybody else tried to go wide to miss it, and they all hit each other as they took avoiding action. So Craig Evans will start alongside Adam Bint, assuming he's rebuilt his Volvo. How did he keep going the remains of that Volvo in the earlier race? Paul Rivette's first Division 2 win for him earlier on of the season starts alongside John Powell, and Jim Bennett completing the Division 2 runners, completing the grid. I hope that All 18 of them are there. Of course, we won't see Simon Cole. It's the DAF pace truck who leads them round. It's the TRD truck and trailer parts DAF. It's number 12, Michael Oliver, looking for his first win of the season in pole position. Alongside him, Stephen Powell, looking for his first of the season and the second of his Division 1 career, the former Division 2 champion. Jock Borthwick on row 2, alongside Bradley Smith. The Reeds line up one behind the other, rows 3 and 4. David Jenkins and Ryan Smith completing the top 8 on the grid. Will Ryan Smith make it 4 for the weekend? Waiting for the rest of the grid to form up. Tom O'Rourke will be on row 5. Tough season for him so far. Had a big off at Brands Hatch in the final race. Went into the tyre wall at Paddock Hill Bend. Had to be towed out by trackside recovery. Not as big as the crash he had at Thruxton in 2020. Same for Ricky Collett. Had a rollover at Thruxton on that occasion. Next on the grid, John Bowler. We've heard about the issues he's been having with the truck this weekend, but a good finish in race 4. Lines up alongside Simon Faulkner, who's on the pace with every race he does. He's learnt quickly over the last couple of years, the newcomer. And then Stuart Oliver lining up at the back of Division 1 after that problem in race 3. Simon Cole will not be there, as we know. So confirmation of the grid then. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell on the front of the grid, along with Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on row 2. A quartet of MANs lead the grid away. Craig Reed in the Iveco, the top non-MAN, alongside David Jenkins. Then row 4, Simon Reed and Ryan Smith. Watch for Flying Ryan. Let's see if he can make it 4 wins out of 5 this weekend. Tom O'Rourke on row 5 alongside Ricky Collett. As you said, on row 6, John Bowler will start alongside Simon Faulkner. Stuart Oliver will complete the Division 1 runners on row 7. Division 2 will be headed up by Craig Evans in the number 10 MAN. Desperate for that first class win. We'll wait to see if Adam Bint has put his Volvo back together as well. I don't know how he was still cornering with almost half of one corner missing in the earlier race. They start ahead of Paul Rivette in the Napa Truck Racing number 22. John Powell in his DAF. Mixed weekend for him, taking the win in race 3. And Jim Bennett, Gentleman Jim, completes the grid. Fair play to all the teams who've straightened the trucks out after that bruising encounter in race 4. So just awaiting Division 2 to be brought into line then before the rolling start. The TRP truck and trailer parts DAF. Not TRD, as I said earlier, apologies for that. Need any spares for your truck? They're the people to see. He's about to lead them away. The 30-second board about to be displayed. Michael Oliver on pole. Can he hang on for his first win? I reckon Stephen Powell's in with a good chance here. The Cameramatics Racing MAN, also sponsored by Dines Recovery and HGV Direct. Stephen Powell can win here, there's going to be a big party when they get home at the Portobello Inn just down the road from Brands Hatch, the Powell family's pub. Adam Bint has got the Volvo back out, he's on the grid. Head down into the hairpin. Normally we see in the last race of the weekend the drivers let their hair down a bit and things are a bit more extravagant than the rest of the weekend, but I think they've already done that in race 4, it has to be said. Stuart Oliver at the back. See if he can come through the Division 1 field. All 5 of Division 2 back out. A smaller grid in Division 2 this year, mainly because a number of drivers who have previously been in that class have moved up to Division 1 this year. We've not seen the reigning Division 2 champion Luke Garrett in action yet in the UK in 2023. Hi to Jordan, who asks, did we know who was in the drift trucks? No, I haven't been able to find out, unfortunately. Pointy hasn't told me. Wendy Howell sending best wishes to John Bowler in the number 14, looking for his first Division 1 success. But the question is, can anyone stop Ryan Smith? Mechanical problems stopped him after he'd taken the lead fairly early on. We didn't even get to halfway before he was in the lead from 8th on the grid in race 4, but then the truck let him down. Craig Evans, there's the rebuilt Volvo. Fair play to Bint Racing for rebuilding Adams' Volvo there. Fighting with John Powell for the lead in Division 2. Jim Bennett in the Ayrsham Gravels. Seddon Atkinson at the back. So it'll be a 15-minute race, the last of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy Cymru in South Wales. Red lights are on. Michael Oliver on pole. Craig Evans leading the Division 2 trucks. Here we go, the revs are up. We come out of Honda Curve. Oliver and Powell on the front row. Jock Borthwick already positioning himself on the inside. Red lights go out and away we go. Super start by Jock Borthwick. Michael Oliver moving to cover as they head down towards the hairpin. Something's got to give here, surely. There's a contact further back. That's Stuart Oliver. He's gone into the back of John Bowler, I think. Stuart Oliver loses the bonnet. Let's hope there's no further damage there and he's able to keep going. Everybody else has made it round the hairpin okay. That's the second time we've seen contact off the rolling start today. It's Michael Oliver who leads the way in the MAN. Bradley Smith in second. Stephen Powell made a poor start. He got forced wide at the hairpin. He's down to 5th position. Could lose 6th here to one of the Reeds. That's Craig. Yes, John Bowler's been hit there. You can see by Stuart Oliver. Damage to the back of the number 14. Clouds of smoke there. That's damage to the left rear corner. Ryan Smith trying to pass him. He does so through Senna. You can see there that's something rubbing on the tyre of the number 14. Unfortunately, that could be the end of John Bowler's race early on. He was hit by Stuart Oliver off the rolling start. That's a great shame for John. It's Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, who leads ahead of Bradley Smith. Jock Borthwick in third. David Jenkins has got away well. He's up to 4th ahead of Stephen Powell, then the Reeds, then Ryan Smith, who's leading Division 2. There's Stuart Oliver. It's Paul Rivette leading Division 2. Simon Faulkner just ahead of him there. Adam Bint in second. Third in Division 2 should be John Powell. Yes, there's the DAF. Craig Evans behind him, so didn't make the most of his pole position. Completing the first lap, less than a second in it at the front of the field. John Bowler dropping back. There's the bonnet from Stuart Oliver's truck. That'll be a souvenir for one of the marshals. Just, of course, they will return that to him. Ricky Collett slides his way past John Bowler, flicks the tail out on the exit. Stephen Powell recovering from a bit of a slow start on the tail of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell got forced wide, I think, on the hairpin for the first time and dropped back. Ryan Smith still behind the Reed brothers in 8th position. Not made any headway yet. Oh yes, he has up the inside there of Simon Reed. He goes through and the charge begins for Flying Ryan once again. past Simon Reed. Next target is the second of the Reeds, that's Craig. Stephen Powell attacking David Jenkins. John Borthwick again going well up there in third place. Completing the second lap in this final truck race of the weekend. Michael Oliver looking for his maiden win of the season. Fastest lap of the race, no surprise, is Ryan Smith, 1:12.707. Into Hatchett's hairpin for the third time. David Jenkins still defending from Stephen Powell. They were battling all the way for third in the opening race of the weekend. Closing on Jock Borthwick, the three MANs together. The earlier shape MAN of David Jenkins in the middle of the two later models. Here's a battle further back. This is Stuart Oliver. Looks like he's not suffered any damage beyond losing the bonnet there. He's attacking Tom O'Rourke. That's for 11th place. It's not been the happiest of weekends for Stuart. Losing ground to Ryan Smith in the chase for the championship. Ryan Smith up the inside, attacking Craig Reed, really attacking him there through Senna. Craig Reed's not giving way, so he'll try again at Brooklands, Ryan Smith, and still Craig Reed hangs on the outside. Smith's got the tighter line and he goes through. Another place gain. That's clearly Ryan's favoured passing place into the right-hander at Senna. See the sheer speed of these trucks as they charge their way towards Honda Curve. Race trucks limited to 100 miles an hour. Now road trucks, of course, limited to 56. Could you imagine seeing these on the motorway? Jock Borthwick under fire from David Jenkins now into the hairpin. He's not going to go around the outside this time. He's going to use the conventional line, and he goes through. And that's going to allow Powell to follow him on the tighter line through into four. So Jock Borthwick loses 2 places to David Jenkins and Stephen Powell up into the top 4 places. And behind him now is Ryan Smith. Borthwick his next target. To the crossing. Still Bradley Smith up there in second. And yes, Ryan's got through as well past Jock Borthwick. That loss of momentum at the hairpin dropping him back. Still Michael Oliver who leads. And still in Division 2 it is Paul Rivets ahead of Adam Bintz. It's only half a second between the two of them. Craig Evans up to third. He's got ahead of John Powell. Jim Bennett rounding out the runners. Through the back of the circuits towards Speedway Straights. Michael Oliver's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.48 in clear air out in front. So here's a battle, John Bowler, Tom O'Rourke, and almost pushing the Scotsman is Stuart Oliver. Paul Rivett still leading Division 2 with his MAN, the Napa truck parts and auto parts machine. Now here's Ryan Smith, he's caught Stephen Powell for 4th position. Still not yet at halfway. In fact, we're only just over 1/3 of the way through this race. Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, under fire from Ryan Smith, who in his Division 2 days was number 88. He's been number 1 for so long now, I'd almost forgotten what his regular number is. He's going for it again into Senna. Stephen Powell does not give way. Trying to defend the position. They'll move across into Brooklands. That's Ryan's preferred overtaking strategy here. He gets the inside line into Senna, and then if he doesn't quite get the gap, he forces the issue a little bit into Brooklands. But not getting past Stephen Powell that way this time. He'll try again at Carter's, and off goes Adam Bintz. That is at Senna. Bintz gone straight onto the grass. That'll drop him down in Division 2. Gathered it up again without hitting anything. Ryan Smith is through at Carter's there into 4th ahead of Stephen Powell. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.493 for Ryan Smith. That's nearly a second quicker than everybody else. Reeds together. They're certainly not twins, Simon and Craig, but their trucks are. Now David Jenkins trying to chase down Bradley Smith. And into the pit lane, that was John Bowler I caught a glimpse of there. So the damage from... Did I just see that Ryan Smith has pulled off? I caught a glimpse there in the background at the crossing. Has Ryan Smith pulled over? I'm sure I saw a glimpse of that Dayglow yellow front end on the grass at the crossing. Yes, in the background there, he's slowed. Ryan Smith's in trouble again. We'll pick that up in a second, but it looks as though Ryan Smith is in trouble. Yes, he was ahead of Stephen Powell there, so Ryan Smith's truck has sadly let him down again. There he is, he slowed right down. He'll be into the pits. In fact, he's not even going to get that far. He's pulling over at Senna onto the grass. He's letting the other trucks through. So problems again for Ryan Smith. It won't be 4 wins out of 5. We saw John Bowler into the pit lane as well, that's confirmed. Now this battle between Borthwick and Simon Reed, this is now for 5th place. It's Michael Oliver who leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of Bradley Smith. David Jenkins is 3rd. Stephen Powell is back up into 4th place. Then we've got this battle between Borthwick and the Reed brothers. 8th position is Ricky Collitz, a little further back. 9th place, it is Stuart Oliver coming through from the back of Division 1, and rounding out the top 10 is Tom O'Rourke. Simon Faulkner is next. Then the Division 2 runners headed up by Paul Rivette, who's ahead of John Powell now. Craig Evans, Adam Bint, after going off, is down to 4th in Division 2. We've lost Ryan Smith and John Bowler. There is Ryan pulling across the infield. I don't know what the problem is. Probably the same that took him out of race 4. He's gone on to the rallycross course there. He's trying to get it back to the pits, as meanwhile the unbonneted truck of Stuart Oliver takes Ricky Collitz. That's for 8th position. Now the fight is on for 2nd place, because here comes David Jenkins attacking Bradley Smith. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. The lead is nearly 2 seconds. Are we going to see Michael Oliver hang on for his first win of the season? Dominance of Smith and Stuart Oliver has been broken by Jock Borthwick earlier on. Brilliant first win for the Scotsman. Tom O'Rourke, the last Scotsman to win a race, has a single win in his career. I think it was at Donington a year or 2 ago. Trying to think who the last Scotsman to win before that would have been. It might even have been Archie Argo, the man from the north of Scotland, many years back. Side by side there, Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed. Simon gets through on the inside. That's for 5th position at Brooklands. Stephen Powell still ahead of this group. Simon Reed, Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed. Here's Paul Rivette ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans. This is the battle in Division 2. Quiet weekend for Craig Evans in his MAN. David Jenkins still shadowing Bradley Smith's every move. 46, doing extremely well. This will be his best ever result if he can hang on for 2nd place. He had 1 podium last season. That was a 3rd. I think that was at Brands Hatch, if I remember correctly. Through to the crossing. Michael Oliver still clear in the lead. In fact, he's increased his lead by nearly a second on that last lap. Stephen Powell still 4th. Bradley Smith from Gravesend in Kent. Plenty of drivers based near Brands Hatch. David Jenkins comes from Stafford. Paul Rivette leads Division 2 ahead of John Powell. John Powell, another man from Kent, he's from Tonbridge. Paul Rivette from Epsom in Surrey. Epsom, of course, more famous for horse racing than motor racing. There's almost 1,000 horses in that MAN. Michael Oliver still leads, he's lapped Jim Bennett. David Jenkins desperately trying to get past Bradley Smith so he can go after Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver looking to make up for a disappointing 2022 season where he was involved in a number of shunts. Leads by 2.5 seconds. Jenkins just 0.5 second behind Bradley Smith. Jim Bennett trying to get out of the way there. He does so. Still Bradley Smith looking for his best ever result in 2nd place. Well, Ryan Smith did eventually make it back to the pits. His race is run. John Bowler out as well. John Bowler as a result of that whack at the start of the race from Stuart Oliver, no doubt. There's Simon Reed, still there in 5th place ahead of Jock Borthwick, lapping Jim Bennett. Blue flag being shown to Gentleman Jim. A little bit of smoke there from Jock Borthwick struggling, he's just locked up slightly on the inside. This is the lead gap in Division 2, only 0.5 second between these two. How's Adam Bint recovering from that excursion earlier on? He's still fourth. Truck 32 of Jock Borthwick has been given the black and white flag. That's the driving standards flag. I imagine that could be for exceeding track limits. Two and a half minutes to go. We're coming into the closing stages now. The closer battle is in Division 2 for the lead. The Napa and Takasys sponsored MAN. And Paul Rivette still leading, looking for win number 2 this weekend. 2 wins for Adam Bint, 1 for John Powell. Adam tries to fight back. Pioneer of HVO fuel in this championship. All the trucks running on biodiesel now. Down into the hairpin. John Powell wants another Division 2 win. Can he do it? Jock Borthwick under fire from the second of the Reed brothers. That's Craig. It's 1 win in Division 1. That was in the last race of last year at Brands Hatch. And still, David Jenkins cannot get onto level terms with Bradley Smith. A couple of laps to go now as they cross the line this time. It's over 1.5 minutes to go for Michael Oliver. Got to survive 2 more laps in the lead to take his first win of the year. Proves that the reverse grid system can even things up, but of course it's what might have been for Ryan Smith with the truck letting him down. Still Bradley Smith holding second. Stephen Powell still lurking there in 4th place. He'll be ruining that slightly slow start. Over the crossing they go, 1 minute on the clock. And they catch Michael Oliver. David Jenkins still on Bradley Smith's tail. Just can't quite get alongside the MAN. MAN's holding the top 4 places. The first non-MAN is Simon Reed in the Iveco in 5th. Adam Bint, meanwhile, has got ahead of Craig Evans. That's for 3rd place in Division 2. Can he catch the top 2? Here comes Stuart Oliver. He's getting up alongside Craig Reed in the bonnetless number 7. Looks like something out of Mad Max or Terminator, doesn't it? Or maybe it's the truck from Duel, the Steven Spielberg film. I don't know of a replica of that tanker lorry. Lives somewhere down in the south of the UK. Stuart Oliver up onto the back of Craig Reed. Didn't quite get alongside the Iveco. Clock has counted down to 0 though, and we've hardly seen our race leader. All the action's been in the pack behind him, but this man started from pole position after a quiet season so far and a pretty terrible 2022 where he was involved in a number of shunts. Michael Oliver, the Northumbrian driver, has led all the way. David Jenkins still trying to get past Bradley Smith for second. They're coming into Brooklands for the final time. A last lap of the weekend here at Convoy Cymru for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Jenkins slides out wide. I don't think he's going to get through now, but it is going to be a win for the number 12. Michael Oliver puts a tough spell behind him in the championship where he struggled for results. He started from pole position and has led all the way. Michael Oliver wins our last truck race of the weekend. Bradley Smith, his best ever result in 2nd. David Jenkins 3rd. Stephen Powell is 4th. Simon Reed 5th. MAN's fill the top 4 places. Jock Borthwick will hang on for 6th. Another great defensive drive against Craig Reed and Stuart Oliver. That's the same order from the podium in race number 4 earlier on, but this time they're covered by the same margins but for 6th, 7th and 8th. Shows the working of the reverse grid, I suppose. Ricky Collett 9th. Tom O'Rourke completes the top 10. Then should be Simon Faulkner home next, and here comes our Division 2 battle. Despite a bit of rear end damage, it's going to be Paul Rivette for the 2nd time this weekend, holding off John Powell. Rivette takes the class win by half a second. Adam Bint showboats his way home in 3rd in class, still leading the championship, I would think. Craig Evans is next, and the final finisher is Jim Bennett a lap down. Sadly, we lost Ryan Smith and John Bowler into the pits. Congratulations, Michael Oliver. He'll be relieved with that more than anything. He's had a tough time recently in the championship. Full of fun as ever in the paddock, and he will celebrate in style. Michael Oliver, the winner by just under 3 seconds. Bradley Smith, his best ever finish in second place ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell in fourth ahead of Simon Reed. And then a familiar trio from race 4 earlier on. Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed, Stuart Oliver. Covered by a little more this time, half a second covered those three. Ricky Collett in ninth, ahead of Tom O'Rourke and Simon Faulkner, and then the Division 2 battlers. Paul Rivett taking his second class win of the day, ahead of John Powell. Adam Bint after an off, recovering for third, and then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completed the finishers. We lost Ryan Smith, 3 wins and 2 retirements for him, sadly, and of course we lost John Bowler as well, bad luck to him. Let's hand down to Pointy in the paddock.
My goodness me, would you, Adam and Eve, the results of that race. 2 finishes in Division 1, Michael Oliver taking the first place victory, and here he comes now. Absolutely incredible effort. Where's he going to stop? They're driving them somewhere else. Let's get straight in there. Absolutely phenomenal effort. We definitely had the coffee this afternoon. Somebody must have plugged the percolator in just in time. Michael Oliver staying in first place. We thought you were sideways. We thought, oh no, here we go again. Michael Oliver at the front, going sideways, first corner, and yet you managed to pull it back. Come on, mate, yes, get in. Come on. Oh. Was it Colombian? It was the Colombian, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Oh, incredible, mate, incredible. And Bradley Smith as well, that's got to feel amazing. I mean, the first big win of the season. You've got it, you've got it, obviously.
Oh, first of many, it's got to be coming.
Come on.
Oh. I'm never speechless, I'm speechless.
I know, you don't know what to do now, do you?
Christ.
I mean, right, let's go to the beginning of the race. Like I just said to everybody, we saw you getting tipped sideways coming out of corner 1. How did you hold that back in?
I don't know, I can't remember. I haven't got a clue what happened.
Right, brilliant.
I remember being on the toilet and then jumping in the wagon and then I'm here.
He's more interesting when he's losing, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Right, sorry.
Honestly, Michael, well done, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers,
let's go and have a chat to Bradley Smith, who's also had a fantastic... Yeah, come on. Absolutely incredible. Bradley Smith, how are you? Yeah, it's all right. We'll come to the TV. This is the one you're going to download from your phone later on. Mate, what was that about? Absolutely incredible.
That was one of my best races ever. It was just carnage. Dave Jenkins was all over me, and the truck went off, but we managed to keep her on and just kept pushing and pushing. I was sweating, but brilliant. I learnt so much that race, and Dave was pushing me hard. Dave. It was fair and everything, yeah. So
absolutely incredible. And like I say, you could see by the gap between you and Michael that you were defending. Dave, you had a run for your money there with young Bradley, no?
Young Bradley, yeah. There was a time when somebody called me a whippersnapper, but I think that's the definition of it now for us old boys. Amazing job by Bradley, brilliant job.
Well done, Bradley. And this is going to be the first of many for you, obviously.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. It's going to keep pushing, keep learning. Massive thank you to all my sponsors, otherwise we wouldn't be here today. So, yeah, bring on Thruxton.
Bring on Thruxton, indeed. Last race of the weekend, another result for Jenkins. You've got to be happy with the weekend as a whole, especially pushing Bradley around that track in the last few laps.
Yeah, I was just worried about the clip I was going to get off Big Town if I took Bradley off now. Yeah, no, really enjoyed racing with him. He was very good. He's come along a long way and he's going to be one to watch. There's no question about that.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course, the first place for Michael Oliver. I don't even think he knows what he did there, to be honest. He can't remember leaving the paddock.
No, Michael just did a really, really solid job there. Again, another youngster coming on a treat.
Fantastic, it's good to see. Well, I'm sure you've still got a thing or two to teach them all, Dave, so thank you very much for being with us here this weekend.
Pointy.
Let's see if we can find any Division 2 drivers, then we'll head back over into Parc Ferme, because quite the battle as well with the Division 2. We can see I can walk backwards now, it's fine. I got a gold star for this at school, PE day. Oh, do you remember sports day at school? What was your favourite one? that I can remember. Yeah, I never liked doing orienteering though, that was terrible, that was. Here we go. Hi. So, not quite the result you wanted, but nonetheless, a battle throughout. We saw quite a bit of contact early on with Paul Rivette.
Yeah, Paul Rivette, but the main contact was Stuart Oliver. Yeah, I don't know why he felt the need to just punt me off in the side, and that's how Paul got past.
How did that come about? Because Stuart obviously being in a different division to you.
Well, I don't know whether it is mistake or somebody's mistake, and he went spinning off down on the start straight, and then coming around the corner, instead of just giving me racing room because I was 3/4 way past him, he decided just to run his truck straight into me. So.
Oh right.
Yeah.
But you finished with all your tyres this time at least.
Yeah, all the tyres. Still happy, you know. It's still a 3rd place, still points.
Lots of points. Good. Yes, a good effort as well. But definitely a battle earlier on. What was all that bustling about? I mean, it was so tight the first couple of laps.
Yeah, obviously it's racing. A lot to play this weekend is the tyres in this heat. Some people's tyres are switching straight on, some people's are not. You know, it's just going very one way or the other. It's the luck of the draw. Some people's tyres are switching on, and then I can see that John and Paul's tyres are going off towards the end of the race, and then I was gaining back on them. So it's one of it is the luck of the draw, I think, with the tyres.
Well, we'll have to see how the championship carries on for you, Adam Bin. Thanks very much for joining us. Congratulations on another trophy. Yeah, see you at Thruxton. Right, we've still got plenty left to do here today, so I'm going to head back over into Parc Fermé now and hopefully chat to a few more drivers before handing out our last lot of silverware.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Pointy, for your input this weekend. Full of fun as ever down in the truck racing paddock, and well done to all our truck racing drivers and their teams as well. After that chaotic race 4 earlier on, there were a fair few repairs and they all managed it. One race to go then, and it's finally time for our 100-minute endurance race. 2 CVs on track from the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. They had 2 amazing sprint races yesterday, with Nick Crispin and Chris Tovey taking the wins. And I can tell you their cars are on the front row for the 100-minute race. We'll have 22 cars on track. There'll be 2 mandatory pit stops for each car during this 100-minute race. We'll bring you the grid as soon as the cars start to form up. But if you missed the 2 CV races yesterday, go back on the BARC YouTube channel and watch them. Go and see them. They were the races of the weekend, incredibly close. 10-car packs battling for the victory in both of them. As for Pointy's question about events on Sports Day, I never took part. If it didn't have an engine, I wasn't interested. So I'll bring you the grid shortly then. Some of these cars, quite a lot of them, have 2 drivers sharing them. There's a few drivers driving alone, and some of them have 3 drivers. There's actually one team of 3 drivers, Martin Ryman, Julie Walford and Steve Walford. They're actually sharing 2 cars between them. It's going to be interesting at the pit stops. Another man who's driving 2 cars in this race, not at the same time obviously, is Pete Sparrow, 2CV racing legend, the most successful of all time in 2CV racing. He's going to drive 2 different cars in this race. And his car is starting from pole because he's sharing the Dilligaff racing car. I'm not going to explain on air what that stands for. With Nick Crispin. Saw Nick take a win in that car yesterday. The other winner was Chris Tovey, the KTR Developments car. He leads the 2CV Championship. Of course, the drivers treating this race as a bit of a warm-up ahead of the big race, the 2CV 24-hour race, yes, really, at Snetterton in Norfolk, down on August Bank Holiday Monday. Thanks to ECAS 2CV Parts as well for their support of the classic 2CV Racing Club. It may sound like an unlikely event, the 2CV 24-hour, but get yourself to Snetterton on August Bank Holiday weekend. It is a wonderful event, not just a race meeting, it's a great social event as well. And I'm sure the teams, if you would like to help out, would appreciate some help off track as well. Trucks heading back into the paddock. Their next appearance is later in the summer at Thruxton. That's Convoy on the Plain down in Hampshire at the Airfield Circuit. I'm sure we'll see young Holly cycling a lap of Thruxton as well. Raising money for the My Name's Doddy campaign. Thank you to Holly and her family for their support. Find the Facebook page, Holly's Cycle for Doddy and MND. That's the place to find all the updates from them. You can make your own donations on there, of course. So we're just awaiting to confirm the grid then. I'll have it through from the timekeepers very shortly, but I can tell you that it is the 89 car, the Dilligaf car that's on pole, the bright orange machine. That will be started by Pete Sparrow. Nick Crispin will take over when it calls into the pits. The 49 car alongside the KTR Developments car, that is Chris Tovey. He's driving solo in this race. Tricky in this heat to drive solo, even in a 2CV. And then on row 2, we've got an interloper. We mentioned there's a mini class in this race as well, because minis are allowed to compete to a certain spec in the 2CV 24-hour. There's one of them here this weekend. It's the Team Toy Shed entry. I think they have won the 2CV 24-hour overall in the past. Michael Dryden is starting that car. Robert Selly and Chris Slade are his co-drivers. They start third on the grid. And alongside them is Team Lion 1. The Team Lion car is, of course, one of the cars Pete Sparrow is driving, but he's driving second. It's the reigning champion David O'Keefe who is going to start that car. Row 3, it's Go-Go Gadget 2CV, the Team Gadget racing car. That's the golden blue car. That will be started by Nick Home, one of our newcomers. Ainsley Bousfield, veteran 2CV racer, will co-drive. And then we've got the classic 41 factory racing car, number 41, and that's Martin Ryman's car. He will start that car. Interesting that he's co-driving with Julie and Steve Walford, because it was Martin and Steve who tangled on the first lap of race 2 yesterday. The cars got stuck together coming through Senna and went out almost into the tyre wall. They're teammates today. They start on row 6. It'll be Martin Ryman who starts that car. On the 4th row of the grid, we have the number 76, which was the Tête Rouge with Propolis Process Solutions car. Andrew Bull's car, that is. He's starting that one. And another superstar of 2CV racing over the years, Alec Graham, will be sharing the car with him. Alongside them is the second Team Lion car. That's the number 79. Louis Tyson. We didn't see him out yesterday. He'll be going first, sharing with Max Wire. On row 5, it's the Hollis Motorsport car, the blue and orange car. Matthew Hollis has been racing the car in the sprint races this weekend. He starts. Richard Hollis Brown is going to share with him. And then we've got the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly entry. That's the Proietti family. Sandro Proietti will start that car, sharing with his son Luca. They complete the top 10 on the grid. And then a good qualifying effort by SL Racing, the team from Cannock in Staffordshire. George Broadhurst starts that car. Lawrence Broadhurst sharing with him. Alongside them is number 47, Yellow and Peril. We heard from Peril, aka Richard Knight, earlier on, sharing with Giles Owen. The car isn't yellow, but Giles always wears yellow when he's racing. Giles will start that car. Row 7 is number 96, the team we mentioned at the lunch break, Pork Pie Racing. That's Chris and Jenny Hall. Chris is going first. Alongside them, well, we've got Pork Pies and Muffins on the 7th row of the grid. The Muffins car, number 1, Chris Yates will start. Andy Donaldson is sharing with him. Row 8, number 92, the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Crisis Racing amalgamating with Tête Rouge Racing to give that unusual name. That's Nick Rhodes in that car. He's driving solo. Alongside him is the second of the Muffins team cars. That's number 35. A famous name in that car, Ethan Sparrow, nephew of Pete Sparrow, sharing with Neil Graham. I'm not sure if Neil Graham is related to Alec Graham. It's Neil who will start. Row 9 is the Team ECAS car, the ECAS 2CV parts car, the familiar blue and yellow livery. Their two drivers did a sprint race each yesterday. They're both competing together today. Matthew Arrow-Smith-Brown starts. Glenn Oswin will take over. Alongside them is the number 300, one of the Tête Rouge cars. That's Shirley Hennessy. Now, she had problems at the beginning of race 2 yesterday. Tête Rouge car. Shirley will drive solo. Row 10 is the number 55, the Steve Walford Motorsport car. That's again Steve and Julie Walford and Martin Ryman. Steve will start. Martin Ryman, I think, will go second, and Julie Walford will complete the third stint. Alongside them is Green Frog. It was Richard Plyer driving that yesterday. He lost a wheel in the first race, but Richard not driving today. It's Laurent Dallet who will drive that car in this race. He's going solo. And the final row, number 42, which is Infinite Improbability Racing, the blue car, Martin Sunderland driving solo in that car. And 67 of Etch Racing completes the grid, Colin Etchell's car. He'll drive second. It's Darren Pauling who will start that car from the back of the grid. So that's your grid for the 100-minute race. Interesting to see how the Mini goes up against the two CVs here. They run on an even basis. I don't think the Mini's handicapped in any way. I can hear engines firing up in the background, so we should see the cars onto the grid soon. No marshals there at the moment, though. Thanks to Liam Davies, who's been in touch. He's from Team Gadget Racing, raced here last year. Yes, Neil Graham is Alec Graham's brother. Thank you for confirming there, Liam. Shame we haven't seen you on the grid this year. Ah, there's the reason for the delay. Ryan Smith didn't make it back into the pit lane, or he did, but hasn't got the truck back into Parc Ferme and into the paddock, so he's had to be towed. That's the reason for the delay. So once that's complete, we should see the cars on the grid. With Pete Sparrow back out, you just cannot keep Pete Sparrow away from 2CV Racing. Claimed he's retired from full-time competition, but these cars, they're just too much fun to race to consider retirement. So now we should see them. Yes, marshals are on the grid, and our 100-minute race about to get underway. Okay, the pace car leading them out. It'll be a rolling start. And there is the bright, almost day-glow red and grey car of number 89, owned by Nick Crispin, the Dilligaff racing car, with Pete Sparrow at the wheel for the start of the race. Chris Tovey in the grey number 49 car, the KTR Developments car, will line up alongside him. And then, can you spot the odd one out? That's the Team Toy Shed Mini Grand, as it's known. It's the London to Brighton Mini Run this weekend. That takes a bit longer than 100 minutes, I think, in a Mini. Team Toy Shed on the second row of the grid, that's Michael Dryden who starts that car. Alongside him, number 97, David O'Keefe in the Team Lion car. Row 3 is Team Gadget Racing, Nick Home alongside Martin Ryman in the Classic 41 factory racing car. On the fourth row, Andy Bull, great run from him in the sprint races yesterday with the Tête Rouge with Propolis car. Alongside the second Team Lion car of Louis Tyson. Completing the top 10, Hollis Motorsports, Matthew Hollis starts, will be alongside the number 30, the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car. Sandro Proietti taking the start. On row 6 of the grid, 48 SL Racing, good effort by George Broadhurst up there 11th on the grid, alongside the number 47 Giles Owen. Then the Pork Pie Racing car started by Chris Hall, number 96, alongside Muffins 1, number 40, driven by Chris Yates first of all. 92 Crisis at Tête Rouge, that's Nick Rhodes, he drives solo. Muffins 2, number 35, started by Neil Graham. Row 9 is Team ECAS, that's Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, alongside the number 300 of Shirley Hennessy, the Tête Rouge car. 55 Steve Walford Motorsport, it's Steve himself who will start that car, alongside number 16 Green Frog, that is Laurent Dallet. The 11th row completing this grid, Infinite Improbability Racing, that's Martin Sunderland, and at the very back, number 67, started by Darren Pauling. Okay, 100 minutes of racing coming up then. They may not be the quickest cars here this weekend, but they are certainly the most closely matched. This is going to be very entertaining for the whole 100 minutes. Who is it going to be? Is Pete Sparrow going to finish first and second? Is the Mini going to beat the two CVs? I'm loving that shot there. The Mini, it's as if it's hidden itself in among all the two CVs, trying to blend in. Do you think anybody will notice? It's a bit like when the three Minis in the Italian Job hide in among the parked cars, isn't it, during the chase? Okay, safety car leads them away. Green flag lap begins. Pete Sparrow and Chris Tovey on the front row. There's the Mini. For Team Toy Shed. Where they get these team names from, I've no idea. Looks like all 22 of them are there. 67 Darren Pauling at the back in the Etch Racing car. Colin Etchel's car. Well, I said yesterday we wish the races were longer than 15 minutes. That's exactly what we've got here. This could be the most enjoyable race of the weekend. Chill Mackers says he's done the London to Brighton a few times, the British Heart Foundation on a push bike. Takes over 3 hours. I was noticing one of our show trucks in the background there, a big American, I think that's a Kenworth. Nice if you'd seen that as the pace truck. A few of you rooting for the Mini. William Jesse is supporting the Mini. Of course, the 2CVs are racing in a separate class. That's how it works in the 24-hour race. There's normally about 3 or 4 Minis out there, a couple of modified 2CVs, the Dutch and Belgian entries, and the Club Class 2CVs where the main awards go. Number 89, Pete Sparrow leads them round. Chris Tovey alongside. The Mini hidden there on row 2. It's a shame there aren't a couple of other Minis for them to battle with. We normally see Ian Slark's team out at the 24-hour. Shame we haven't got them this weekend. It'd be nice to have a couple of Minis battling it out. I bet Michael Dryden in the Mini does feel a bit out of place there among all the 2CVs. He's the odd one out, unfortunately. So 100 minutes on the clock then. Endurance racing at Pembrey. Pete Sparrow, Chris Tovey. Look out for David O'Keefe from the second row in the Team Lion car. Pete Sparrow is going to swap into that car at the first round of pit stops. Here we go then. 22 cars, 100 minutes. And I've no idea what's going to happen. Pace car is in pit lane. Pace beginning to quicken. The lights are out and away we go. The clock starts counting and it is Pete Sparrow who's got the lead as they head down towards the first corner. The Mini trying to make a move in the hands of Michael Dryden for second place. Chris Tovey up there on the outside. David O'Keefe as well. Martin Ryman in the orange car. And cutting up the inside, look at Nick Home in the Team Gadget car. He's made a good start. Cuts his way through on the inside. Andy Bull in the turquoise car is in the mix as well, but it is number 89, Pete Sparrow in Nick Crispin's car, the Dilligaff car, that leads the way ahead of Chris Tovey. Third place is the Mini, and a great start as well by Sandro Proietti in the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly car. That car started on the 5th row of the grid, and he's up into 4th place. A flying start for Sandro Proietti, old rival of Martin Ryman in the Fiat Racing Challenge. They used to race Fiat Unos, those two. Oh, bit of a spin there, and they've got a tangle already. Oh no! Nick Rhodes goes off. He was hit by 47 Giles Owen. That's taken out, I think that's Steve Walford. The 48 of George Broadhurst involved as well. And we could have lost 2 cars already. Look at Nick Rhodes' his car. There's another one gone off. That's Matthew Hollis in the number 70. Oh dear. Nick Rhodes is still going. It certainly is a crisis, isn't it, for the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. The rear wing is flapping. He might have to call into the pits. The pit window doesn't officially open until 25 minutes into this race. Matthew Hollis has kept it going after going onto the grass. Pick up the race order as they complete the opening lap. Pete Sparrow leads from Chris Tovey. The Mini is in 3rd place in the hands of Michael Dryden. Then the Team Gadget car. Great start by Nick Holmes, sharing with Ainsley Bousfield up into 4th position. There he is, the gold and blue car. 5th is the Team Lion car. That's being driven early on in this one by David O'Keefe, the reigning champion. Pete Sparrow and David O'Keefe were both in the first ever 2CV race back in, I think it was in 1989 at Mallory Park. Something flew off there. Which car did that come off? It was either off the 97 or the 76 of Andy Bull, losing a bit of trim there. Seemed to have lost the Bacon racing car as well after its quick start. Where has that gone? It came across the line in 6th place. Where has that car gone? Can't see it. Oh, there it is. Sandro Proietti has slowed for some reason. There's bits of car everywhere on the inside of Senna. Now, did any cars not come through? Yeah, Steve Walford hasn't come through, the 55. The 47 of Giles Owen hasn't made it round, nor 92, the Crisis car. That's in crisis, courtesy of Nick Rhodes. Yeah, Sandro Proietti's in trouble. He's dropping down the order, so a few cars in strife already. Now, what came flying off there? I don't know if that came off a car. It was a bit of debris that was already on the track. It looked like a piece of exhaust pipe. So I'm not too sure who's dropped that. So the leaders head down into the hairpin for the third time. Fastest lap of the race recorded by number 76, Andy Bull. He's at the back of this group. Nick Home, one of our newcomers, going for third place. He's attacking the Mini of Michael Dryden. Side by side there for third place. Out in front it is the Dilligaff car of 89, which is Pete Sparrow. The car Pete will get into is the 97 of David O'Keefe. Team Lion, they've won the 24-hour race more times than I can remember. ECAS 2CV parts have won it several times as well. Crisis at Tete Rouge. Nick Rhodes has come into the pits, so has Bacon Racing. It's a great shame for Sandro Proietti after that rapid start. There's the ECAS car, Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, ahead of Laurent Dalle, who has taken over from Richard Plyer in the number 16. That's the Green Frog car. There's the Crisis car. Damage to the left side. It's missing the rear wheel spat, but he's still going. In the 24-hour race even, retirements are rare. You normally get just about everybody gets to the finish in the 2CV 24 hours. They run like clockwork, these cars. Some cynics would claim that's because there's virtually nothing mechanical to go wrong on them. You can change an engine in one of these cars in about 15 minutes. Settled in for the rhythm of this race now. The Minis drop back a bit. Andy Bull going past it there. Michael Dryden on board. The name of Elliot Stafford on the side of the car there. He's not racing this weekend. Successful in the Mighty Minis Championship in the past. Andy Bull, the number 76. He's sharing with another 2CV legend, Alec Graham, in this race. Alec's brother Neil on track in the number 35 car at the moment. That's one of the Muffins cars. They used to be known as Blueberry Muffins. I can only assume that there's a shortage of blueberries. 79 is Louis Tyson, attacking the Mini. Max Wire sharing that car with him. There's the number 300. Good to see Shirley Hennessy's back out. She failed to start race 2 yesterday with some mechanical dramas. Got ahead of Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown. This is the battle for 13th place in class, 14th overall. Now, the only two cars we've lost in that tangle up at Senna on the first lap, Steve Walford Motorsport, number 55, and the number 21, the number 47 of the Yellow and Peril racing car. But we've got a safety car. Safety car is coming out. Now, we'll wait and see why. It's been a few laps since the incident happened down at Senna, so I'm not too sure if that's the case, or whether it's for debris on track. We'll wait and see. Well, given that Steve Walford is driving the 41 car in this race as well, maybe it's to allow him the safe passage back to the pits in time to take it over. It's quite a long walk from Senna back to the pit lane. Safety car on track. We'll pick up the race leader, the Dilligaff number 89 car, driven by Pete Sparrow. He's done so. Now, we're not sure of the reason for the safety car at the moment. Maybe it's to allow the two cars that were involved in the incident to tow back to the pits, because you can receive a tow, but you get a penalty. I think it's 3 laps for a tow back to the paddock. You can repair the car and continue, but you are penalised 3 laps. if you don't make the minimum 2 pit stops in the pit window, it's a 5-lap penalty. Well, here's what happened on the opening lap up at Senna. Much further back, there's the tangle. Chris Yates in the 40 car, I think, made contact with Giles Owen. He spun into Nick Rhodes and he cannoned into the front of Steve Walford. George Broadhurst on the grass in avoidance. The steering's broken on the 47 car. So Yellow in peril, certainly in peril, and the 92 car in crisis. Steve Walford hit the 92 as it spun across him, so that's taken out the 55 car. George Broadhurst in the 48 is still going the SL Racing car. Thank you to David Marsden, who's given us a few updates on that team this weekend. Works with them at their base in Cannock. There's the 2 Muffins cars, complete with the eyes on the headlamps. There's Nick Rhodes, recovering from his crisis. And there's Sandro Proietti back out as well. They won't count as official pit stops because the pit window doesn't open until 25 minutes into the race. Currently going up to the 10-minute mark. Not sure of the official reason for this safety car. That might be why. Who does that belong to? That's either a piece of the 92 or the 47 car. I'm guessing that's part of the Yellow and Peril Racing car. It's the right colour. It's one of the 2 cars that we think is out of the race. So the crisis car, no, Nick Rhodes, number 92, is last because he lost a lap calling at the pits. The Bacon Racing car is ahead of him in terms of time. 20 cars running. We'll wait and see if the 55 and the 47 can be towed back in. It looked to me as though the 47 car was quite smashed up at the front, so that may not be repairable. We'll wait and see if they can be towed back into the paddock. There's the 2 cars that were delayed earlier on. Back of the Crocodile at the moment. Will we go back to racing this time? That bit of debris hasn't been moved from the inside of Senna. Chris Yates was involved there as well. Looks like he's escaped without any damage. Team Muffins 1, sharing with Andy Donaldson. Two CVs and 1 Mini currently circulating. The Mini is 6th overall. The safety car is going to pull in this time, so maybe just to clear up a bit of debris there in the safety car period. Pete Sparrow's got the lead. It was to get the cars back into pit lane because there is Steve Walford's car. And the crew go to work. So he damaged the front end there. He hit the spinning car of Nick Rhodes. Nothing he could do there. Steve and Julie Walford plus Martin Ryman will share that car. And this will show some of the spirit of 2CV racing. As racing gets back underway, now we'll have probably about half a dozen teams will get stuck in to get Steve Walford back out there. Everybody helps one another in this championship. Battle for second, down into Hatchet's hairpin. Chris Tovey with Nick Home on his tail. Here comes David O'Keefe up on the outside, but it's Pete Sparrow who leads. How many times have we said that in 2CV racing history? There's the Team Gadget car. Nick Home, a novice in that car. You can see the novice cross on the back. Andy Bull going well up there in 5th. Then we've got the Mini with Michael Dryden. Behind him is Louis Tyson in the other Team Lion car. The Mini class running to a 998cc specification, so barely matched with the 1275cc. Just checking the entry list there. See, Jack Werrell's been looking in. He's one of the PA commentators this weekend here at Pembrey. Here come the leaders. It's still Pete Sparrow. Up into second now is Nick Home. He's got ahead of Chris Tovey. Then we've got the 97 of David O'Keefe. Pete Sparrow will take over that car later on. Keeping it nice and steady around this first lap. All close bunched up. There's a new engine ready to go in. We're going to keep on our inset camera there. You can see how quickly an engine can be swapped over by the Steve Walford Motorsport team. So we're going to split cameras on this and you'll see just how rapidly you can swap one of these engines over. Start the clock. So 1 hour 27 minutes of the race to go. I think Ewan Dunlop's down there with the Steve Walford Motorsport team, so we can hear from him in a moment as Pete Sparrow continues to lead.
Cheers, Dave, here with Julie Walford. Julie, what is happening?
Well, I think we've had first lap bad luck. I think somebody spun in front of Steve and just got collected, so it's unfortunately engine change because it's front damaged.
I don't think there's many classes where you could just come into the bits and change the engine.
No, definitely not. I mean, we're going to lose a lot of laps, but it's an endurance race, so there's still time yet.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hopefully a few more safety cars.
I mean, we're looking at the pictures right now. It's quite ridiculous. You've literally just pulled an engine out of box. How many engines do you bring to a racetrack?
Well, I think we've got one spare, so hopefully.
We'll cross our fingers for you.
Yeah, hopefully this one keeps going, yeah.
Quite incredible pictures down here in the garage of the car number 55 for the Walfords. We are changing an engine live on BARC TV. I've never seen this before. This is absolutely brilliant.
It certainly is, yes. Thanks, Ewan. We saw Chris Tovey have a stab at second place there in the hairpin, but he had to anchor up to avoid the back of Nick Home, and that's allowed the number 97 of David O'Keefe to come through into third place. But keeping an eye on our inset camera there as the engine change takes place. It's been 2 minutes so far. We are timing them. Chris Tovey fighting back the KTR Developments car. He's driving solo in this race, remember, so he's got some hard work to do. Goes back up the inside, retakes David O'Keefe. Now, solo drivers at their pit stop, they do have to get out of the car, close the door, then open it back up and get back in again. That's how you've got to do your pit stop. Well, pit stops, because every car has to make 2 mandatory pit stops. So it's as if they've done a driver change. They have to get out and then get back in again. Nice busy little battle a bit further down the order. This is for, I think, 9th place. This is the Bacon Racing car coming back through the order in the hands of Sandro Prietti. Had a problem early on, had to call into the pits, and that car has in fact done the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.921. There he is over the line. Let's see where he's made it back up to. He's back up to 10th, Sandro Prietti. Son Luca sharing the car with him. Bit of confusion over what engine size that Mini is. We think Mini Grand means 1000cc, but it's listed on the entry list as 1275, so clear up that confusion if we can. There's number 300 of Shirley Hennessy, still ahead of 33 Matthew Arrowsmith Brown in the ECAS racing car. Roy Eastwood was their lead driver for many years, another of the greats of 2CV racing. So the race order with 9 laps completed. Dilligaff leads from Team Gadget Racing, KTR Developments in 3rd, Team Lion car 1 in 4th place, then Tête Rouge with Propolis, that's Andy Bull's car, is 5th. 6th is the Mini, Team Toy Shed. Position change there, that's the 35 of Neil Graham, brother of Alec Graham, has a go at the number 96, Chris Hall. That's the Pork Pie Racing car. And they're being caught by Martin Ryman in the Classic 41 factory racing car. That's the car we sometimes see shared by Sir Aubrey Brocklebank. Yep, real name. He's taken both of them there along Speedway Straight, and bash! Bit of contact there, bit of contact, so excuse me. Those two cars are heading for the beach. That's the 35 and the 96. Chris Hall keeps going. Look at the state of the 35 car there. That is Neil Graham, and he's punctured the front tyre there. He's got a whole lap to do before he can get back to the pits. Look at the state of that. No wonder the eyes look angry. What was that all about, says the number 35 car. Someone did tell me what the Muffins team have called their cars. Still timing this engine change. It's been 5 minutes so far. If someone could remind me of the names of those two team Muffins cars. I know one of them's called Rhubarb. I think that's the number 40 car. Here are the leaders. Dilligaff from Team Gadget. Make their way through towards Honda. Pete Sparrow still leads. Great to see Nick Home up there in second. He's one of the newcomers to 2CV racing, sharing with the very experienced Ainsley Bousfield for Team Gadget. Down to the hairpin once again. Chris Tovey in the grey car still there in third. KTR Developments. Then Team Lion in fourth place, courtesy of David O'Keefe. Then we've got Andy Bull. Those five chased by Michael Dryden in the Mini. Fastest lap still with Bacon Racing. There they are, the Liqui Moly sponsored car attacking Chris Yates in the number 40, sharing with Andy Donaldson. That's the one of the Muffins cars. And there's their other car. It's made it round to the pits. Battered and bruised. Neil Graham in the number 35, sharing with Ethan Sparrow. Graham and Sparrow, two great names from the world of 2CV racing. The new generation's taking part. Work still going on Steve Walford's car. It's only been 6.5 minutes so far. Getting that new engine in. Yep, the new engine is in place. They're connecting it up. There's the old one that's come out. As the leaders head through to complete another lap. '55 car officially hasn't completed a lap so far, because it happened on the opening lap, the damage there. The new engine goes in. The leaders head into the hairpin. Pete Sparrow. Chris Tovey having an attack around the outside there. Could leave it open to a run for David O'Keefe on the inside. Nick Holmes still holding second in the car shared with Ainsley Bousfield. It's Bull. Then the Mini of Michael Dryden, and then just behind him, it's Louis Tyson in the second of the Team Lion cars. Those 7 broken away from Matthew Hollis as Martin Ryman round the outside, the number 48 of George Broadhurst. That's for 11th place. Lawrence Broadhurst will take over the 48 car. Martin Ryman still races his Fiat occasionally. He's still got his Fiat 127. Brings that out at the Plum Pudding meeting on Boxing Day at Mallory Park every year in the saloon races. There's Matthew Hollis, number 70. He's been caught now by Sandro Proietti, another ex-Fiat racer. He favoured Fiat Unos in the old Fiat Racing Challenge back in the 90s and early 2000s. Now under attack there, Matthew Hollis. Richard Hollis-Brown will take over that car. There's about 4 or 5 of the Hollis family have raced in the blue and orange colours over the years. Look, he's bump drafting him almost. He is bump drafting him. He's giving him a push. This isn't NASCAR racing, Sandro Proietti. Here are the leaders, 3 of them together. Better not see any bump drafting into the hairpin either, because you'll be sent off wide. Up the inside, Nick Holmes trying to take the lead. Switch back there, coming through the hairpin. Could we have our first lead change of this endurance race? Pete Sparrow trying to hang on, and the young pretender Nick Home trying to take the lead from the master. No, that's allowed Chris Tovey up alongside now. Pete Sparrow in the 89 car has still got the lead, and this is allowing David O'Keefe, another 2CV veteran, to attack as well. The time that engine's still being connected up by the Steve Walford team, the squad from Birmingham. Side by side for second place down towards Brooklands. Home on the inside, Tovey on the outside. Andy Bull's looking on as well in the 76. This is allowing Pete Sparrow to escape again. It's taken just over 9 minutes, this engine change so far. There's a car coming into the pits. I heard the klaxon go off. We know the number 35 is in the pits. The number 41 has fallen down the timing screen. He's lost 4 places on the last lap, so it may be that car that's coming in. We'll check that. Meantime, here's a battle between the number 16, that's Laurent Dalle in the Green Frog car, and the 42 of Martin Sunderland. This is for 16th place. Martin Sunderland for Infinite Improbability Racing. Here are the leaders. Side by side for third. Chris Tovey under fire now from David O'Keefe. That engine change has taken 10 minutes so far. Still your leader is Pete Sparrow. Mini's fighting back as well onto the tail of Andy Bull. Shares that car with Alec Graham. Thomas Pilsner says, I bet these cars are hilarious to race in. And we believe, thanks to Pauline, also to Simon Broadhurst, the other Muffins car is called Clarence. I think that's the number 35, the car that was involved in that bit of contact. Here comes the Mini. Michael Dryden attacking Andy Bull. For Team Toy Shed. Still the engine change goes on. 11 minutes so far for Steve Walford Motorsport. Side by side for second now. It's David O'Keefe has got through into second place. He's going for second around the outside of the number 80, but Nick Holm is driving a brilliant race here in the number 80 Team Gadget racing car. If you were their crew chief, would you be known by the name Inspector Gadget? I wonder. Through to the crossing they go. There's a back marker ahead. I think that's the 35 car that's been into the pits to replace that punctured tyre, and probably cable tie a couple of the body panels in place as well. Still the engine change going on. 79 there, Louis Tyson chasing the Mini. That's 6th and 7th. Here's that battle for 16th place. It's 15th place now, because the 300 car has dropped back of Shirley Hennessy, the Tête Rouge car behind these two. There's Martin Ryman, he is still going. Must have had a moment somewhere. He's chasing Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown in the ECAS 2CV parts car. We believe Roy Eastwood is here at Pembrey this weekend, cheering on the ECAS car. Number 40 is Clarence, thank you Simon Broadhurst. And number 35 there is Rhubarb. KP says, imagine one of these being entered in the 2CV being entered into the Nürburgring 24 hours that's taking place this weekend. Can you imagine lapping the Nordschleife in a 2CV? No doubt somebody's tried it at some point on one of the public days. Leaders into back marker traffic now. There's the 35. That's the 67 of Darren Pauling, the Etch racing car. Moves aside, lets the leaders through. The clock's still counting on our engine change. It's just over 13 minutes now. Some teams can do it in 10. 15, I think, is the target. And there you can see on the 35 car, that's Rhubarb. You can see the incredible way that the windows open on a 2CV. They don't slide down, they flip upwards. Looks bizarre, doesn't it? All part of the character of these cars. David O'Keefe now established in third place ahead of Chris Tovey. These four have been running nose to tail for the whole race. O'Keefe has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.721. Andy Bull has dropped back a little in fifth, then the Mini, then it is the Team Lion car of Louis Tyson. Sandro Proietti, despite that pit stop, has recovered nicely, helped by the safety car. He's in 8th place. 9th is the Hollis Motorsport car, Matthew Hollis. And rounding out the top 10 is number 40, the other Muffins car of Chris Yates. Looks like we are almost ready with Steve Walford Motorsport. They'll have lost about 17 laps. But they had to get the car back to the pits first, so the engine change so far has taken just over 14 minutes. Almost like a guide, isn't it? How to change the engine in a 2CV. The new engine is in. I think cooling fan just going on there, and I think the engine change is complete when the body panels go on. 15 minutes so far. Chris Hall and George Broadhurst side by side. Pit window is now open. Number 300 has come in of Shirley Hennessy for her first stop. Other cars made early stops with some damage, the 35, the 92 and the 30. Over the line go the leaders. Still the Dilligaff car of Pete Sparrow who has the lead ahead of number 80, Nick Home for Team Gadget Racing. Here comes David O'Keefe down the outside. Chris Tovey in there as well. Andy Bull's going to have a go on the inside. Climbs over the curb on the inside of Hatchett's hairpin. Stays fifth though. Chris Tovey is the current leader of the 2CV Championship, the Classic 2CV Racing Championship, supported by 2CVspares.com. 3 wins for him so far this year. Nick Crispin, the owner of the 89 car, won the other. So the engine is in. Yep, the bonnet and wheel arches are going on. So I make that 16 minutes for an engine change by Steve Walford Motorsport. Well done to them. 16 minutes. That is remarkable. And that car is now going to head back out to mere, I think, 19 laps in arrears, but they will aim to finish this race. Here come the leaders. Still no change in the order in the top two. Main battle has been for third. David O'Keefe now starting to attack. He's going for the inside on Nick Home. Just as I say, no change among the top two. David O'Keefe goes through up into second place. Still Pete Sparrow who leads. So it's now two of the all-time greatest 2CV racers, first and second. Nick Home could have lost third place there, I think, down towards the hairpin. Well, I was about to say to Chris Tovey, but look at Andy Bull. Up the inside. He takes third. Andy Bull's treating this like a 10-minute sprint race. And Chris Tovey, caught on the outside there, could be down to fourth. Poor old Nick Home has gone from second to fifth. The Mini in sixth place. Michael Dryden still on board. Chris Tovey back up the inside, retakes third place. Terrific fight between these three. Through the crossing. Here comes Nick Home, back up into fourth. So Andy Bull, that send down the inside didn't work. Team Toy Shed, the Mini, has now done the fastest lap of the race. Andy Bull back round the outside of Nick Home, holds the place. There go the leaders. Behind the Mini, Louis Tyson still lurking in the 79, sharing his car with Max Wire. That's Team Lion 2. We seem to have lost the Hollis Motorsport car. That's got the yellow triangle next to it on the timing screen, and the number 40, the Muffins car. That means they're not coming to the pit lane, but they're not coming through on the timing screen. So those two cars may have disappeared somewhere out on circuit. Meantime, there is the number 33, which is the ACAS car. They're now 10th, ahead of number 41, driven by Martin Ryman. Pork Pie Racing just ahead of them. The 48 car has come in. George Broadhurst will hand over to Lawrence Broadhurst. That's the SL Racing car. And there's the 55 car going back out after its engine change. Well done, Steve Walford Motorsports. Now, we don't know who's on board that car. I imagine Steve's still in the car. The Mini is a 998cc, I think. Thank you, Mark Waller, for confirmation there. There's the 55 back out. You can see the damage where it hit the spinning car of Nick Rhodes. Steve Walford, Julie Walford and Martin Ryman. That car back running again. We know the SL racing car has pitted. Now, we're not too sure where Hollis Motorsport are or Muffins 1, the number 40 car. We'll have to try and pick them up out on circuit because they're not coming through on the timing tower. There are the leaders. The Muffins 1 car has now come into the pits. So we'll see what has happened for Chris Yates. That will count as a pit stop. He's sharing with Andy Donaldson. So whether he's tangled with Hollis Motorsport somewhere. Have to keep an eye on the background, see if it's pulled over. There are the leaders. Lapping Martin Sutherland in the number 42, driving solo in this race for Infinite Improbability Racing. Oh, that's what's happened to Chris Yates. His steering's broken. He's trying to make it round to the pits. That's strange, actually, because it came up that he was in the pits, but he's clearly not. Maybe he's come in, gone back out again, and it's broken again. So it looks like a steering failure for the Muffins car. Through go the leaders towards completion of lap number 22. The 55 car, I can tell you, has come back in, unfortunately. So Steve Walford's car is back in. Maybe that's making a mandatory stop. Now they've got it running again. There's Chris Hall in the 96, the Pork Pie Racing car. Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown and Martin Ryman. This is the battle for 9th. That looks a bit steamy to me. Air filter is taken off. Yep, the 40 is pulled over. That's at the crossing. And that could be game over, sadly, for the number 40, the Blueberry Muffin. Hence the angry expression again. It's not been a happy race for that team. So Dilligaff still lead in the hands of Pete Sparrow. Team Lion are now second with David O'Keefe, and third is Chris Tovey. Nick Holm holding off Andy Bull for 4th place. Where's the Mini? Has that gone into the pits? It's not showing us having done so on the timing screen. Have we lost the Mini? We don't know where Hollis Motorsport have got to. Is the Mini coming into the pits, or has it crossed the line? No, it is in the pits. Just hadn't shown up at first there. So the Mini has pitted. Taking over that car should be Robert Selling. Hopefully our pit cam will pick that up. Team Toy Shed's last lap then was a very slow one, so whether they have had a problem somewhere. We know the 300 car has been in, the 48, the 35 with some damage earlier on. There's the Mini. The Mini is currently showing on the timing screen as in the pits. Well, the timing screen is currently showing that the safety car has been scrambled and the clock has gone down to 0. So I don't know what's happened with my timing screen. I think that's just having a moment. So we'll ignore that. Yes, the safety car is being scrambled. But while we establish the reason why the safety car is out, I suspect for the stranded number 40 car, we can head down to Team Toy Shed in the pits with Ewan Dunlop.
Cheers, Dave. Down in the pits, unfortunately the car 55 back in, but we're here with our Mini driver, Michael Dryden. What's it like being out there as the only Mini?
Yeah, well, it's a bit lonely in some points, and they're kind of ganging up on us, but I think we showed our true mettle. It was good fun. First time for, I think, all of us to ever race here, so the first few laps are a bit, okay, we'll take it gently and don't run into anybody. But after that, we were just right in the pack, so we're almost identical pace them.
It's
so
great, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just identical. So that's been good fun. So sometimes you get up the inside, but it's very hard to pass.
Absolutely, because you are a class of your own, but you're actually equally fighting them. It's fantastic to watch. And we've got 4 names for the Mini on our timesheet. Who's in the car right now?
So I'm Michael Dryden. I've got the first duty. Then we've got Rob's coming out just now. He's gone out. This is his first ever race.
Wow!
And the guy who owns the car is over there, or his son is Chris. He's going to be our wingman on the end. So
wow, fantastic!
Yeah. So and the guy who owns the car is actually taking a break. He's got a bit of a cut, so he's just giving himself.
And how much are you enjoying Pembrey in the sunshine?
Oh, it's fantastic!
It's quite good, isn't it?
Fantastic! No, it's great fun.
Appreciate your time. Good luck. Cheers, thank you. Michael Dryden of our single solitary Mini in the field. The pit lane is getting busy now. Back to Dave.
The reason the pit lane is getting busy is because the safety car is out. We're going to see quite a few stoppers during this section. KTR Developments, Chris Tovey has come in. Number 76, Andy Bull has come in. He's going to hand over to Alec Graham. Who else has come in? Team Lion 2, so Max Wire has taken over that car. The 55 car going back out. They're still fettling the new engine on that car. Steve and Julie Walford. Who was due to go second in that car? Martin Ryman. So they won't have changed drivers yet because Martin hasn't pitted yet in his car, number 41, I don't think. No, he hasn't. The leader is still number 89, Pete Sparrow. There's some of our pit callers making their way back out. The Mini we know has been in because we've spoken to Michael Dryden. SL Racing have already been in. I'm not sure of the reason for the safety car. We think it's the number 40 car of Chris Yates that pulled up with steering damage. Yes, there it is. And that will be a 3-lap penalty for that car for a tow back into the paddock. As it will be for the 55 car. Think of Steve Walford. There's a penalty showing, but not sure what for the number. Oh, it's number 47. Yeah, that's the other car that will have been towed back. Giles Owen's car. The Mini has the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.401, which is only a few hundredths of a second quicker than the fastest 2CV, which I think is Chris Tovey, the KRT Developments car. 1:23.472. 432 even. Everybody else is coming in now. Bacon Racing are back in for their first official pit stop. Team Gadget are in. Dilligaff are in. I don't know the first car that stayed out is. I think it's number 76 has already been in, hasn't it? So first car that hasn't stopped will be Pork Pie Racing, I think. 55 is back in again. So maybe that's new engine not running to the best of expectations. Team Lion 1 have come in. That will be handed over to Pete Sparrow. So Dilligaff and Team Lion 1 have come in at the same time. Pete Sparrow is going to get out of one car and into the other. I hope he has time for a quick bottle of water in between. Chris Yates with the Muffins car. Will be towed in. Martin Ryman has now come in the 41. Now he was due to take over the 55, but wait to see if that car heads back out. Pork Pie Racing have now come in. There won't be many cars that don't come in during this safety car period to save as much time as possible on their pit stops. The 41, that should now be driven by Julie Walford. I think we can head down to Team Lion in the pits. Ewan Dunlop is talking to a legend of 2CV racing.
Cheers, Dave. Down here with David O'Keefe. Happy with that stint? How much did you enjoy that?
That was hard work. That's a bit warm, but yeah, it was going well till that safety car arrived. And I'm not really sure what that's done to us now, because originally we were going to come in. Well, Pete, because obviously Pete's in that car, so originally Pete was going to come in, get out of the car, come up here, put the board out to say he was here, then I'd come in. I thought he'd come in just to do the in-out situation, because obviously we need to stop twice. But unbeknown to me, we were in the pit window. They were going to put a board out to say pit open. Never saw that. Maybe it's me. Anyway, we'll see where we end up.
Pete's driving 2 different cars today.
Yeah, he's in Nick's car and he's in my car.
So he's getting no real break whatsoever, is he?
No, good, isn't it? He's young enough, that's all right. If the old ones need the break, as you can see.
Thank you for talking to us. Best of luck for the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Thanks very much.
David O'Keefe there. Pete Sparrow driving 2 different cars in this race. That is absolutely crazy. Dave, back to you. We're going to keep coming back here as many times as we can during the safety car here in the pit. It's very noisy, very stucky.
Well, while the safety car is out, some cars listed on the timing screen as having stopped twice. KTR Developments, Team Gadgets, 76 Tete Rouge and Team Lion 1. They're all listed as having pitted twice. I'm not sure if that's correct. Well, we'll establish the race order when we go back to green flag racing, I think. The 55's back out there. That should now have Martin Ryman on board because the 41 has been in. He's got out of the 41 car into the 55, I would think. There's cars coming in and out of the pits all the time. I can only assume they're coming in twice, perhaps, because the single or 2 driver cars, it doesn't say how far apart your pit stops have to be. So they're making both pit stops while the safety car's out to save time. That'll be what some of them are doing. So you can make your pit stops 1 lap apart if you want to. It doesn't say how far apart the pit stops have to be. Who knows, there might not be another safety car. So I've no idea who this is going to give the lead to. No, everybody has gone out, done 1 lap and then come back in again. That's what's going on, because we're normally used to the British Endurance Championship here on BARC TV, where the pit stops are much more spaced out. So everybody's making their 2 stops, one after the other. There are a couple of cars that haven't been in at all. The number 16 Green Frog hasn't been in. That's Laurent Dalle. 67 of Darren Pauling hasn't been in yet. 42 Martin Sutherland hasn't. Hollis Motorsport have retired, I think. We haven't seen them on track for a while. About 10 laps ago we last saw them out. And the Yellow and Peril car is under repair. So I've no idea who this is going to give the lead to, because it's going to completely shake up the order. Chris Yates and Andy Donaldson's car being towed in. They'll incur a tow-back penalty. Well, Team Gadget Racing is now shown as having stopped 3 times. So whether that's a problem, I don't know. Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, we know that they'd already stopped once, so they're showing us having stopped 3 times. They're making their 2 mandatory stops under this safety car period. There's still 54 minutes to go. Still out until the track is safely clear. There's the 40 car into the paddock. That will head into the pit garage. We go back to green flag racing now. Who is going to be leading this? Showing on the timing screen is the number 49 car of KTR Developments. That's Chris Tovey. So it looks like he's got the lead. He's stopped twice. Second is number 41 Classic 41 Factory Racing, which I think has now got Julie Walford on board, and that car's only stopped once. '47 cars back out, that's good to see. Giles Owen and Richard Knight, the Yellow and Peril Racing car has been patched up, missing some front bodywork. So only half a second in it for the lead between the 49, the 41 and the 76 Tête Rouge car. Should now have Alec Graham in the chair. There's the 55 car, many laps down, of course, after its engine change. We'll wait till everybody has cycled through, and then we should be able to pick up where our leaders are. This is the battle for the lead, I think, in among this lot. It should be the 49. Yeah, the 41 car has dropped back there, and it's the two cars side by side. They're second and third. That's the 76 of Alec Graham, the 97, which now has Pete Sparrow on board. And where's the car he's got out of, the 89? The Dilligaff car. It's down to 8th. Look for that coming through, but the leaders have gone over the line to complete lap 29, and it is the number 49 of Chris Tovey who has got the lead. He's coming up to put a lap on the Mini. Second place is the number 97 of Team Lion 1, now driven by Pete Sparrow. Came into the pits in the lead and has rejoined in a different car in second place. Theoretically, he could finish first and second in this race, if you see how I mean. 76 in third place is the Tête Rouge car with Alec Graham now at the wheel. Challenge on for the lead here from Pete Sparrow in the 97, the Team Line car. This is his regular car over many years. And he takes the lead into Senna. Here comes the 76 of Alec Graham at the inside, forces Chris Tovey out wide onto the grass. They're lapping the Mini at the same time of Team Toy Shed. That's now got Robert Selly on board. It's his first ever race, as we heard during the pit stops. The number 300 Tête Rouge car just coming in for its second stop as well. So here are your leaders. 97 from 76. Chris Tovey is down to third. We'll establish the rest of the order as they cross the line. I think it's the number 41 with Julie Walford on board. Yes, now in fourth place. Fifth is the number 79. That's now Max Wire driving that machine. Sixth is the number 80 Team Gadget car, I think. Wait and see how the order plays out over the line. 30 laps completed by race leader Pete Sparrow. He's led almost every lap of this race in two different cars. Oh, what's happened to the 55 now? Front wing is hanging off. It's been off through the hairpin. I think we've lost the 92 car again as well. The Crisis at Tête Rouge car living up to its name in this one, unfortunately. So sixth position is number 30 now. That's the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car. That's Luca Proietti. The Dilligaff car is down to 7th with its owner Nick Crispin now on board. The 80 car, that's Team Gadget, now 8th, that's Ainsley Bousfield. 9th is Pork Pie Racing. Jenny Hall has taken over that car, and the Mini is in 10th place, a lap down, with Robert Selly on board, just behind the leaders. 11th position is number 16, the Green Frog car. That car hasn't stopped yet. Laurent Dallet on board that car, nor has the number 67, which is Darren Pauling. 13th is number 42, Martin Sunderland, the Infant Improbability Racing car. 14th is number 300, which is Shirley Hennessy in the Tête Rouge car. 15th, number 33, Team ECAS. That's now driven by Glenn Oswin. 16th place rather is the SL Racing car, Lawrence Broadhurst. 17th, number 35, that's Muffins 2. They've made 3 stops because, of course, they had to come in to fix some damage and replace a punctured tyre. Ethan Sparrow is driving that machine. The Hollis Motorsport car, I think, is out of the race. We've also, I think, lost Nick Rhodes, number 92, in the Crisis car. Muffins, number 40, we saw get towed into the paddock. The 47 car of Yellow and Peril is still going, but lost a lot of laps with those early repairs after that first lap tangle. And Steve Walford Motorsport is back in the pits yet again. Here come the leaders. Could be a challenge on here. Yes, Chris Tovey goes through at Carter's Curve. And the 76 of Alec Graham up into second place. Pete Sparrow goes down to third. He'll try and slipstream his way back up again, though, I'm sure. Across the line they come. You'd think this was another 15-minute sprint race, wouldn't you, with them battling away like this? 79 of Max Wire is up to 4th in the second Team Lion car. Up the inside goes Alec Graham, takes 2nd place away from Pete Sparrow. Confirmation that the 55 car, Steve Walford Motorsport, has been retired from the race. We just heard from the pit lane. So the 55 car, after a lot of problems after that first lap tangle, is out of the race. That's a great shame. See the damage there, it's being wheeled into the garage. Well, that will leave that team to focus on their efforts with the 41 car of Martin Ryman. I think it's Julie Walford currently out on track in that machine. She's at the back of this group, the orange car. 3 leaders together, absolutely together. Top 5 with the Mini in there as well. The Mini currently running 10th a lap down. Less than 2 seconds covers the top 5. Here's a battle between Martin Sunderland in the 42, Jenny Hall in the 96 car. There is a lap between those 2 cars. Sunderland is 13th and Hall is 9th. Could be a challenge on for the lead here from Alec Graham. He goes through. 76 Tête Rouge car takes up the lead. Fighting back on the inside is Pete Sparrow. Pete Sparrow and Alec Graham. I don't think you could even count the number of races they've won between them in these cars over the years. 46 minutes just under of this race to go. Chris Tovey in there in 3rd place. And a short gap back behind the Mini is the 79 driven by Max Wire. Then it's Walford in 5th position. Pete Sparrow is going for it as they head up into the crossing on the back of the 76. The number 41 car has only made 1 pit stop so far. As Sparrow, has he retaken the lead coming out of the crossing? Yes, he has. Still 46 minutes to go though, so a lot could change in this 100-minute race. Past halfway. The sun just beginning to sink a little in the sky here at Pembrey. 49 of Chris Tovey up the inside. Now, one car that we saw have problems earlier on was the number 40 for the Muffins team. Chris Tovey just taking 2nd place back again there from Alec Graham, or trying to. The Mini are making it 3 wide. One car, as I was saying, that's had problems earlier on was the Muffins car, and a tangle. Off goes Chris Tovey, contact with the Mini. That's one of our top 3 in trouble. Out goes Chris Tovey onto the grass. He'll get going again. We'll have to try and catch up with the lead battle. But so we can now hand down to the Muffins team in the pits to find out an update on car number 40 with Ewan.
Cheers, Dave. Here in the pits with Chris Yates. Chris, you were in the car 40, also involved in the car number 48. What a day, first of all. What's been happening from your point of view?
Well, I don't know. It just seemed that all of a sudden everyone seemed to have some steering problems. So I was going around the hairpin, and as I came out of it, I suddenly realised I had 2 wheels that were steering in different directions. So it's always good fun. So I took to the grass and found somewhere safe to park, got a tow back, and then these guys have come in with a bent steering arm. Not quite as terminal as mine, but it's, and as you can see here, they're trying to straighten it out with the aid of a jack handle, and yeah, hopefully it'll go back in more or less the straight line and they can go again. Likelihood, we're not going to see the car 40 again. Likelihood, percentage chance of seeing the 48? Pretty much 60-75%, okay. I think, because they're, as long as they can get something straight-ish, yes, they'll go for it, okay. I think. But mine is completely snapped, okay, and it's not coming out again. I mean, for many people, this will be their first experience of 100 minutes 2CV racing. Is it always like this? No, it's not. No. Normally, we've had 2 sprint races this weekend on Saturday, and yeah, there was a bit of rubbing and nudging, but nothing quite like this. So I don't know. Maybe the cars have just had 1 too many knocks, or they don't like the heat anymore. So who knows, but no, it's not normally like this. Chris, appreciate your time, best luck for the 48. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate, thank you so much. Well, what a race we're having here, and we're hardly even halfway through it. Plenty more to come. Back to Dave.
43.5 minutes of the race to go then. 40 car sadly out of the race, and we've got a fantastic side-by-side battle for the lead of this. between the 97 Team Lion car driven by Pete Sparrow, the 76 driven by Alec Graham for Tete Rouge Racing. Sparrow has it at the moment as they head up towards Brooklands. Team Lion now up into third position after a bit of contact with the Mini, puts Chris Tovey in the 49 onto the grass. He's rejoined down in 8th place. So the top 4 cars now covered by 1.7 seconds. Then there's a gap back of 6.3 seconds to Bacon Racing, who were in 5th position, the Liqui Moly sponsored car. The Dilligaff car is in behind them in 6th. Then we've got Team Gadget. They made an extra pit stop. We didn't find out the reason why. That was close. Martin Sunderland taking a dive at the Chris and Jenny Hall number 96 car, the Pork Pie Racing car. Leaders through to complete their 36th lap. Dilligaff has just done the fastest lap of the race as the 48 car, I think that is heading back out, so they've straightened out that steering arm on the SL Racing car. In fact, Dilligaff and Team Toy Shed have now got jointly the fastest lap, 1:23.401. They've set exactly the same time. Leaders head towards the crossing. Here's a replay of what happened to Chris Tovey. It was side by side with Alec Graham. The Mini decided to get involved as well, of Rob Selly. Gap closed, wallop, off goes Chris Tovey. Don't think he even realised the Mini was there on the inside. He's got going again, but he's down to 8th. Most cars have made their mandatory 2 pit stops. One that hadn't is the 41 car, because they've got 3 drivers, so they're spacing them out a bit more. The Mini's only been in once as well. Likewise, they have 3 drivers. The other 3-driver car, I think the only other one is the 55 car, and that's out of the race. 40 car sadly out as well with broken steering, as we heard from Chris Yates. Here come your leaders down to the hairpin. 97. Team Lion leads the way. We are coming up to the hour mark already. It's flown by this race. 40 minutes to go. Pete Sparrow from 76, driven by Alec Graham. Max Wire going well in 3rd place in the other Team Lion number 79. The Dilligaff car, that must have had a bit of a delay at its pit stop because they're down in 6th with number 89 driven now by Nick Crispin. 4th place is the 41, which is I think Julie Walford on board. And 5th is the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car with Luca Proietti driving, and he's just done the fastest lap, 1:23.259. 7th is Team Gadget, Ainsley Bousfield. 8th is Chris Tovey, number 49, the KTR Developments team. 9th is Pork Pie Racing, number 96, Chris and Jenny Hall. And the Mini rounds out the top 10, Team Toy Shed, running with the leaders. There's the 41 of Ryman and the Walfords, based in Birmingham. And they're catching up, our Bacon Racing and the Dilligaff car, so it's going to be a 6-way battle for the lead shortly, because those 2 cars are catching up on the lead quartets. And the Mini, once again acting as an interloper, hiding in among the 2 CVs. There's the 2 pursuers, the Bacon Racing car, the blue and white, and then the Dilligaff car. Behind them, Gadget Racing are about 12 seconds further back in 7th place. KTR Developments are 8th, then Pork Pie Racing, Team Toy Shed, Green Frog in 11th. That car hasn't stopped yet. There it is. Chasing now the 33 car of Team ECAS. If you don't make the mandatory minimum pit stops, you get a 5-lap penalty. According to the timing screen, Green Frog has not been in yet. There's another car that hasn't stopped yet, which is the 67 of Etch Racing. .48 going again. Look at the eyes on those headlights. They even move as the car corners. Someone coming into the pits, that's Infinite Improbability Racing, Martin Sunderland making his 2nd stop. Mini makes a move up the inside on the leaders. I think Robert Selly's just enjoying himself. He wants to try and unlap himself from the two CVs here. Max Wire moving up, and he's going to challenge the two leaders now. The Wire and Tyson number 79 car wants to make it a Team Lion 1-2 maybe. Mini does a bit of rally crossing there on the outside. 41 with Julie Walford on board, closing up as well in fourth position. Through the right-hander. At Senna, this is the pursuing pair. Bacon Racing still with the fastest lap. He's done a 1:23.195 now, Luca Proietti. Fastest car on track. Personal best for Dilligaff as well in the hands of Nick Crispin, 1:23.227. Of course, the Bacon Racing car had to make an extra stop with a problem at the beginning of the race. They're closing on the top four. Into the pit lane goes the Mini, so I think Robert Selly is going to hand over to Chris Slade for the final stint, the man from Plymouth. Oh, and that's the Dilligaff car on the grass. So he's got work to do again now. That was Nick Crispin. How much time has that lost him? Not a lot, it has to be said. Lead packed together, they're lapping, I think that's the 96. Yes, it is, the Pork Pie Racing car. And now Bacon Racing has caught them. And makes up a place. That's through for fourth on the 41. Oh, what a recovery by the Proiettis in the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly team. After that extra pit stop, side by side for the lead. Meanwhile, Alec Graham takes the lead from Pete Sparrow. These two are swapping places for fun. Sparrow's going to attack back again, I think, as they go through the right-hander at Brooklands. Max Wire in third place, Team Lion car 2. Towards the right at Carter's Curve. Someone's into the pits. In the background, I think... was that the 67 car? Yes, I think the Etch Racing car has come in. Darren Pauling to hand over to Colin Etchells. They've left their pit stops fairly late. You have to have your 2 pit stops done by the 75-minute mark, and that's the other car that hasn't come in yet, the 16 of Laurent Dallet on the grass. That's down at the back end of the circuits towards Brooklands. Yes, the Etch Racing car has come in. Colin Etchell, the car's owner, will take over. Still your leader is Alec Graham for Tete Rouge, number 76. Kira Valentine Bull is watching on in our comments. Hello to you. That's daughter of Andy Bull, and the lead car a bit sideways there. Well held, Alec Graham. Pete Sparrow giving chase. And oh, look who's rejoined in front of the leaders. It's the Mini again. Should be Chris Slade on board. Well, they've caught him up again. Alec Graham thinks, oh no, not you again. They head out towards Honda Curve once again. There's the battle a little further behind them. That was the Team Gadget Racing car along with KTR Developments. They're fighting for 7th place. It's soon going to be 6th for the lead because the Dilligaff car has moved up into 5th. That's Nick Crispin. He's taken 5th away from the number 41. That car has to make another pit stop, though. The classic 41 factory racing machine to allow, I believe it's Steve Walford to take the final stint. Still the Green Frog, number 16, hasn't been in at all. Still, the 76 of Andy Bull and Alec Graham leads for Tete Rouge Racing. Redhead Racing. See, the Mini is a little quicker with Chris Slade, a more experienced pilot on board. Can Pete Sparrow get through? There's Colin Etchell's back out of the pits, and the 35 car is back running again. That's Rhubarb for Muffins too. Rhubarb Muffins, that's an interesting combination. That's now being driven by Ethan Sparrow, nephew of Peter. There's Pete challenging the Tête Rouge team for the lead. Timing screen still not showing that the 16 car has pitted. Somebody else down the grass. Who's that? That's one of the Team Lion cars. That was Max Wire, I think. Yes, in the 79. And the 41 car now does come in to make its second stop. And I think we can head down to Team Lion in the pits. As a bit of a change there at the front as a result of that little contretemps has dropped the 76 car back to third, and that's allowed Luca Proietti through the second. Well, it's Team Lion with Pete Sparrow leading, and Ewan's down there with Team Lion.
Thanks, Dave. Here with Martin Harold of Team Lion, and also on the board of 2CV. 2CV Racing is like in your blood, isn't it?
2CV Racing Club, the board of the classic 2CV Racing.
And how is Team Lion getting on? Very well.
Well, I'm not sure. I've been busy with talking to someone in the office, but I think we're second, first, and I think third as well. But I'm not sure.
Going incredibly well.
They've stayed the distance, so to speak.
Your passion for 2CV. Why so passionate?
Oh, I'm not particularly passionate about 2CVs. I started marshalling at Snetterton in Norfolk, my home, when I was about 16, and I was reading Autosport for years when I could afford it. And then in my business, we came across as a customer Jem Marsh of the Marcos cars, and he'd gone into our trade. And we got to know each other, and he persuaded me to go to what was the island in Ireland when we used to race, Mondello. And so when I thought I just about afford it, like, silly me, and I went and got the ARDS test with a few people, and been racing on and off ever since. I bought the car, but I did work out fairly quickly that I wasn't a race driver. And then I worked more and more with Pete Sparrow, and he was much better as an engineer and a race driver, so we got together and we gradually built a team that seems to win a race here and there.
And how long have you been involved in 2CVs now?
Oh, I don't know. You don't look back at my age. 24 years, something like that. Yeah.
And when was the peak, or are we peaking now?
Well, when we first started, quite commonly we go all the way to a meeting like Cadwell and not qualify. So it was stronger then, and it's dipped. But we're really doing well here. We've had 23 cars, and of course money is much more important than it was. And we used to do 12 meetings a year. This year we've got 4, which seems to have suited people's pockets, because it's very expensive now. And we're probably doing as well now as we've done for a few years, and I've been talking to 2 or 3 people here who are thinking of joining it, because there's no such thing as cheap racing. But this one is probably the best bang for your buck, because if you do the 24-hour, the cost per lap is tiny.
And it's a very friendly paddock too.
Well, a lot of one-make series, the teams don't talk to each other. Here, it's the custom of the club that, well, you've seen several cars here, everyone rushes up. The mechanics rush in and they fix it. They fixed an axle, a hub, brake drum on the French car. They straightened 1 or 2 other cars twice, I think. And we know all the parts, and if you've got the part, you generally give it away.
Martin, best of luck, Team Lion. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ewan.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right, let's go back to Dave. Let's see how things are getting on.
Well, things have changed big time at the front of the field, because look who's up front. Nick Crispin in the Dilligaff car. He's climbed through from 4th to 1st over the last couple of laps while we were talking to Martin Harold down in pit lane. He leads Pete Sparrow. So it's Luca Proietti in the number 30 car in 3rd, and the Tête Rouge car has dropped back to 4th in the hands of Alec Graham, so it's all change at the front. A great run by Nick Crispin to claw back the deficit after the pit stops, and he now leads the way. Everybody has done their mandatory pit stops except for the 67 car. That's only pitted once according to the timing screen, and the 16 car of Green Frog I don't think has been in at all. So they're going to be facing penalties, I would think. So there's only 28 minutes now of the race to go, the 140. Leaders head out through the crossing. 3 cars line astern. Dilligaff, Team Lion and Bacon Racing. Team Toy Shed, the Mini, has got the fastest lap, 122.378. Here's a battle further back. This is Muffins 2, which is the 35 car. They're in 14th place. 48 of SL Racing are 17th. They got delayed by that steering problem. And the 42 car, which is Infinite Improbability Racing, they under the 35 car are on the same lap. They're 14th and 15th. The 48 car is about 4 laps back after its repairs. There's still battles on track everywhere you look. The lead group covered by just 4 seconds. Here they are. 3 of them line astern covered by just over half a second. Nick Crispin from Pete Sparrow. Sparrow going down the outside into the hairpin. That could allow Luca Proietti up the inside in the number 30. Nick Crispin sharing that car with the man alongside him, Pete Sparrow. You can see how I mean. So it could well be that Pete Sparrow is going to finish first and second on this in the same race. He's going back up the inside. He's still going to be first and second, but the other way round. Team Lion car moves up to retake the lead. Luca Proietti putting the pressure on as well. They're absolutely together. This is like one of the sprint races yesterday with the 26 minutes of the race to go. Proietti's trying to take both of them. Who's going to emerge with the lead out of this? Nick Crispin has it at the moment. Pit window is about to close. The 3 leaders head up over the line once again. Nick Crispin from Pete Sparrow. Alec Graham has dropped back into 4th place. See at the end of the pit lane there the Hollis Motorsport car that retired earlier on. Well, we said we don't normally get many retirements in the 24-hour race. But I make it 17 cars running here out of the 22 who started, so we have had a bit of attrition. There we can see the gap, 0.19 of a second, and again Pete Sparrow is trying. About to try and pass the car he started the race in. If he finishes first and second, which step of the podium does he stand? Both? They're still side by side. Sparrow is never going to go around the outside at centre. That could allow Luca Proietti to attack. It's absolutely together between these 3. The Mini still has the fastest lap of the race. There's a battle further back. This is the 41 now with Steve Walford on board. In 8th place, the 16 car behind. The timing screen still says that car hasn't made a pit stop. And each car, I read in the regulations, has to make 2 stops. Sparrow a bit sideways there as he tries to take the lead away. Is he going to get it done here across the line? From Nick Crispin, he'll be on the outside for the hairpin. Proietti's positioning himself here to go through into 2nd place. Good opportunist move there by Luca Proietti. Can they crowd Pete Sparrow out and go 1-2? Yes, they can. Nick Crispin leads. Proietti 2nd. Sparrow in 3rd. Fastest lap of the race still with the Mini. That's down in about 10th place. Coming up to lap 16, that's Laurent Dallet in the green Frog machine. Leaders will dive down the inside at Senna and go through. There's the 41 up ahead as well. They're down to 8th now. They had to split their pit stops because that car had 3 drivers. Of course, they had to make 2 changes. Most of the other cars had to make just the 1 driver change. or none at all, because there's some soloists out there. There's the Broadhurst father and son team, Lawrence and George. I think it's Lawrence in the car at the moment. Another 2CV veteran, chasing the number 35 with Ethan Sparrow on board. Ah, the Hollis car's back out. I thought that had retired long ago. Number 70, I assume that's being driven now by Richard Hollis-Brown. At least getting a few laps in at the end of the race. It's a very long distance behind, some 29 laps in arrears of the leaders. Leaders lap the 41 car, the Martin Ryman-owned machine. Got a message from Carl Britchford to say that Holly, our fundraiser, would like to thank everyone for their support this weekend. We saw her do her lap of the circuit on her bike last night to raise money for the My Name's Doddy campaign. So thanks and well done to Holly. We'll see her back at Thruxton. Still the fight going on for second. This is allowing Nick Crispin in the 89 car to escape a little from Pete Sparrow and Luca Proietti as they fight it out for second place. There's 22 minutes of this race still to go, so it could all change, and Sparrow goes wide, so does the 41 car. 41 goes off-road. That was Steve Walford. Still side by side and round the outside. Look at that from Sparrow. Finds speed where nobody else can. He's going round he's going all the way around the outside on Honda Curve of Nick Crispin. They're absolutely side by side over the line. Well, are they going to race like this for the last 21 minutes of this race? This is brilliant. Proietti now up the inside will take Sparrow for second. Sparrow is just going to be late on the brakes for the hairpin. We've been here before. Colin Etchells is watching this lot. They've just lapped him. These three absolutely on top of one another. Well, we said in the sprint races yesterday what we wanted is more of the same, and that's exactly what we've got. Somehow Nick Crispin just about holding the lead. Leon Davies confirms 6 different leaders so far, and we still have no clue who's going to win. Endurance racing at its best. Pete Sparrow's not finished yet. He's going to have a go down the outside, is he? Needs to be mindful that Proietti's in behind him. They've completed their pit stops, so they can race as they like from here on in. Remember, the Proietti car, the Liquimolli liveried car, was delayed early on. They had a problem on the first lap and had to make an extra stop. When Sandro was on board, his son Luca now driving. The three of them head towards Honda Curve once again. The Mini's just only a fastest lap with Chris Slade on board, 1:22.018. Behind them in 4th place is number 76, about 6.5 seconds down, which is Alec Graham in the car started by Andy Bull. 5th is number 79 of Max Wire. Then 6th, number 80, which is Ainsley Bousfield in the Gadget car. 7th is Chris Tovey, KTR Development, still recovering from his off earlier on when he tangled with the Mini. 8th is the Classic 41 Factory Racing car with Steve Walford on board. That car now a lap down. Here's a battle between the Muffins car, and that's Lawrence Broadhurst in the 48. 35 being driven by Ethan Sparrow. They've been together for a few laps now, although they are a few laps apart in distance because the 48 had that steering arm repair. Behind them is Team ECAS number 33. Here come the leaders. Pete Sparrow's caught back up again to the back of Nick Crispin. Through the right-hander at Brooklands once again on lap 53 of this race. There's Chris Tovey. We've not seen much of him for a while. He's down in 7th now. Number 96, the Pork Pie Racing car, a lap down, is behind him. Chris and Jenny Hall. I think it's Jenny on board at the moment. The Mini rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Team ECAS 11th. 12th is the one remaining Muffins car, number 35. 13th is Infinite Improbability. It's number 42. 14th, although showing as having not made any pit stops, is the Green Frog car. And yes, that's now got a penalty for not making its stops within the pit window, as has the number 300 of Shirley Hennessy. She didn't make her 2 stops within the window because she came in early, so she's only made 1 mandatory stop. So 5 laps of penalties for both of those cars, unfortunately. Here's the lead battle, Crispin and Sparrow together. And Pete Sparrow's going to go for the inside as they come up towards the crossing into the left-hander. Can he take the lead away? He'll be on the outside for the next corner at Senna. It's all about carrying the momentum around the lap. Crispin holds him off. 18 minutes still to go. Coming up to lap the 42, the Infinite Improbability car. Luca Proietti just looking on, third place. They race together like this for 24 hours at Snetterton. So there's nothing to them. There's the Mini. This Slade on board, 10th overall. As I said, it's a shame that we haven't got any other Minis out there for them to race with. Team Toy Shed have won the 24-hour race outright at Snetterton in the past. 3 leaders over the line, separated by just 0.35 of a second. Here they come, down into the hairpin once again. Proietti trying to make a move on Sparrow there. Somehow Nick Crispin soaking up the pressure from the man who started his car in this race and is now in his mirrors. Only in 2CV racing. Up towards the right-hander at Senna. Through to Brooklands once again. This is lap 55. Still the three of them, nothing between them. Crispin a little bit wide there on the entry. Sparrow not quite able to capitalise. He might get him down into Carter's. They're pulling clear now. They're 9 seconds clear of the 76 of Alec Graham. In fact, there's just been a change for fourth place. Max Wyer's taken fourth. You can see them in the background there. The Team Lion car up into fourth. Mini passes Shirley Hennessy's number 300 car. Used to race a Triumph Dolomite in historic touring cars, Shirley. She's got a 5-lap penalty, unfortunately, because of only taking one stop within the window. Came in early, so that was to fix a problem. It didn't count as a mandatory stop. There's the battle for fourth place. 3 of them line astern there as well, although the 41 car is a lap down on the other 2. Max Wyer holding off Alec Graham. Under 16 minutes left now. So effectively the length of one of the sprint races from yesterday. But the 3 drivers at the front have been treating this like a sprint after the pit stops. They made both their stops during the safety car period, which was the correct call because there hasn't been another safety car. And Pete Sparrow to the inside at Senna. Surely he's going to get the lead away this time. Side by side the run into Brooklands. Sparrow will have the inside for the right-hander. They almost door handle together. Is Sparrow going to pull ahead, or is Nick Crispin going to get his foot down and keep the 89 Dilligaff 2CV ahead? Side by side down the speedway straights. Pete Sparrow, is he being bump drafted by Luca Proietti? We can't really see. And Proietti's now going to try and have a stab for the lead. Yep, they've got through. And now Proietti's going to try and attack for the lead in the Bacon racing car. Down to third goes Nick Crispin. Well, with 15 minutes to go, battle is well and truly joined between the trio at the front. Team Lion, Bacon Racing and Dilligaff. Down towards the right-hander at Hatchett's hairpin. 56 laps in the book. Towards Spitfires. Still these two together, the 2 googly-eyed cars. The Muffins car driven by Ethan Sparrow and the 48 of Lawrence Broadhurst. They've got the ECAS car, that's Glenn Oswin, on their tails. The ECAS car is actually a full lap up on the number 35. The SL racing car, the 48, is about 5 laps further back. And the leaders are coming around soon to lap that lot. Sparrow from Proietti. Into the right-hander they go. Drivers will be getting tired now. Their concentration levels may be starting to sap just a little. There's back markers ahead to deal with as well. Luca Proietti lining up Pete Sparrow for the lead in the Sparrow Automotive Team Lion car. Pete Sparrow prepares a lot of these cars for competition. out of Honda Curve. Over the line they go once again, the three of them covered by 0.58 of a second. They're going to stay this close for the whole of the rest of the race. Bit of a lock up there from Luca Proietti. Avoided the back of the 97. Car started by David O'Keefe, now in the hands of Pete Sparrow. Proietti Jr. in second. His father Sandro started the car. Pete Sparrow started the car in third place. Nick Crispin now playing catch-up. Great run through though to make up the deficit. He was in sixth place after the pit stops. They're coming up on Lawrence Broadhurst, the SL racing car. They'll just be hoping these cars don't get in their way because they're battling for a bit of fun ahead of them. Broadhurst now got ahead of the 35 of Ethan Sparrow. Ethan needs to look in his mirror here because Uncle Pete's about to lap him, but there's a yellow flag on the exit. Oh, the 16 car's pulled over and off goes the 33 car. The ECAS car of Glenn Oswin runs wide. Verda moving out of the way for the leaders, but that was taking it to a bit of an extreme. They come out to the yellow flag zone, they'll now pass the back markers. Now the yellow flag out because the 16 car of Laurent Dalle had pulled over there on the inside. There go the leaders, passing the 35 and the 48s. Very experienced Lawrence Broadhurst. Trying to get out of the way there of Nick Crispin. He does so down the straights. Still just 0.8 of a second covers the three leaders. Nick Crispin closes back up again. 11.5 minutes to go. Still the 79 Team Lion car in fourth. Tete Rouge, number 76, in fifth. Sixth is Team Gadget, number 80. They've pulled clear now of KTR Developments. That's Chris Tovey. Eighth place is the number 41, which is the classic 41 factory racing car. Ninth is Team Toy Shed, the Mini. And 10th place, 96 Pork Pie Racing. 11th is Team ECAS, number 33. Saw that car have a grassy moment a lap ago. 12th, it is number 35, Muffins 2, so those two are lap apart on the track. You can see them in the background there. 13th is Infinite Improbability Racing, a good run by Martin Sunderland. 14th is number 300, that's Shirley Hennessy for Tete Rouge. 15th is SL Racing, number 48. The Green Frog car showing in 16th, but that's now pulled up. 17th is Etch Racing, number 67, so they'll move up into 16th. They're still going. The Yellow and Peril car, number 47, is still running, but a long way behind. Here's the two cars we've just mentioned. That is Colin Etchells. The leader's now lapping Shirley Hennessy in the number 300. She goes wide on the hairpin to let them through. The other cars are the Hollis Motorsport rejoined briefly, the number 70, but that's now pulled up again. We lost Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92. Their race was wrecked on the first lap, effectively, as was Steve Walford Motorsport, number 55. We saw them change an engine in 16 minutes, but sadly it didn't work out for them. And also number 40, the Muffins 1 car out of the race with broken steering. Still battle joined between the three leaders. Luca Proietti defending from Nick Crispin. Pete Sparrow still leads. We didn't see him in the sprint races yesterday. It was David O'Keefe in that car each time, and Proietti to the inside, slings it up the inside. Can he take the lead? They're side by side across Speedway Straight. Look at this, Nick Crispin's going to have a go as well. They're going to be three wide on the run up towards Carter's Curve. Who's going to emerge from this with the lead? They lead on each other, oh no! Pete Sparrow gets forced out onto the grass. I thought he was going to spin out there. He's just about saved it. Now, is the car okay? Yes, it looks okay. He's going to fight his way back up onto their tails, I'm sure. Nick Crispin now has the lead as a result of that. 3 into 1 didn't go. That could have ended with them all going off, and well, it would have been Team Lion 2 into the lead. So they're only a short distance back, about 10 seconds or so. So it's 2 for the lead. See a bit of damage on the front wing on Luca Proietti's car. As there's the number 80, that's Team Gadget. We've not seen much of Ainsley Bousfield, the number 80. Slapping Colin Etchells there in the 67. Pete Sparrow is still going. Is his car wounded? Two leaders nose to tail with 8.5 minutes of this race still to go. Let's have a look. Where is Pete Sparrow? Where is Pete Sparrow? He may have some damage. Let's see if he comes through Brooklands further back behind this group. Well, he'd already lapped the group. There he is. I think that car is damaged. Yes, there he is in behind the SL racing car. I think he may have a puncture. Look at the right rear. So Pete Sparrow is possibly going to have to call into the pits. We'll have a look at that again. They tried to go 3 wide. Nick Crispin moved across. 3 into 1 didn't go. Pete Sparrow almost sent spinning out onto the grass. He saved it. Now let's have a look. I think the right rear tyre might be punctured on the 97 car. See some damage to the bodywork. So it's 2 for the lead now. Luca Proietti free to attack Nick Crispin. Has the 97 car come into the pits? We'll wait and confirm that. I don't know if it has or not. Proietti, is he going to take the lead here, coming towards the crossing? Oh, no, you don't, says 89 Nick Crispin. Well, even if Pete Sparrow's Team Lion car is in problems, Crispin runs, he leaves Proietti absolutely nothing at all, but Proietti keeps his foot in, and he's going to take the lead because he's got the right line for the right-hander. He's through. Proietti takes it up. So Luca Proietti finally moves through to the front. No sign of Pete Sparrow. We don't know if he's come into the pits or not. We'll pick that up in a moment because Luca Proietti has now taken the lead for Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly. Yes, Sparrow is in. The wheel is being changed. I thought that car might have a puncture. They'll get him back out there as quickly as possible, but this is likely to drop him outside the top 10. Team Lion's best hope now is a 3rd place for their 2nd car. Luca Proietti defending the lead. Can Bacon Racing win it? 6 minutes just over to go. Can Dilligaff win it? Puff of smoke there from the that's from the tyres of the 89 of Nick Crispin. Well, Pete Sparrow is technically still fighting for the lead because he started the 89 car. But it's not going to be a Sparrow 1-2. Here's the fight further back. This is the ECAS car, the Muffins car. There's Pork Pie Racing. They're still going. They've had a pretty trouble-free run. They're in 10th place. The Hall family. There's Martin Ryman's car with Steve Walford on board, the 41. That car's had a steady run in 7th place. A lap behind the leaders. ECAS are 11th. Muffins 2 are 12th. There's a full lap between those cars. They're together on the track though. And the 300 is in 14th, just behind them for Tête Rouge. You can't look away from this lead battle for a moment because look, Nick Crispin's back in the lead. 5 minutes to go. Luca Proietti trying to fight back. Over the line they come. 63 laps completed. Proietti's not finished yet. What's he going to do into the hairpin? He's going to go to the outside. Is he going to try and bamboozle Nick Crispin and cut back through the next couple of corners? Racing as hard as they can, these two. They must be getting tired now, Nick Crispin and Luca Proietti. They've been battling hammer and tongs for the whole of their stints. Great run by Nick Crispin to come through from 6th into the lead after the stops. The Mini still has the fastest lap. They're in 9th place, Team Toy Shed, 8th place I should say, with Pete Sparrow having made that pit stop to change a tyre. That car will pick up where it rejoined in a moment. I think he's down to 9th. Through towards the completion of another lap. There's the Mini. Serving as a good warm-up. I'm sure we'll see Team Toy Shed out at the 24-hour race. Sadly, no Mini opposition today. Normally about 3 or 4 Minis at the 24-hour. What can Luca Proietti do then for Bacon Racing? He's on the tail, he's in the slipstream of Nick Crispin's car. They're not the most aerodynamic machines, 2 CVs, so you have to slipstream each other on the straights. But again, Nick Crispin moves to take the inside line. Proietti goes for the cutback out of the hairpin up towards Spitfires. Could he get the overlap here into the right-hander? They're side by side, but Crispin will be on the inside for Diveni, the left-hander, and he may well keep the lead. He's just got the nose still in front, and he keeps his lead. Proietti keeps at it. Now, this is a trick that he's seen him use before. He goes to the left. Crispin tries to move across. Yes, he does move across. Doesn't leave him any room, because Proietti was trying to get up the inside. I've seen him do that once already, get the inside at Senna. Now he'll try again into Brooklands. Again, Crispin defends. There's the third place car. That's Alec Graham in Andy Bull's 76 car, ahead of number 79. So they've swapped places again. Max Wire, the car started by Louis Tyson. Rounding up the top 5. Team Gadget are about 43 seconds back. A couple of laps to go now in this 2CV 100-minute enduro. What a close race it has been at the front. Across the line they go. There's back markers ahead. What can Luca Proietti do? There's less than 2 laps to go now. Coming up to lap the 67 car of Colin Etchells, and a little deep there out of the hairpin for the 89. He's got to keep his foot in here, Nick Crispin, to keep the inside line for the upcoming left-hander at Dibeni. It's exactly as we saw them a lap ago. Yes, Crispin has held his lead. Is Proietti going to go to the outside again at the left-hander at the crossing? Try and get the inside for Senna. He's not close enough this time. There's the back markers ahead of them. 3 of them. There's about a car's length between the two. That's the biggest the gap has been for a few laps. Colin Etchells moves to one side. The blue flag is shown. Proietti a bit of a slide there through Brooklands. Along the Speedway straights. 96, the Pork Pie racing car of Jenny Hall, about to go a lap down. Also Chris Tovey as well, we hadn't forgotten about him. Was in the lead battle until he went sliding off after a tangle with the Mini while lapping it. He's now in 6th position. Pete Sparrow, I can tell you, was rejoined in 9th. Last lap this time. Across the line they go, and there's a back marker. The 96 Pork Pie racing car. That's delayed Luca Proietti very slightly. Down towards the hairpin. He's going for the inside. Luca Proietti on the brakes. Look at this. He's got the inside line away. He's done it. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant opportunist move by Luca Proietti. And the Liqui Moly car, the Bacon racing car, takes the lead. What can Nick Crispin do to fight back? Has he got anything left in the tank? Through towards the crossing. Look out, Chris Tovey. The leaders are bearing down on you. Can Crispin get it back again? Now Luca Proietti's got to change his tactics. He's got to defend around this final lap. He was waiting, wasn't he? He was waiting as late as possible. Here comes Crispin. No, you don't. The back marker is there as well. Here they come then up towards the right-hander at Brooklands. I think Luca Proietti, has he done enough? Nick Crispin, oh, Nick Crispin's got caught up with the back marker. Get out the way, he says to Chris Tovey. He knows that could have lost him his chance. He's sticking to the inside, Nick Crispin. But I think it's too little too late. A team that was in the pits after 1 lap with problems, Sandro and Luca Proietti, for Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly, take the lead into the final lap and are going to take an incredible victory. He's already celebrating. Luca Proietti brings the Bacon Racing car home. He brings home the Bacon, quite literally, to win it. 2nd place for Dilligaff. What a brilliant duel between those two. Bad luck to Pete Sparrow. 3 wide didn't work. Contact sent him into the pits with a puncture. But Pete still finishes 2nd, having started the 89 car. 3rd place goes to Tête Rouge with Propolis. That's Andy Bull and Alec Graham. And 4th place for Team Lion 2 of Louis Tyson and Max Wire. We'll run you through the full results shortly. Fifth place, it should be Team Gadget Racing. 67 laps completed in total by the leader. Luca Proietti, that was so well judged there going into the right-hander for the final time at Hatchett's hairpin. He waited, he caught Nick Crispin off guard. Nick wasn't expecting that. When you consider that Bacon Racing, after one lap, were in the pits, having suffered a problem after a quick start, so with Sandro in the car, Luca Proietti takes over and recovers to an improbable victory. As we said, talk about bringing home the bacon. Nick Crispin in second place in the car started by Pete Sparrow. Great recovery after they were down in sixth after the stops. Tête Rouge complete the podium. The Mini has finished in 8th place and wins the subclass. The Mini Grand driven by Chris Slade in its final stint. Rob Selly and Michael Dryden, the other drivers. That proves in any motor race it's never over until that checkered flag drops. Hopefully we can hand down to Ewan soon because I've run out of voice. What an amazing conclusion to the weekend. We'll get the provisional results in just a moment. It is a win provisionally for the number 30 Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car of Sandro and Luca Proietti, completing 67 laps in a time of 1 hour, 40 minutes, 39.45 seconds. In second place, the Dilligaff car, car number 89, driven by Pete Sparrow and Nick Crispin. The winning margin 0.47 of a second. Apologies for lack of results graphic at the moment. We'll take you through the rest of the results though. 76 was third, Alec Graham and Andy Bull in the Tête Rouge with Propolis car. They were 18 seconds back on the Dilligaff car at the finish. Fourth place went to number 79, Team Lion 2 of Max Wire and Louis Tyson. Fifth, number 80, Team Gadget Racing, Nick Holm and Ainsley Bousfield. Nick Holm fighting for the lead in the early stages. Sixth went to KTR Developments, Chris Tovey. Seventh was number 41, the Classic 41 factory racing car of Martin Ryman, Julie and Steve Walford. Eighth went to 177, the Mini of Team Toy Shed, Chris Slade, Michael Dryden and Robert Selly. Ninth was number 97, bad luck to Pete Sparrow. Was all set for a podium, but contact results in a puncture. The car started by David O'Keefe. They ended up with 9th place, and 10th place for number 96, Pork Pie Racing, Chris and Jenny Hall. 11th was number 33, Team ECAS, Matthew Arrowsmith Brown and Glenn Oswin. 12th went to number 35, Muffins 2, that's Neil Graham and Ethan Sparrow. 13th, it was number 42, Infinite Improbability Racing of Martin Sunderland. 14th, number 300 of Shirley Hennessy for Tête Rouge. 15th was number 48, SL Racing, that's Lawrence and George Broadhurst. 16th was number 67, Etch Racing. I think they had a penalty as well for missing the pit window with their second stop. Darren Pauling and Colin Etchells. We lost the green frog car, of course, of Lauren Dalle. That retired up at Brooklands. And behind them we had the 47, Yellow and Peril Racing of Giles Owen and Richard Knights. Behind them would be Hollis Motorsport. They dropped out. The number 70, that's Matthew Hollis and Richard Hollis Brown. We lost Crisis at Tête Rouge, number 92, fairly early on. That's Nick Rhodes, bad luck to him. Number 40, the Muffins car of Chris Yates and Andy Donaldson, out with broken steering. And myriad problems for Stephen Walford Motorsport. They were an early retirement, the Walfords and Martin Ryman's other car. OK, let's head down to Parc Ferme at the end of that incredible event. Let's hear from Ewan.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a sensational way to end the weekend, and what a sensational final lap, final turn. Luca, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Talk us through the race from your point of view. Especially, it was ever so close the entire race. You must be absolutely shattered.
Honestly, yeah. Lap 2, we came into the pits with something wrong with the car, and then after the safety car, me and Nick did all our stops together around the same time, and we came out on track and we just worked our absolute arses off to get to that front pack, and somehow we did it, and somehow we broke away. It was fantastic.
I mean, that move, were you just waiting for that one opportunity right at the end there?
It'd be hard for me to say I wasn't planning for it, but Yeah, it was more the door opened. I had a few ideas going into that first corner what I was going to do, and that opportunity came along and I went for it.
Perfect way to end the weekend.
Oh, fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic.
Mate, go and celebrate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. We're going to speak to Nick Crispin in a second as well. Nick's had a fantastic weekend. He had a win and a second yesterday in the sprint races, and I must say he looks absolutely knackered right now, so I'll go around this way and I'll jump in with Nick. Nick, another interview.
Oh, fancy seeing you.
Third and final time this weekend. I'm going away in a minute, don't worry. You look shattered, mate.
I am absolutely cream crackered.
Talk us through the race from your point of view. We saw it was ridiculously close, battling the entire way.
Pete gave us a great start, came in and said to me there's a vibration at the front. We had a quick shake of bits and pieces, couldn't feel anything. I went out and did one lap, could feel it straight away. Came back in, must have lost a good 40-50 seconds messing around trying to find something, found something. Attended to that, went back out, and obviously way behind the leaders again. But I was lucky enough to hook up with Luca, and the pair of us just worked together to draw ourselves back to the lead group. And then the rest is history. It was just a bum fight, wasn't it, between us all.
A win in 2 seconds, great weekend, yeah?
Yeah, great weekend for the championship and bits and pieces like that. But at the end of the day, having fun racing, getting the cars out, like Luca's car wasn't even going half an hour before the start. People muck in and get the cars out so everyone can just have a race.
It's great to watch. Go and have a glass of water, go and have a sit down.
I'm going to go and do that. I've got a long way home yet.
Well done. And our third place finisher, we'll jump in a second with our circuit commentator. What a great weekend we've had. It's been absolutely fantastic. Dave, of course, I know has enjoyed talking you through that. After the sprint races, we joked that can we possibly get that for 100 minutes? Well, the guys and girls have absolutely delivered. Let's jump straight in. Oh, look, celebrations here live. Great race. Well done.
Oh, fantastic race. When we were all together, I didn't really know. I thought we were probably in the hunt, but I didn't really know where anybody was in the race. So, but I knew I was with the fast cars, and I thought, well, we're having a bit of fun. So, yeah, real good, clean racing by everybody.
I mean, fun is the key word. I mean, it's clearly competitive, but everybody chips in. We saw a few times in the pit lane this weekend when somebody's got a problem, everybody jumps in and gets involved. Everybody's happy for each other.
Absolutely, it's one of the great things about 2CV racing is the camaraderie and the support you get from the other teams when you need it. Ultimately, everybody, all of us want all the cars to be on the circuit and finish the race, and the spirit of this club is like no other. It really isn't. It's a fantastic place to race.
Mate, go and celebrate. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. And that is our final race done here down in Pembrey. It has been absolutely stunning this weekend, off the track and on it. I very much hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you again soon on BARC TV. But for myself down in the pit lane in the paddock, it is goodbye. It is Dave Goddard, as ever, with the final words.
I think the final word is I need a cold shower. First of all, we must say thank you to Ewan and Pointy down on the ground this weekend, bringing us all the latest news. What an amazing race to finish with from the 2CVparts.com Classic 2CV Racing Championship Enduro. And if you like that sort of thing, if you like what you've seen there, there's a whole 24 hours of it coming up at Snetterton on August Bank Holiday weekend. Don't miss that. Well, it is time to end here in South Wales at Convoy Cymru. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Thank you very much, first of all, to all of our volunteer marshals. We can see the Orange family making their way home off their posts there. Well done to them in the heat of South Wales this weekend. Thank you to everybody else as well, the recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control staff, the timekeepers, everybody else here at Pembrey and from the British Automobile Racing Club as well for making this meeting what it was. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment and to all their backup crews and teams in the pits. It was great to see some pit action from the 2CVs there. I'll see how quickly you can change an engine in one of those cars. 16 minutes I timed it as for Steve Walford Motorsport. So thank you to all the mechanics and team members as well for keeping the cars running. Thank you to all our camera crews as well, and everybody else behind the scenes for making this production what it is here on BARC TV. They've been out enjoying the sun today for a change. And we hope they will be next Saturday when we're next on air on BARC TV, as well as Alton Park. The British Endurance Championship is in town, supported by the Britcar Trophy. 3 hours of racing for British Endurance, 2 50-minute races for Britcar Trophy. That's all coming up next Saturday, a one-day event in Cheshire here on BARC TV. We hope to see you for that one, but on behalf of Pointy, Ewan Dunlop and everybody else here at Pembrey, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV from the home of motorsport in South Wales. We'll see you next Saturday. For now, thank you very much for all your comments. Thank you very much indeed for everyone. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Bye for now.
Every fucking lap can happen, mate. What are you supposed to do it?